Chapter 196. 073 But she is by Lian. Second update, Underswan Xiaoqi, give your helmet to your sister, Huang Mao called out to the person behind him. Xiaoqi took off the helmet and tossed the black motorcycle and the helmet to Bai Lian. Bai Lian didn't even look, she just reached out and caught them. The original owner knew how to street race, almost the moment she touched the motorcycle she knew how to drive it. She secured the helmet on her head with one hand and gripped the handlebar with the other. Her long legs straddled the bike, and with one foot planted on the ground she glanced at Su En before flipping down the visor. Don't worry. As soon as she had spoken, she slowly bent forward, her gaze icy as she looked straight ahead. The black, streamlined body of the bike blended with her clothes, radiating an innate defiance and wildness. With the rev of the engine rumbling loudly, the motorcycle shot off like a wild horse, hugging the turn and vanishing down the street in a flash. Elegant yet brazen. A gang of youngsters arrived quickly and departed just as fast. Only Xiaoqi remained behind, standing still for a while before slowly heading back to Backter Street with his cell phone. He only gave Su En a brief glance, nodding at him politely. It took Su En a good while to come back to his senses. He could never have imagined that Bai Lian, who usually looked so gentle, even somewhat docile in front of Jianghu, would be so adept at hugging a turn on a bike. By the time the motorcycle was out of sight at the street corner, the assistant finally found his voice and turned to Su En. President Su, this? He had never seen such a scene before. Even before coming to Xianxia, Ji Mulan had mentioned that Bai Lian was tough and would do anything, but this was their first time seeing Bai Lian street racing. Just like those unruly youths from moments ago. It's no wonder they were the kind of people who needed Su En to arrange a school for them. Forget it, Su En said with a headache, pressing his temples. Don't tell Mulan about this, it's fine as long as she's meeting with President Liu. If we can't get this case, it's time for us to head back to Jianghu, the assistant said, opening the car door for Su En to get in. They had come for Xianxia's tourism, but now with Luan Yulin here, it seemed like their opportunity was gone. Reluctant to return with the information they had barely obtained, he felt somewhat discontent. Bar VIP room. Luan Yulin, with a cigarette between his fingers, used his polished leather shoe to lift the chin of an old lady kneeling on the floor. He smiled with a sinister softness. You lead the signing, or you know what I'm capable of, don't you? I really don't want to resort to such bloody measures. The old lattice gaze was fixed firmly on Luan Yulin's face. Break one of her hands, Luan Yulin said as he flicked off some ash and turned his head. Bang, the door to the VIP room was flung open. Bai Lian strode in with Mao Kuan and Xiaowu. Didn't I say, Luan Yulin turned to the door, his eyes dark and ominous, that no one should come in? The old lady lifted her head, immediately recognizing Bai Lian as the woman she had seen at the hospital that morning. Anxious, she blurted out, Youths, why have you come here? From the Yongfu residential area too? Luan Yulin squinted at Bai Lian, Mao Kuan and the others. Take them all down too. Bai Lian didn't even look at Luan Yulin but walked forward a few steps and helped the old lady up. Bang bang, the few men who came to grab Bai Lian didn't even touch her before being kicked to the ground one by Mao Kuan. Are you all right? Bai Lian eyed the old lady up and down, making sure she was unharmed, then instructed Xiaowu to help the lady to the side. To avoid any accidental injuries. Before being led away, the old lady looked at Bai Lian in surprise. When had Ji Xiaojun gotten such a fierce niece? Mao Kun's moves alerted Luan Yulin that something was amiss. He put out his cigarette and stealthily pressed his phone for a rescue call while asking warily, Who are you? Who am I? Bai Lian reached for a bottle of unopened liquor on the table. Weighing it in her hand, she curled her lip at Luan Yulin. Her pitch-black, cold eyes, however, held no trace of a smile. Raising her hand, she smashed the bottle right onto Luan Yulin's head. Smack! Blood streamed down Luan Yulin's forehead as he suddenly looked up. You dare? Mao Kuan swiftly stepped aside. What wouldn't I dare? Bai Lian pulled out a tissue, looked down, and meticulously wiped her hands clean. As soon as her words fell, there was another bang. Luan Yulin was kicked so hard that he landed on the table, causing glasses to clatter and shatter to the floor. You're asking for death. Luan Yulin was pinned down by Bai Lian's boot on his chest. He could feel his ribs breaking. Spitting out blood, Luan Yulin realized that Bai Lian was just as dangerous as he was. He sneered, looking up at her. That woman I beat up the other day, who is she to you? Are you angry? So what, can you call the police to arrest me? Aren't you still powerless against me? Chapter 197. 073 But she is Bai Lian. Second update, Understood. Bai Lian slowly squatted down, her slender, pale fingers casually picking up a piece of glass. She pressed the glass against Luan Yulin's cheek, forcing him to meet her gaze. Gazing at Luan Yulin, Bai Lian calmly took the cigarette Mao Kuan handed her and spoke with an offhand air. You really are ridiculous, asking me to call the police? The blood on Luan Yulin's body slowly flowed toward her on the ground. She pressed harder with the hand holding the glass and even let out a light laugh. Call the police, you say? Do you think you're qualified enough to have me call the police? Her tone was tinged with a hint of bloodlust. Had it been anyone else, anyone at all, whether it be Lu Lingxi or Director Chen or their ilk, any of them might have talked to Luan Yulin about law and morality, but this was Bai Lian, the Bai Lian who had once slain countless pirates with her own hands. Did she need a reason to harm someone? Luan Yulin, who had always believed Bai Lian wouldn't dare to touch him, felt fear for the first time. He burst out, Do you know who's backing me, huh? Backter Street, Qinglong Bar. The glass Bai Lian was pressing paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. Luan Yulin licked his lips, mistakenly thinking Bai Lian was scared. You know about young Master Mao from Backter Street, right? Child? The old lady came over, tugging at Bai Lian's clothes. Let's just go. Before she could finish, Mao Kuan immediately jumped up, pointing at Luan Yulin in disbelief. Damn it, when have I ever known you? Don't fucking frame me. Then he hopped in front of Bai Lian almost in tears. Sis, I really don't know him. Where did this jerk come from, daring to frame his white tank top? All right. Bai Lian stood up, looking disdainfully at his spineless state, and brushed off her sleeves carelessly, speaking unhurriedly. Take him back and deal with him properly. Seeing Bai Lian's trust in him, Mao Kuan was particularly moved. Then he turned to look at Luan Yulin as if he were looking at a dead man. Luan Yulin looked at Bai Lian and then at Mao Kuan, and after realizing something, his complexion turned deathly pale suddenly. The next day. Su En's temporary residence. Early in the morning, Ji Mulan shared with Su En the good news about Xinqing's surgery. It was actually a success? Su En, just learning of Xinqing's successful surgery, was quite surprised. Do you know who did it? Which hospital's doctor? The assistant recalled the old man in flowery shorts from the day before. Luck? The assistant pondered briefly. That old man didn't look like a surgeon at all. Otherwise, the assistant wouldn't know how to explain it. He wasn't familiar with medicine, but judging by that old man's disco-era vibes, he really didn't seem like a serious surgeon. Su En appeared thoughtful. Ji Mulan said nothing. That Airbus ACJ 350 yesterday? Su En suddenly remembered the incident. The phone rang once. It was a call from the Su family's main house in Jianghu, and the caller was old Madame Su. You didn't come to an agreement with Mr. Luan? You know him, Su En replied, falling silent for a moment. The Ji family would have reservations. Su En, you're truly blinded by that woman. On the other side of the phone, the old lady tapped her cane. With such a golden opportunity like Backter Street, you want work with him? You've accomplished nothing in Xianxia. Wait until you come back for the shareholders' meeting and see how they'll override you. And that woman and her daughter, don't even think about them stepping through the Su family's door. The old lady hung up the phone with a snap. Her voice was loud, and the assistant and Ji Mulan heard everything very clearly. The assistant bowed his head, acting as if he hadn't heard. Ji Mulan still sat upright, her expression unchanged. Don't mind it. Su En patted Ji Mulan's hand, then knit his brows. The assistant glanced at Ji Mulan, worried. If Mr. Lun's case can't proceed, we truly have no other option but to return to Jianghu. If Master Qin can make a move, I haven't even met Master Qin. Su En held his forehead, his head throbbing, and spoke wearily. Let's not talk about this now. Later, he'll see if Miss Su can ask Master Qin for help on my behalf. Ji Mulan could not fail to understand the look in the assistant's eyes. Yet it was precisely because of Ji Xiaojun and Xinqing that she also felt uneasy. She couldn't advise Su En to cooperate with Mr. Luan, could she? At that moment, a security guard brought someone in. Mr. Su, a classmate named Bai is here to see you. Alien? Su En looked up, surprised to see the figure clad in blue and white school uniform, carrying a black bag. How did you find this place? He hadn't given Bai Lian the address. On second thought, it must have been Ji Heng who told her. Today, Bai Lian appeared carefree and casual, starkly different from the night before. They'll just ask something and leave. Bai Lian didn't sit down. She slung her backpack over one shoulder, holding a document in her hand, slowly rolling it up and tapping it against her palm. I remember you're also vying for the development rights to the Yongfu residential area. How much resettlement compensation would you offer them? Ji Mulan seldom spoke with Bai Lian these days. But at this moment she was distraught over old Madame Zu's remarks. The tourism businesses in Xianxia couldn't take off, and Suan was too affected. Now Bai Lian had to touch on what was causing them pain. It was as if she was deliberately rubbing salt in their wounds. What are you doing here instead of going to school? You don't understand these things. What's the use of asking so many questions so specifically? Ji Mulan looked at Bai Lian, her patience running out. She had explained the Bai family's business to Bai Lian countless times. Bai Lian hadn't absorbed a single word. It's fine, it's nothing that can't be mentioned, Suan said. Although he felt a little sore, he still gave Bai Lian a number. I was planning to apply early to the authorities, but Mr. Luen got the jump on us and obtained the demolition rights first. It doesn't matter. Bai Lian didn't even acknowledge Ji Mulan, listening to the number Suan gave, which was a bit more than Ji Xian's estimate. She stopped the tapping against her palm and with a lazy look in her eyes, she spoke in a particularly disdainful tone. From now on, it's yours. She handed the rolled-up document to Suan. Chapter 198, 074 Mysterious and Hidden, Wang who is good at dealing with aftermath This is... Suan reached out, his hand trembling slightly as he took the document Bai Lian handed over. He seemed to have some realization of what it was. Bai Lian didn't say a word, only waiting for him to take it. Without looking at Ji Mulan, she calmly turned and left the room. Suan reacted and followed her. Let me drive you to school. His place was quite far from Xianxia No. 1 middle school. No need. Bai Lian casually waved her hand behind her, brisk and efficient. There's a car waiting for me outside. She disappeared at the front door. Suan's assistant approached and he couldn't help but glance at the document in Suan's hand. President Su, what Miss Bai gave you is... Ji Mulan also found it strange. Suan looked down, opened the document. On the outside of the folder was the official seal of the Xianxia Demolition Authority, and on the seal was a line of red regular script, Yongfu Community Housing Demolition Permit. A permit? Wasn't it taken by President Liu? The assistant exclaimed as if a thunderclap had gone off above his head. Suan stared at that line of text, piecing it together with what Bai Lian said. He too was in a daze for a moment. In business, what counts is the differential in information. Suan initially possessed information far superior to others, but he hadn't expected someone like President Liu to emerge from Bakhtur Street and get hold of the demolition permit before anyone else. Suan then began to consider partnering with President Liu. After the incident at the Ji family, he thought he no longer had any chance to cooperate. But today Bai Lian had brought the demolition permit to him. How did the certificate end up with her? Ji Mulan regained her senses too, as she too knew what the permit meant for Suan, but her mind was in turmoil. So does that mean you can plan for fundraising now? In Ji Mulan's eyes, Bai Lian had never been obedient or diligent, always up to no good except for serious matters. But wasn't it said that only if Miss Su found that Mr. Chen could there possibly be a chance? How did Bai Lian get it? How did she get it? Her mind was in chaos, for the first time feeling like she didn't understand Bai Lian. We can start fundraising now, go inform President Liu. Suan exhaled, the frustration that had been building in his heart dissipating, instructing his assistant. Also, prepare some nourishing gifts. We're heading to the hospital right away. Going to the hospital naturally meant visiting Xinqing. Ji Mulan was surprised by Suan's attitude. The fact that Suan could arrange a doctor and a hospital bed for Xinqing was already beyond Ji Mulan's expectations. Now that he had obtained the demolition rights, Suan should be 100 times busier than before, yet he was going to see Xinqing right now? Zu's assistant immediately made arrangements. Looking up to see Ji Mulan's puzzled expression, the assistant paused briefly. Ji Mulan was unfamiliar with the situation in Jianghu and the circumstances of Bakhtur Street. Of course, it was hard for the average person to understand. Before this, Ji Mulan, like most people, had never heard of Bakhtur Street. But Zu's assistant knew that Vermilion Bird Bank headquarters, Asia's largest auction house, fighting arenas, and the most well-informed bars were all on Bakhtur Street. Obtaining the demolition permit from President Liu of Bakhtur Street, both Suan and his assistant recognized one thing: Bai Lian was definitely not as simple as she seemed. Suan put the document away, and as he was about to go upstairs, he hesitated. Mulan, he said, looking at Ji Mulan, I think you've always been very gentle and accommodating to people, but your attitude towards Alien is problematic. She is your daughter. She might understand you, but constantly keeping a bad mood for family can chill hearts over time. Outside the Su family home. By the roadside, a silver-gray car lingered. Bai Lian opened the passenger door. Jianghu lay, his left elbow resting on the half-lowered window, the morning sun spilling carelessly over his slightly cold face, looked at her as she got in the car, reached out, paused his Bluetooth earpiece and seemed surprised. That was quick. Went in and left. Bai Lian closed the car door, fastened her seat belt, and then took out her phone, opening an app. The Calligraphy Association is recruiting now. You don't need to go there tonight. Jianghu started the car, remembering this. He'll stop by on my way later. Bai Lian had plans to visit Xianxia at the hospital in the evening. Hearing this, Bai Lian had no objections. Her eyelashes slightly lowered, she browsed the app methodically. As soon as she opened the app, a barrage of messages flooded in. She glanced at them. Most were internal messages along with a few from people following her. Internal message: Hello, your answer has been included in the reference answers. Chapter 199, 074 Mysterious and Hidden. Wang, who is good at dealing with aftermath _2 site message. Hello, your answer has been included in the reference answers. Site message: Hello, your answer has been included in the reference answers. Whenever Bai Lian encountered a chemistry problem, she skipped it. She did the biology questions she knew but skipped those she didn't. She tackled every single physics and math problem without missing a single one, and sent the ones she couldn't solve to teacher Jiang. Her solutions were always easier to understand than Jianghu's, and her handwriting was more standardized than his. Almost every physics and math question she answered was collected by the system as the correct answer. Can this thing be blocked? She looked at the incessant messaging alerts and while at a red light showed her phone screen to Jianghu. It's so annoying. She had already blocked messages from strangers. Every time she seriously worked on problems, the site's messages would suddenly pop up. She had been busy recently and had not logged into the app, so the notifications were even more frequent. Jianghu glanced at it and immediately understood. He'll send you a plugin later. Who wouldn't be annoyed by site messages? Young Master Jiang had once written a blocking plugin specifically because of the site messages. When they arrived at school, Bai Lian got out of the car with her backpack and waved goodbye. She was tall, and the bulky school uniform looked unusually slim on her. Not far away, Xianxia and the rest of class 15 just spotted Bai Lian. He was tall and smiling. Is your aunt okay now? Yes. Bai Lian tilted her head, glanced at him and slowly spoke. That's good. I just saw Sister Yan's Weibo when I woke up early. She's coming back to Xianxia for promotion. Good things come in pairs. Xianxia nodded. He reached out, wanting to pat Bai Lian's shoulder in a buddy-like manner. Suddenly he felt a chill down his spine, which brought goosebumps to his arms. Xianxia quickly withdrew his hand. Hiss, my mom wouldn't be cursing me with voodoo dolls, right? Even that won't help me score 60. Jianghu leaned casually against the back of the driver's seat. Only after the group of students disappeared into the school gate did he leisurely press his Bluetooth headset. Continue. On the other side, Director Chen hesitated. That Mr. Lu's VIP room, there's a surveillance camera. Now his family has come looking. Jianghu. Miss Bai really didn't understand that there are things like surveillance cameras these days. He started the car, drove into the stream of people, found a clear space to stop and said very calmly, now there isn't. What? Director Chen didn't understand. Jianghu reached out, took a laptop from the back seat. His pale fingers pressed the power button, and Jianghu said indifferently, I'm saying the surveillance, it's gone now. Director Chen got it immediately. Oh, okay. Xianxia Hospital. Evening. When Bai Lian brought Jianghu to visit Xianxia, Dr. Lance had already arrived earlier to check on the patient. Xianxia was doing well. She had been transferred from the ICU in the afternoon and was now in the VIP ward. Learning that Dr. Lance was the surgeon for Xianxia, Jianghu showed great respect. He poured Dr. Lance a glass of water. Dr. Lance, please have some water. Dr. Lance was wearing a floral shirt that day. His sunglasses were tucked into his collar while he reviewed the nurse's rounds record for Xianxia. Upon hearing this he looked up. No, I don't want water, I want Wuxia. Jianghu was startled. He thought Dr. Lance was speaking English and called Ji Xiaojun over. Ji Xiaojun had just woken up from a nap this morning and was feeling refreshed. He also had great respect for Dr. Lance. Dr. Lance, what did you say? Something about he? Chia ka chia. Dr. Lance held the rounds record in one hand and gestured with the other. He chia chia. I want he chia. This was quite a challenge for Ji Xiaojun. Chia. He tentatively looked at Dr. Lance. Yes, chia. Dr. Lance excitedly explained, making a drinking motion. Water? No. I don't want it. Jianghu, using all his knowledge, still couldn't understand what Dr. Lance was saying, so he suggested to Ji Xiaojun, you should check if he chia is some kind of drink. Okay. Ji Xiaojun took out his phone and searched for Dr. Lance. When Bai Lian arrived, Ji Xiaojun was still at a loss. Bye. Dr. Lance stood up, waving his hands at Bai Lian. Bai Lian had exchanged greetings with Dr. Lance and saw Ji Xiaojun searching cluelessly, so she raised an eyebrow and asked a question. Ji Xiaojun was showing Bai Lian his phone and explaining the Heiress situation, still frustrated at not being able to find anything. Uncle, Bai Lian was silent for a long while, then looked up somewhat speechlessly. He means he wants to drink tea. Finally hearing the words he wanted to hear, Dr. Lance quickly looked up again excitedly saying, Yeah, that's Xianxia. Chapter 200, 074 Mysterious and Hidden. Wang, who is good at dealing with aftermath _3, he had been studying Chinese for a while now, and his typing was fine, but when he spoke he found every word awkward. Ji Xiaojun, Jianghu. Both were very silent. Ji Xiaojun silently went to make tea for Dr. Lance with the leaves brought by Director Qin, earning himself a thumbs up from Lance. Xianxia hadn't woken up yet, but her vital signs were all good. Bai Lian sat beside Xianxia and casually placed her hand on her pulse. Dr. Lance, holding a teacup, stood aside and after the previous incident felt his Chinese wasn't good enough, switched back to English. Is this the Chinese medicine pulse-taking thing you're doing? Bai Lian withdrew her hand as Xianxia's pulse was steady. She exhaled slowly and said leisurely to Ji Xiaojun, Auntie will wake up tomorrow morning. Ji Xiaojun was eating beside them. When he heard Bai Lian speak he thought she was just trying to comfort him. Alright, it's okay, you don't need to worry about me. Jianghu had stayed here for a whole day and night, would go back with Bai Lian in the evening, and bring food for Ji Xiaojun the next morning. Dr. Lance also followed Bai Lian downstairs. Acupuncture, give me acupuncture. It's acupuncture. Bai Lian corrected. The next day, morning. Ji Mulan and Su En routinely came to the hospital to see Xianxia. You two are busy, you don't need to come every day. Jianghu's attitude towards Su En had improved quite a bit. He then told Ji Xiaojun, wash the fruit Xiaoqun bought last night. Ji Xiaojun went to wash the fruit. The two of them were grateful to Su En, but didn't feel too close to him. Ji Mulan looked at the fruit Ji Xiaojun washed and placed there, and at Jianghu's attitude towards Su En, which was not even as good as that towards Xiaoqun, who was only mentioned verbally. I still have to go sign a contract with Director Liu. Su En was aware of this and didn't plan to overstay his welcome with the family. I will come again tomorrow. After people left, Ji Mulan looked at Jianghu and said with an uncertain tone, You are not even as nice to us as that Xiaoqun. She hadn't figured it out. When she left Xianxia she didn't know that Jianghu had an old friend who was fond of fishing. Jianghu frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Ji Xiaojun, who was sitting by the bed, suddenly pressed the emergency bell, excitedly saying, Nurse. Nurse, she's opening her eyes. Because Xianxia had woken up. A bunch of doctors and nurses came again, and the entire ward was crowded with people. Jianghu stood aside, no longer paying attention to Ji Mulan, just watching Xianxia on the bed, suddenly remembering what Bai Lian had said the night before, that Xianxia would wake this morning. Did she really wake up? A coincidence? For the first time he felt a bit uncertain about his granddaughter, shrouded in mystery. Ji Mulan didn't want a crowd with so many people. Just then her cell phone rang in her bag. She took it out as she walked out. It was a call from Beiqing. Hello. Mulan, it's me. On the other end of the phone was a woman's voice. Ji Mulan stood in the middle of the hallway pausing, her voice growing distant. Mrs. Song. The person on the line laughed softly, her voice very gentle. You've been out of touch for the past 2 years? Just say what you want to say. Ji Mulan pressed the elevator button and scoffed. You don't have to beat around the bush. All right then. On the phone Mrs. Song casually snipped off branch tips from a potted plant and threw the scissors aside. Do you know that Bai Lian has left the Bai family? The elevator doors opened but Ji Mulan didn't get on. At those words, the chill in her eyes deepened. Hearing no reply, Mrs. Song understood and thought for a moment. You know, Song Min and Bai Lian never got along since they were kids. Talking about her son, Mrs. Song's voice became considerably softer. The two of them have different interests. Song Min has always liked research and he's going to Jianghu University to be in a lab. The one who actually matches his interest is Xiaoqi. Mrs. Song stopped there, paused, and didn't continue mentioning Bai Xiaoqi to Ji Mulan. That's why Mr. Bai also agreed to annul their engagement. Ji Mulan had always been quite satisfied with Song Min's family background and talents. Mrs. Song talking about annulling the engagement now, Ji Mulan was all too clear about her intentions. Wasn't it just to ally with that illegitimate daughter? Anything else? Ji Mulan asked. You know about the jade pendant that was given when those two got engaged, Mrs. Song said, her voice growing much colder, but Bai Lian has always been reluctant to return it, not taking our calls. Chapter 201. 075 Divine Picker emerges from nowhere. Annulment of engagement, second update. Undersuan, isn't it normal for her not to answer your calls? Ji Mulan sneered, it's not that she doesn't want to pay, she's blacklisted you. Bai Lian had even blacklisted her number, would she answer a call from the Song family? Madame Song was taken aback by Ji Mulan's words. You should go and ask her for the money yourself. Ji Mulan stepped into the elevator, handing Ji Hing's phone number to Madame Song. I can't manage her now. Having said that, she snapped the phone shut with a click. Beiqing Song family. Madame Song looked at the hung-up phone in surprise. A short distance away. Bai Xiaoqi was discussing problems with Song Min. She still hasn't done this problem? Bai Xiaoqi put down her pen looking at a person's homepage. The problem was released 2 days ago, how has she not done it yet? What's the matter? Madame Song walked over asking with a smile. Auntie, it's this. Bai Xiaoqi opened the smartphone app and showed her account to Madame Song. Madame Song looked down, it was the blue app of Jianghu University. Beiqing High School had 10 spots, and both Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min had earned theirs on their own merits. On the bottom left corner of the public screen, a bunch of prodigies were buzzing. Day 4 without seeing the godlike Bai Jian, missing her. I wish the god Jian logs on today. Forget it, you bunch of useless things, none of you can solve it. An elder with a long history leisurely lit a cigarette. It's like seeing the scene of Emperor L slaughtering through the app years ago. Xiaoqi, you're actually ranked over 300, you will definitely get into Jianghu University. Madame Song was very satisfied with Bai Xiaoqi, inevitably noticing the name that kept popping up on the public screen. Bai Jian? Who is this person? She emerged out of nowhere this month. I don't know why she's only ranked a little over 100, but her physics and mathematics are terrifying. Bai Xiaoqi explained softly to Madame Song. Everyone on the app calls her the god Jian. Song Min also added, uncommonly, her physics and math solutions are clearer than the standard answers, and every time a problem is released, we are waiting for her analysis, but she has been online very seldom recently. Is that so? Madame Song was very surprised as she was quite familiar with the app. Then she will definitely get into Jianghu University. Next to them, Song Min narrowed his eyes slightly, not responding. His fingertips tapped lightly on the smartphone screen. On the screen there was a private message he had sent to Bai Jian a few days ago. Hey god Jian, you haven't been doing problems recently, are you busy with something? It had been unread all this while. After Bai Xiaoqi went home, Madame Song looked at Song Min, pondering for a moment. Come with me to Xianxia this weekend. What for? Song Min was scrolling through the app, not finding anything new, so he turned off his phone. To inquire about the mining news, Madame Song picked up her coffee. And have you forgotten that the jade pendant is still with Bai Lian? Seeking Bai Lian for the jade pendant was an added task. After all, Bai Lian wasn't worth them making a special trip to Xianxia. Upon hearing this, Song Min did not ask any further questions. How is Xiaoqi doing with her Guzheng lessons? Madame Song remembered this matter, in planning to take her to Jianghu at the end of the year. Madame Song was from Jianghu. She made this decision after knowing that Bai Xiaoqi had learned to play the Guzheng and could even play the melody in white. Based on this, she had cut off contact with Bai Lian. Quite well, Song Min spoke up. Rarely do we see someone with good grades who still finds time to practice the instrument. Madame Song was quite satisfied. If she could also write in the Liang style, that old gentleman would surely like her even more. Song Min shook his head. Not anyone can master that. That's true. Madame Song felt she could not be too harsh. Xianxia. Suan was hosting a meeting. He extended his hand, greeting the two people in front of him one by one. Xiao Lu, Miss Yen Lu, I look forward to our pleasant cooperation. Xiao Lu was a slightly overweight middle-aged man with a smile like Maitreya Buddha. Not resembling a businessman but more like a philanthropist. Yen Lu had black wavy hair and bright red lips, dressed in a black long dress. She looked at Suan's hand but did not take it. Suan was taken aback. Yen Lu, what are you dazing out for? The manager behind her forced a smile. Hurry up and shake hands with Mr. Su? She reached out and pinched Yen Lu's waist. Mr. Su, Yen Lu is a bit shy. Xiao Lu also gave Yen Lu a smile, saying gently, when she was little, she used to be very obedient. Yen Lu shook hands with Su En indifferently. After signing the contract, Yen Lu left the building with a dark expression and found a restroom. What's wrong with you? Didn't Xiao Lu say that Mr. Su is an influential figure, and you dared not reciprocate when he offered a handshake? Her manager scolded her from behind. "We finally got this opportunity, and you could have been cast in the great eternal prosperity with just a handshake, breaking away from being a third-tier Xianming." Chapter 202, 075 Divine Picker emerges from nowhere. Annulment of engagement, second update. _2 Yen Lu turned on the faucet without a word, continuously scrubbing her right hand. Scrubbing until it was nearly red. Her manager paused, then said helplessly, "How many times have you been criticized for your OCD? Can't you try to change it?" "I can't change it." Yen Lu pulled out a piece of paper, dried her hands, then put on her mask and left. "It's one thing for industry peers," the manager said solemnly, "but Mr. Su is no joke. Even President Lu holds him in high esteem, haven't you noticed? Try to avoid this kind of situation next time." Yen Lu nodded, "I'll try my best." In Xianxia No. 1 High School, it was the second monthly exam of the weekend. Sunday morning. The last exam was comprehensive science. Once Bai Lian wrote the last word, she picked up her pen and immediately left the examination hall. The teacher glanced at the test paper in hand, then at Bai Lian, who casually picked up her pen, neatly folded the almost unused school-supplied paper, and stuffed it into her pocket before leaving. He looked especially disheveled. "No, you only brought 2 pens for a science exam? There's no need to be so arrogantly unprepared. You handed in your paper early?" Xianxia's came out of the last exam room and saw Bai Lian. Bai Lian put on her earphones to listen to the English listening test, glanced at him and mercilessly burst his bubble. "You didn't know how to do physics and handed in a blank paper? You're doomed." Xianxia's cursed under his breath. "I wrote something. If guessing on multiple choice questions counts as writing, then you did right." Bai Lian withdrew her gaze. Xianxia's was speechless. Such a perverted question, aside from you, who could answer it? While they were talking, Ning Xiao, who had finished his paper early, came down from another floor and unexpectedly initiated conversation. "What?" Xianxia's. He chose to isolate these 2 people. Bai Lian wasn't going to the library today but to take another bus, walking a little further with the 2 of them. Ahead was the moat that split open and flowed around the city gate. On the small bridge, a woman with sunglasses stood with both hands on the railing, looking at the somewhat tumultuous river. Her long hair fell behind her back, curling with a lazy grace. Her jawline was sharp, her face pale as jade, dressed in a blue long t-shirt, white boots, and wearing a black leather jacket over it. "Yen Lu." Xiangshi's eyes lit up and he ran excitedly towards her. Yen Lu's hands paused. She turned her head back and seeing Xiangshi's removed her sunglasses. "Don't you have an exam today?" "I finished early." Xiangshi's didn't really want to answer that question, so he opened his backpack, took out a snow-white iris and handed it to Yen Lu. "Oh right, my mom wants you to come over for dinner tonight." Yen Lu reached out to take the iris, its clusters white as snow. "Got it," she said, touching a petal and strangely glancing at Xiangshi's. "Why do you always give me irises?" "They suit you." Yen Lu glanced at him and smiled non-committally. Her gaze moved forward and hesitated upon seeing Bai Lian. "Is that your classmate?" "Yeah," said Xiangshi's very smugly with some pride. "Our Ning scholar," and Bai Lian the school belle, cutting a swath through everyone. Holding the flower, Yen Lu looked towards Ning Xiao and Bai Lian as they approached. It was Sunday today. Bai Lian wore a white and green long dress, with a meticulously tailored white collared shirt embroidered with green grape bunches and deep brown vines. The white-green gradient dress had a wide hem that swung gently with her footsteps, revealing the green and purple grapes as well as the emerald leaves embroidered into the dress by Jianghu. Such beautiful clothes. But the girl's face was even more striking. Her almond-shaped eyes, pretty and lazy, squinted slightly, and the sunlight shining on her jaw was like light reflecting off ice and snow. "Your classmate is so beautiful." Even Yen Lu, accustomed to the many handsome men and beautiful women of the entertainment industry, was stunned by this sudden surge of beauty. "Of course." Xianxia spoke, then introduced Yen Lu to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. With the flowers in hand, Yen Lu said to Bai Lian, "Classmate, if my agent saw you, he'd definitely force you into the entertainment circle. If you entered the circle, you'd be a hit anywhere you went." After exchanging greetings, Xiangshi's wanted to take Yen Lu for a walk, so he said to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, "Yen Lu was just enjoying the scenery. I'll take her for a stroll, we want to accompany you too." Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, enjoying the scenery? She somehow felt Yen Lu was more inclined to jump off the bridge. In a coffee shop in downtown Xianxia, as soon as Bai Lian got off the bus, she saw Jianghu waiting there. Jianghu was wearing a black long coat, talking to Director Chen. "After they get discharged from the hospital in a while, Well, go fishing. Chapter 203. 075 Divine Picker emerges from nowhere. Annulment of engagement, second update. Under Hui, how is your sister-in-law feeling? Director Qin hadn't visited Xinqing today. He only dropped Jianghu off here. I see Brother Ji has been in good spirits these past 2 days. Not bad, Jianghu replied, looking down and taking a drag from his cigarette. It was only when he saw Bai Lian get out of the car that he said, "She's here now, you don't have to wait with me anymore." Miss Bai, Director Qin straightened up as he saw Bai Lian. He called Jianghu uncle and Ji Xiaojun brother. And he still called Bai Lian Miss Bai. After all, everyone addressed each other in their own way. Standing 2 steps away, Bai Lian looked through the glass and saw the elegantly dressed Madame Song. As Jianghu walked over, she listened to an English recording and asked, "What do you want to see her for?" "Don't ask." Jianghu exhaled a cloud of smoke, his voice unclear. He stubbed out his cigarette before entering the coffee shop. Sitting by the window inside the coffee shop, Madame Song was sitting upright. She had been holding her coffee and had noticed Jianghu and Director Qin at the door for some time. Jianghu was wearing the kind of traditional Chinese attire he made himself, the very picture of a common man from Xianxia. Madame Song hadn't paid much attention until Bai Lian walked in with Jianghu. Only then did she realize that this man was likely Bai Lian's grandfather, Ji Mulan's father. "Mr. Ji, hello." Madame Song greeted Jianghu very politely, inviting both to sit across from her and ordering coffee for them. "Bai Ao will drink, right?" "No need," Bai Lian said, sitting next to Jianghu, tapping her fingertips on the table. "Just speak directly to me if you have something to say." "Song Min hasn't arrived yet," said Madame Song, somewhat embarrassed. She had called Song Min, speaking in a low voice. "Alien and her grandfather are here. Where are you?" At the other end of the phone, Song Min hesitated before replying, "I was discussing a topic with Xiaoqi and forgot. Give me 10 minutes. Madame Song had long been aware that Song Min wasn't very concerned about matters regarding Bai Lian. She looked up, helplessly explaining to Jianghu and Bai Lian. Jianghu had always been a man of few words. He set his pipe on the table, grunted in acknowledgement and said no more. Bai Lian glanced at Jianghu, and seeing that he was still waiting, she closed her reading app and sent a message back to Lance on WeChat. Only then did she open an app, took a pen and a neatly folded piece of paper from the hidden pocket of her long skirt, and began to work on a question. A newly released question on optical physics. Not overly difficult, she glanced at it, quickly sketched the refraction angles on the paper, and began writing down the solution at a measured pace. Jianghu watched from the side. She never used a ruler when she drew. By the time Song Min arrived, Bai Lian had just finished writing. She was taking a photo of the analysis she had completed. "He's here." Madame Song stood, allowing Song Min to come over, then turned to introduce him to Jianghu. "This is my son." Jianghu looked up, turning his attention to Song Min. He had heard from Ji Mulan the previous night that Bai Lian was quite fond of this young man. Today he was here to see for himself. Song Min, tall and long-legged, sat next to Madame Song, making the space feel a bit cramped. His demeanor was cold and he only spared Jianghu a glance. "Hello." As for Bai Lian, he didn't even look at her. He just casually took out his phone and lowered his head to open a question bank. Outside. Director Qin hadn't left yet. He was waiting here, ready to take Bai Lian and Jianghu back later. When he looked up, he saw Song Min sitting opposite Bai Lian, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly took a photo and sent it to Jianghu Lai. "Not good, young Master Jiang. Miss Bai is on a blind date." Song Min is using the Jianghu University app. He prefers to solve problems online and is even ranked in the top 50 for this month, said Madame Song to Jianghu, smiling as she spoke. Song Min had always been someone to be proud of. However, the 2 people across from her had no reaction. Madame Song paused, then shook her head. Jianghu probably didn't know what that was, and as for Bai Lian, she previously tried to cheat her way to getting that spot but didn't succeed, so she likely didn't understand what the ranking meant. "This is the situation, Mr. Ji." Madame Song decided to be direct. "The children were previously engaged and we gave Alien a jade pendant. Now that the engagement has been called off, do you think the jade pendant should be returned? I know it was the Song family's fault for breaking off the engagement, and this is our compensation." She pushed forward a bank card. Now that Bai Lian had left the Bai family, seeing her with her grandfather, they must need money. Jianghu didn't say a word, nor did he look at the bank card, simply turning his head to gaze at Bai Lian. Bai Lian was busy uploading her answer to the app. On hearing this, she slightly raised her head. The light came through the window and fell upon her face, lending her marble-like complexion an extra hint of rosy allure. However, her dark eyes were clearly puzzled. Jade pendant? She searched her mind for this detail, trying to recall the jade pendant. Bai Lian remained silent, and no sound came from the coffee table. Madame Song put down her coffee cup and quietly watched Bai Lian, knowing that today it would be difficult to get the jade pendant back. Song Min finally looked up directly at Bai Lian for the first time. What exactly do you want this time to give up the jade pendant? Another million in compensation? Or perhaps I could try my best to talk to the school authorities and help you apply for a spot on the Jianghu University app. How about that? Would you hand over the jade pendant then? Chapter 204. 076, Jianshan has already been very law-abiding. _1 Song Min was the biggest dark horse at Beiqing High School in recent years. His rank was closing in on Jianghu. If he stepped forward to negotiate with the school, there was a very good chance they would vie for this spot. Of course, as the negotiator, Song Min would also assure the school of his rank in the next joint exam. Song Min didn't want to keep entangled with Bai Lian like this. He knew that Bai Lian had always coveted this spot, so he threw her this irresistible bait directly. Jianghu was unaware of the matter regarding the jade pendant. When he received the call from Mrs. Song, she was afraid that mentioning the jade pendant to Jianghu would give Bai Lian an excuse not to come, so she deliberately concealed it. He thought he was here to meet Song Min today. Only when Song Min spoke up did he realize the intention of the two people from the Song family. Jianghu, who was usually silent and reticent, suddenly stood up, burning with rage. What do you mean by this? Bai Lian was still thinking about the jade pendant. Seeing Jianghu stand up, she hurriedly followed suit, patting his back and trying to soothe him. Grandpa, don't be angry. Mrs. Song across from them was also taken aback. How could she have expected that what seemed to be an honest and simple old man from the 18th tier Xianxia could burst into such a formidable aura when agitated? Even stronger than many others she had met. Mr. G, Mrs. Song hesitated inwardly but put away her contempt. Please don't be angry. This is a matter between the Song and Bai families, and Mr. Bai has already given his consent. It would be one thing to give you anything else, but this jade pendant is an heirloom of the Song family. We have come with enough sincerity to reclaim it, and I will agree to any conditions you put forth. At this point, Mrs. Song felt somewhat of a headache. Of course, except for the engagement. You know, Alien has left the Bai family, and our Song Min will certainly not stay in Beiqing in the future. They are simply not suitable for each other. Of course, I hope you will cooperate while I am still able to speak to you reasonably. Otherwise, Mrs. Song cut straight to the point with a smile. She didn't spell it out, but what she implied was that Bai Lian was simply not worthy of Song Min. The gap between them was too wide. She was able to speak kindly to the Ji family now, but if she lost patience, the Song family could enforce their will directly, and Bai Lian would get nothing. Powerful families always stress equal social standing. If Bai Lian herself had a bit more merit, Mrs. Song might have reconsidered, but unfortunately she did not. Next to Mrs. Song, Song Min was watching Bai Lian with indifference, his eyes devoid of any emotion. You too, Bai Lian, having calmed Jianghu, turned her head. Her appearance was always deceiving, and now as she faced them with suppressed eyebrows and a compelling presence, she smiled at them and said languidly, if your brains are bad that's fine, but make sure to keep yourselves healthy, otherwise you might die too soon. Outside the window. Director Qin shuddered at Bai Lian's, you two figure out who I should shark next smile. Perhaps, it wasn't a meeting for a marriage arrangement? After Bai Lian left the Bai family, this was the first time Song Min had seen her, and her temperament and everything else were too different from the person he remembered. Especially that sentence. Song Min frowned at Bai Lian, annoyed by her sarcastic tone. You, what about me? Bai Lian casually slipped a black pen into her pocket, walked out of her seat, let Jianghu go out first and lifted her pale, cold chin. If I had that jade pendant I would have surely burned it for you already, but since I don't, there's no chance for me to do so. After all, the peaceful and friendly modern era barely gave Miss Bai any chance to show her mettle. Living within the law was already very compliant. So what if she was a little less civil, a bit more insulting? The two members of the Song family hadn't yet processed what she meant by burn. Oh right. Bai Lian had Jianghu leave first, casually tossing her phone in her hand, took a couple of steps, then stopped, and slightly turning her head, she curled her lips slightly towards the two. Your jade pendant is still at the Bai family. With some luck, you might find it in the trash can of the room where Miss Bai used to live. She, Mrs. Song, born into a prestigious family with an even more distinguished maternal family from Jianghu, had been taught noble etiquette since childhood, always held in high regard. Never before had she been subjected to such insults. Even the well-composed Mrs. Song trembled with anger at her lips. "Mother, she's always been like this," Song Min, both unsurprised and unexpected, given Bai Lian's reputation as a spoiled lady who mingled with ruffians daily, first asked the Bai family. Chapter 205. 076, Jianshan has already been very law-abiding. _2 He called the Bai family to confirm if what Bai Lian said was true. I had planned to speak a few good words for her to Bai Qiming when I returned. Mrs. Song took a sip of coffee, calming her anger, but now it seems, there's no need for me to do so. Outside. Director Qin had been looking down at his phone the entire time. When Bai Lian and Ji Heng came out, he hurriedly put his phone back in his pocket. "Miss Bai, Uncle Ji, are you two heading to the hospital?" Director Qin stepped forward, trying hard not to look at Bai Lian. Bai Lian shook her head. Facing the breeze, her attitude was somewhat lax. "I'm going to the east of the city." The eastern part of the city was closer to the suburbs because the Calligraphy Association was there, which was in a different direction than the hospital. Ji Heng needed to go to the hospital. Bai Lian decided to take the bus to the Calligraphy Association, while Director Qin chose to take Ji Heng. Only after Bai Lian left did Director Qin dare to ask Ji Heng what had just happened. That was Alien's former fiancée. Ji Heng frowned. He lit another cigarette, clearly displeased. They've broken off their engagement, and he came to ask Alien for the engagement jade pendant. Just mentioning Song Min made Ji Heng feel annoyed. He had originally thought Bai Lian liked her fiancé, since that's how Ji Mulan had described it. But luckily Bai Lian seemed to really dislike the Song family. "You don't need to take me, the hospital isn't far from here." Ji Heng took a couple puffs of his cigarette, settling his nerves. "I was planning to buy some embroidery thread on the way." He wanted to take a walk and cool down. He had bandaged his hand at the hospital ward, so when Ji Xiaojun went to teach students, he would embroider and keep him company by the bed. "Ah, okay." Director Qin nodded, still somewhat dazed. "Miss Bai was engaged?" "No, she broke off the engagement now?" "No, wait, how dare they break off Miss Bai's engagement?" He typed furiously, indignantly sending a flood of text to Jianghu Lai, Qin Yongkuan, asterisk and amp, % and amp, Yuan hashtag asterisk, Qin Yongkuan. In any case, he came to ask Miss Bai for the jade pendant. Qin Yongkuan was very angry. How dare he break off Miss Bai's engagement? Jiangshao, ? Qin Yongkuan withdrew a message. Qin Yongkuan, breaking it off was a good and brilliant move. Qin Yongkuan, fireworks, 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 fireworks. Seeing Jianghu Lai did not reply again, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Then he scrolled up through the chat history, wondering how he had dared to send so many words to Master Jiang. He took out his cigarette pack and drew out a cigarette to bite on, lighting it up and beginning to reflect on his own actions. Song Min and Mrs. Song also came out of the coffee shop. Confirmed, Song Min received a message from the Bai butler, his expression exceedingly surprised. Her jade pendant really wasn't taken. Even better, Mrs. Song nodded, still furious. As expected, the local conditions breed local people. Let's see what kind of splash she can make here. Director Qin exhaled a ring of smoke. Glancing over at the two, he said indifferently, "You two actually broke off Miss Bai's engagement? And who are you?" Song Min looked over. Director Qin smiled, "Just a passerby waiting to see your regret." After saying that, he took out his car keys and went to find his car. Song Min watched Director Chen's retreating figure, frowning slightly, feeling that the man had an unusual presence. "Mom, do you know that man?" He was just talking with Bai Lian's grandfather, a friend of her grandfather's. Mrs. Song hadn't taken a good look at Director Chen and didn't care. "Never mind, don't pay attention to them. They live here. It's hard for them to understand the outside world, difficult to comprehend our existence. In this society without a family background, rising to prominence is very hard. You should get along well with Xiaoqi," Mrs. Song said coolly. "Her brother is only a freshman and already has prospects for direct PhD admission. Although he's born illegitimately, it's not a big problem." The Song family was targeting Bai Xiaoke because, in terms of ability, Bai Xiaoke was even stronger than Song Min. As for the illegitimate child? Nowadays, illegitimate children also have rights to inheritance, so what about them? The Song family simply didn't care, let alone the fact that Bai Qiming had already divorced Ji Mulan. Song Min nodded, his mind preoccupied with Chief Chen's matter as he slightly furrowed his brow. Before he could think further, his phone beeped. He checked it and saw, on the Jiangjing app's public screen, it was refreshing with messages. God of Answers has updated the answer bank. Everyone go for it. Song Min's attention was captured. He stopped thinking about Chief Chen's matter and immediately opened this month's question bank. He had been stuck on one question for a long time. When the answer came out, he didn't continue working on it but chose to give up and carefully watched the updated answer. It was the familiar, neatly written font. There were drawings on top, and unlike the cold reference answer that only included drawings, this answer had detailed explanations next to it. Song Min seriously looked at the question, his gaze touching the edge of the reference answer where a corner of a black wooden desk had been captured in the shot. He was slightly startled, it seemed somewhat familiar. In the east of the city at the Calligraphy Association. When Bai Lian arrived, there were already 7 or 8 kids seated in the spacious courtyard. Jianghu was sitting alone in a corner, not practicing calligraphy, but holding a dictionary as big as his face, with his small brow furrowed. Xianxia was bending over to teach a student how to hold a pen. Seeing Bai Lian coming over, he lifted his head, and after carefully finishing the lesson with the student, he came over while scratching the back of his head. "Miss Bai." As he spoke, he shook his hand. He hadn't gotten used to the iridium tied to his hand for several days. After Bai Lian taught him how to practice his posture, he started addressing her respectfully as Miss Bai, especially when Jianghu was around. "The day before yesterday, I saw people from the martial arts gym next door come back." Xianxia mentioned a serious matter to Bai Lian, but he ignored me. "Everyone around says that the gym has been closed for 10 years. There used to be students there, but in the end they all went to Shuguang Taekwondo." Bai Lian looked at the place next door. Mao Kuan had also mentioned this before, and she nodded slightly. Xianxia led her inside to look at the newly arrived batch of brushes, ink, paper and inkstones. "I have a train tonight. He'll come back after getting a certificate from the school." He was a junior majoring in art at Beijing University and basically had no classes left. After touring the entire Calligraphy Association, Bai Lian taught a few children the essentials of studying calligraphy, then took Jianghu out to eat. The Calligraphy Association had a cafeteria. But for the large pot meals that Bai Lian could eat, the picky Jianghu could not. She found a small restaurant nearby, and after finishing their meal, she took Jianghu back to the library to continue searching for questions to practice. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were both there. "God of answers, Ning Xiao said you finished all the physics?" Bai Lian had just arrived when Tang Ming wouldn't let it go. Bai Lian picked up a few books from the shelf behind, and hearing the question, she raised her eyebrows at him. "Otherwise? Forget it." Tang Ming hadn't finished 2 questions today and sighed. "If this month's test is so difficult, what are we going to do about next week's joint exam?" "Joint exam?" Bai Lian put the books aside, hearing the word for the first time. She opened the app for Jianghu University, looking at Tang Ming. She signaled a question. Tang Ming nodded furiously, explaining to Bai Lian, "Yes, it's the midterm exam next week. Every midterm and final exam, all the high schools in Beijing use the same test paper. The teachers from Beijing make it, and the difficulty is extremely perverse, understand? Compared to next week's paper, what we had today is nothing. The questions from Beijing are difficult. Every midterm and final joint exam, I barely pass math. But there are a few crazies at Beijing High School, especially that one named Song Min." Tang Ming's resentment was deep. "Do you know? Last final, I got an 80 in math, he got 137. Even more than Ning the study god by a dozen points. To take an exam with those crazies from Beijing High School, what is that if not torture?" As he spoke, Tang Ming suddenly looked at Bai Lian. "Wait a second." Chapter 206. 077 Ginger TT is online. Dean Jian personally pays a visit. Second update. _1 Not just Xianxia, but schools from other areas in Beijing also face differences in resources compared to Beijing High School. Yet, Beijing didn't care about that. They only focused on making the test questions difficult, regardless of whether other areas could keep up. Even Tang Ming grumbled every time there was a joint exam. The top 100 rankings in Beijing were almost exclusively students from Beijing High School. But that was in the past. Watching Bai Lian, Tang Ming murmured, "I feel like there might be a surprise this time." Song Min? Bai Lian was actually surprised. Even people in Xianxia had heard of this name. Ning Xiao had obviously heard of it too and enlightened Bai Lian. "He's the leading candidate for the top scholar in our cohort in Beijing. A hexagonal warrior without any weak points." Tang Ming added and then looked at Bai Lian. "God of scavenging, if only your chemistry was a bit better, you might have been able to compete with him." Bai Lian nodded her head and continued to do practice questions. When Jianghu arrived, Bai Lian had just finished the questions from the new Jianghu University app and uploaded her answers. "Not busy today?" Bai Lian put down her pen, leaned lazily against the chair back and casually rubbed her wrist. Jianghu Lai placed the computer on the table, his expression as noble and indifferent as ever, his eyes naturally pale, and when hit by the sunlight, their cold light refracted, making him appear even more solitary. He sat down, crossing his legs with elegance. "It's all right, it's Sunday." Bai Lian felt nothing. But opposite her, Ning Xiao slowed down his writing considerably. Tang Ming didn't dare to lift his head, wanting to escape, so he stiffened his resolve and found an excuse. "I'm going down to buy everyone milk tea, what do you want?" Ning Xiao was very calm. "Coffee?" Bai Lian, with a lazy hand propping her chin, opened a book she had taken off the bookshelf called Machine Consciousness, and flipped through it. "Jiang Xiaoniao and I will have the cherry fruit tea." After saying this, she tilted her head slightly, asking on Tang Ming's behalf, "What would you like to drink?" Tang Ming had wanted to leave, but now he didn't. Inwardly he was drumming. No, did the young master Jiang seem like someone who would drink this kind of thing? Jianghu Lai's icy fingertips pressed the computer's power button, and without lifting his head, his tone was light as a breeze. "Jade pendant." What? Not just Tang Ming. Bai Lian didn't quite understand for a moment either. "Ah, okay, got it." Tang Ming stood up, dazed. He wasn't much into milk tea, and thinking it was some new kind of milk tea, he hastily made his escape downstairs. Why did he feel as if Jianghu Lai equated to a "you're dead" statement? "He'll go with you." Ning Xiao, feeling a sense of crisis, made a swift decision. It wasn't until they got downstairs that Ning Xiao and Tang Ming exchanged a look and then breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like they'd come back to life. But when Tang Ming asked about the jade pendant milk tea, the clerk was even more confused than him. Tang Ming knew then that something was wrong. He quickly took out his phone and sent Bai Lian a WeChat message for help. "Wait, what milk tea are you talking about?" Bai Lian, with her middle finger and index finger holding the pen, spun it in her hand, propped up her leg, raised an eyebrow and asked, "You scared Tang Ming to death?" Jianghu Lai glanced at her, the setting sun through the window offering little warmth, profiled his high nose from the side. He gazed at Bai Lian, his pale eyes deeper than usual, and didn't speak right away. "Fine then." Bai Lian spun her pen and was just about to reply to Tang Ming the same way. Young Master Jiang withdrew his gaze and continued to stare at the complex patterns on his computer screen, inquiring very politely, "Did you find your ex-fiancée's jade pendant, or do you need help looking for it?" His face was as cold and beautiful as always, showing little emotion. Bai Lian, "Thanks, but..." She hesitated for a moment before answering cautiously, "It shouldn't be necessary, I've returned it already." "Oh." Jianghu Lai's face remained cool. Bai Lian, touching her chin, took out her phone, typed a few characters to Tang Ming, thought for a moment and then showed Jianghu Lai. "So, is this okay?" Jianghu Lai took a glance at the unsent chat on Bai Lian's phone that read, "Cherry fruit tea, double the sugar for him, double the sugar?" Jianghu Lai glanced at the line and then silently looked at Bai Lian, his gaze lingering on her face for a long while. What exactly gave her the false impression that he liked double sugar? "It's fine." He nodded and looked away. Bai Lian sent the message and Tang Ming eagerly showed his urgent request to the clerk. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao returned with an array of drinks. First, they gave Bai Lian and Jianghe their drinks, and then with both hands, Tang Ming held out young Master Jiang's double-sugared drink. Of course, why would such a cold and aloof person like young Master Jiang actually like double sugar? Chapter 207. 077 Ginger TT is online, Dean Jin personally pays a visit, second update. _2 Tang Ming wouldn't dare make such a complaint. Jianghu Lai casually took a sip of his milk tea with one hand and inserted the straw nonchalantly, his expression serene. However, the hand holding the milk tea was pale and cold, seemingly colder than the iced milk tea itself. Bai Lian took a sip and observed him for a while before pulling out the test Ning Xiao was writing and slapped it down in front of Jianghu Lai. "Mr. Jiang, could you take a look at this problem?" Jianghu Lai's expression returned to that indifferent look. He bent down to look at the question. Then he explained it to Bai Lian. Ning Xiao, who was still in the posture of holding a pen, looked puzzled. Should he not be here? After finishing her problems, Bai Lian went to visit Xinqing in the evening. She would always avoid Ji Mulan and Su En. She didn't hide this fact, so Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun acted as if they didn't know. Sometimes when they were about to run into those two, they would inform Bai Lian in advance. But today Ji Mulan and Su En had already visited in the morning. Bai Lian didn't expect to bump into them just as they were coming out of the hospital in the evening. Due to the last incident, Ji Mulan had a complex look in her eyes upon encountering Bai Lian. Su En, on the other hand, greeted Bai Lian openly. Bai Lian tugged at her lips, the greeting perfunctory at best. Mao Kuan had been squatting at the hospital entrance waiting for Bai Lian. He didn't care about Suen at all. As soon as he saw Bai Lian, his eyes lit up. "Sister, the thing you wanted is ready." He handed her a cloth bag. Bai Lian unfolded it to find the plum blossom needles she had requested neatly arranged inside. Ji Mulan frowned instinctively at the sight of Mao Kun's blonde hair. She wanted to say something, to inquire about how the issue with the Song family was resolved that day, but this time she dared not speak. Suen gave her a glance before stepping forward, surprised. "Silver needles? What do you need these for?" "Dr. Lance wants to try our acupuncture." Bai Lian put the silver needles away, answering dismissively. She didn't talk much with the two of them and turned to head towards the inpatient department. Mao Kuan stood in place. Only after Bai Lian left did he take out a cigarette from his pocket, light it, and glare at Ji Mulan with a menacing look. "What are you looking at? Want to lose your life?" Mao Kuan, who could attract serious police attention and still dare to challenge the cops, only restrained himself in front of Bai Lian. "Other people? Do you think you would take them seriously?" Not to mention Ji Mulan, even Suen was startled by him. Once Mao Kuan left, Ji Mulan frowned. How come she makes these kinds of friends even after coming to Xianxia? Suen didn't speak, only remembering that night the gang of youths on motorcycles, the leader seemed to be this blonde guy. Xianxia's ward. Bai Lian arrived shortly after Lance did. He was talking with Jiheng. Lake is very beautiful." Lance pointed at Jiheng's robe and kept talking. "I'd like one too." "This, alcohol." Bai Lian entered holding the silver needles. After checking Xianxia's pulse, Bai Lian saw that Xianxia's ventilator hadn't been removed and there was a tube inserted in her nostrils. She couldn't speak, but it was clear that her spirits were good. Bai Lian was relieved. Lance kept chattering away and Bai Lian grew impatient. "Grandfather, just make one for him." She was somewhat puzzled. Jiheng shouldn't refuse such a request. He should be happy to oblige. Ji Xiaojun beside her almost laughed. He lowered his head, pointed at Lance's flamboyantly patterned shirt, and explained to Bai Lian, "Dr. Lance wants a robe in that kind of pattern." Bai Lian, that aesthetic sense was stepping on Jiheng's toes. She couldn't begin to picture a robe made with such patterned fabric. She didn't try to persuade Jiheng further. "He'll go back and make it for you." In the end, Jiheng agreed to make the clothes that might ruin his reputation. "It'll take about a week." "Fine." Lance clapped his hands. Jiheng didn't understand English. Lance spoke in broken Chinese when talking to him, but when talking to Bai Lian he switched back to English. Because Jiheng wouldn't mock him. But Bai Lian would tell him seriously that his accent sounded a bit like a gorilla. "Acupuncture today?" Lance saw the silver needles in her hands. Bai Lian drew out a needle and leisurely made gestures over his head, raising an eyebrow. "But I haven't done acupuncture in a long time, are you scared?" Lance thought Bai Lian was joking and bravely said, "Not afraid." He sat on the couch, waiting for Bai Lian to do the acupuncture. Bai Lian, holding the needle, stood behind him and found a spot on his head. Under the light, the plum blossom needle shone with a cold glint, quite dazzling. Chapter 208, 077 Ginger TT is online, Dean Jian personally pays a visit, second update, _3 Jiheng was startled by her, "Alien, what are you doing?" Without any hurry, Bai Lian precisely located the acupuncture point and inserted a needle, mouthing to Jiheng, experimenting. Jiheng. Every 5 minutes he would go and ask Dr. Lance, "Dr. Lance, are you all right?" "Okay, fine." "Dr. Lance, are you still?" Anticipating his question, Dr. Lance exclaimed, "Okay." "Dr. Lance, K. Lon, 1. Assured that Dr. Lance had survived Bai Lian's experiment, Jiheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Monday. The first class was still Lu Lingxi's, and one of the 3 notorious latecomers, Xianxia's, arrived punctually at 8:01 a.m. as always. Lu Lingxi threw a piece of chalk out. "The joint exam is the day after tomorrow and you're still late? Look at you, fixing your test paper almost made your physics teacher pop a nitroglycerin pill." Xianxia's reflexively replied, "No way, I didn't guess a single answer correctly." Lu Lingxi. "Stand outside and come to your senses." After finishing a Chinese lesson by Lian during the break, the students were all wailing about the joint exam. Her phone in her desk shone briefly. She checked it and saw a message from a friend, "Dog friend, is this you?" "Dog friend, video." Upon checking, Bai Lian saw it was a video sent by Pu Xiaohan. "Dog friend, is this you? Although it's blurry I can still discern your beauty." Bai Lian. 1. "Dog friend, you're one and me again?" Bai Lian. On the other side of the phone. At Beijing International class, Bai Lian's dog friend cursed and showed the video to the person behind her. Watch carefully, this lady plays the guzheng amazingly well. Really? A crowd gathered around. Who is it? Because she rarely praised people. Most of them turned their gaze that way. Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi, who were discussing a question, also looked over, both sensitive to anything about the guzheng. Especially Bai Xiaoqi. The dog friend, with her leg propped up, raised her eyebrows. Classmate Bai Lian, I sent the video to you. Hearing the name Bai Lian, Bai Xiaoqi lost interest and turned away, looking at Song Min. Song Min also frowned briefly, letting go of his inquiring gaze. Bai Xiaoqi pulled out her phone and a message popped up. She was stunned. Song Min, I think? I passed the first round of Principal Jian. What? Song Min quickly took Bai Xiaoqi's phone to look at it. The message on Bai Xiaoqi's phone read, Hello Bai Xiaoqi, your video has passed the preliminary round. Please bring your ID to Jianghu Art University on the 27th. I really passed. Song Min looked up at Bai Xiaoqi and calculated, after the joint exam, I'll accompany you to Jianghu. Having said that, he took out his phone and sent a message to Mrs. Song. An academy member in Jianghu? Song Min's desk mate exclaimed, Bai, you're terrifying. The others also came over upon hearing this. As Song Min's desk mate provided some background, they all marveled. Not being from Jianghu, they didn't fully grasp the situation there or exactly what it meant to be associated with academy member Jian. Only Song Min, who had stayed in Jianghu, knew how terrifying this news was. Fortunately, Song Min felt some relief for having asked Bai Lian for the jade pendant back the day before. As for Bai Xiaoqi, she remained calm amid the others' praises. Showing no self-satisfaction on her face, she just looked at Song Min. My brother is also in Jianghu, you needn't bother. But be careful in the upcoming joint exam, I've been improving a lot in math recently. I'm looking forward to it, said Song Min, putting down his phone and lifting his eyebrows. He liked the feeling of being equally matched. Stop showing off at Versailles. Song Min's desk mate turned his head back and teased them. Can't you two perform a little worse in math just once so the rest of us have a chance to live? This time I'm betting on young Master Song for first place. Hearing this, the two of them exchanged smiles. They were right though. The students in the class were all exceptional, and those two were the ceiling for math, with everyone placing bets before each exam to see whether Song Min or Bai Xiaoqi would come in first. This time was no different, some bet on Song Min for math. Others favored Bai Xiaoqi. After all, if it wasn't one, it was the other in first or second place. As for the rest, they didn't even consider them. At Xianxia High School, Pu Xiaohan was browsing private messages on her phone. Her video had gone viral, attracting a lot of private messages that she couldn't possibly read them all. Today she just happened to open one. Jian Zhongyo? Hello, do you know the girl playing the guzheng in the video? Jian Zhongyo? Could you give me her contact information? Jian Zhongyo, please? Pu Xiaohan raised an eyebrow. She clicked on this Jian Zhongya's profile, curious about who this person was and how they dared to set their sights on someone from her class. It wasn't until she saw the profile that, account name, Jian Zhongyo 1. 12 billion likes, 12 following, 162. 89M followers verified. Honorary Fellow of the Royal Music Academy, President of the Music Association, Dean of Jianghu Art University Music School. Chapter 209, 078 Disdain for all things Jianghu. How awesome was the Daong era. _1 A long string of yellow verification badges dazzled Pu Xiaohan's face. Although she didn't understand, Pu Xiaohan knew this was someone important. She very unladylike mimicked Zhang Xiai's, holy shit. Pu Xiaohan quickly followed this Jian Zhongyo, then turned around and held her phone screen towards Bai Lian. This person wants your contact information, should I give him your phone number? Pu Xiaohan said and was about to send Jian Zhongyo the number. Bai Lian was doing problems. Upon hearing this, she looked up, her gaze falling on the profile page she had opened. Jian Zhongyo? The academician Jian? She continued to work on her problems, her expression extra lazy. No need. Huh. Pu Xiaohan didn't understand music and didn't recognize Jian Zhongyo, but seeing the number of followers, the string of verifications, and the Royal Music Academy along with Jianghu Art University, she could tell how impressive this person was. She lowered her voice. I think I should still give it to him, this person looks like. Bai Lian silently looked up. Her eyes were beautiful from every angle, clear and bright, with black pupils reflecting a clear upside-down image of Pu Xiaohan, like a beautiful white cat lazily sprawled on the table. Pu Xiaohan always found it hard to refuse. She fell silent. Okay, I got it. She reluctantly replied to the Dean Jian. Sorry, crying. Jianghu seemed to have been waiting for her response. Less than a minute later he responded, "Okay, then I will ask again tomorrow." Pu Xiaohan quietly returned to the main page and followed Dean Jian. By the way, Pu Xiaohan always had her own thoughts about short videos. She held up her notebook for Bai Lian to see. "In planning to do an edition about the Great Yong Dynasty, what do you think of these key contents?" Pu Xiaohan had a nimble mind. After one of her videos went viral, many teams had approached her, but she hadn't accepted any offers. She wanted to post content that she liked. Bai Lian was originally doing her problems when Pu Xiaohan spoke, and her hand hesitated for a moment. Pu Xiaohan didn't notice. She excitedly chatted with Bai Lian. "I've edited a collection of figures from the Great Yong Dynasty, and I've already scheduled the character charts. I'll post it tonight. Can you take a look for me?" As she spoke, she wanted to show Bai Lian the edited video on her phone. "I am not good at this kind of thing." Bai Lian paused, continuing to write with her pen, her voice emotionless. "Aren't you reviewing?" Bai Lian wasn't lying. She really didn't know how to edit. "I'm reviewing and editing at the same time," Pu Xiaohan said, excited about her own ideas. But Bai Lian always studied intensely minute by minute, so she went to discuss with the arts and entertainment representative on which aspects to edit the video. Chemistry class. The teacher taught the class with a worried expression and then called Bai Lian out. Xianxia and his group were joking around. Seeing the chemistry teacher call for Bai Lian, Xianxia spoke out. "She must have scored a 0 in chemistry. Go and see if that's the case." He teased Wuxia by his side. Wuxia recalled a day and rubbed his chilling neck, replying expressionlessly, "You go, you're the one sitting behind her." The group argued for a while but no one dared to actually go. Until Pu Xiaohan saw them and remarked solemnly, "Isn't life good?" Group outside. The chemistry teacher looked at Bai Lian, lips pursed, his face angry and a few hairs on his head standing on end. "Bai Lian, why did you score 70 in biology but still a 0 in chemistry? Are you isolating me?" Bai Lian was startled and explained, "Teacher, no, I haven't fully mastered biology yet." She also spent a lot of time on physics and maths was relatively okay. She had some memories from the original body so it wasn't too hard to learn. It was just that she favored physics over biology and chemistry, which she didn't like much. "Enough," the chemistry teacher interrupted her coldly, his aura commanding. "So you want me to beg you before you're willing to learn?" Bai Lian wanted to explain further. "Fine." The chemistry teacher looked around stealthily, making sure no one was around, then he put his hands together and whispered, "Then what if I beg you, would that do?" Bai Lian, "Teacher, I'll do my best." The chemistry teacher put his hands behind his back again, returning to a stern and cool demeanor. Lunchtime. Class 15 had a bunch of people gathered together for lunch. Pu Xiaohan, getting her meal, sat down next to Yang Lin and looked at the banner stretched across the cafeteria. "Who is this Xiao Lu? He actually donated a scholarship to our school." Apart from the Qin family, it was rare for anyone to donate to the school. Pu Xiaohan was quite surprised. Chapter 210, 078 Disdain for all things Jianghu. How awesome was the Daong era. _2 Bai Lian held her chopsticks, slightly leaning against the back of her chair. She seemed languid all day, her mood not very high. She spoke at a leisurely pace. "I don't know him." I know. Xianxia was very excited, filling in Pu Xiaohan with information. "One of the shareholders of Time Entertainment, he even came to Xianxia with Sister Yan this time. He's Sister Yan's boss and also a philanthropist, having donated a lot to orphanages." There were many media reports about General Manager Liu's charity work. Time Entertainment, that's Manzai's company. Wuxia chimed in cheerfully. Xianxia shot him a glance. "What man she? She's not even as pretty as my sister Yan. Why don't you stand my sister Yan?" "Yan Lu." Wuxia shook his head. "No way, she's ranked several tiers below Manxi. Manxi is list, your sister Yan is, okay, C-list. Happy now? Can you even compare? Plus, Manxi is the entertainment industry's recognized goddess beauty, her acting is great and she can sing too. My sister Yan is clearly prettier." Xianxia disagreed. The two of them started arguing about who was prettier. "No need to argue anymore," Pu Xiaohan slammed the table, settling the matter. "None of them are as pretty as Sister Lian." Xianxia and Wuxia both touched their noses. That was a point they couldn't refute. "Sister," Xianxia suddenly picked up his chopsticks, addressing Bai Lian, "if you go into the entertainment industry you'll crush Manxi. Her fans blindly hail her as a goddess beauty every day. A bunch of ignoramuses. You should go and show them what true goddess beauty is." Wuxia cursed him out. "Yan Lu can't beat our girl, so you're seeking outside help, huh?" Sister Lien is the one who needs to dominate the academic world. Zhang Erbi, watch out, the principal might climb up to your bed in the middle of the night. Yo, you're scared, Lulu. Hu Xiaohan was used to it. She shrugged at Bai Lian, that's how fervent fans are. Yen Lu saved your life or something, that's why you like her so much? Wang Qi couldn't out-argue Zhang Xiai's, so he muttered. Zhang Xiai's leaned back, raising his eyebrows, that's right. Wang Qi. I fell into a river when I was little, I was about to get washed away. Zhang Xiai shared the story for the first time with people at the dinner table. Sister Yen jumped in and saved me. Wang Qi, no way, you're serious? West City Cemetery. The old gatekeeper watching TV saw the woman in a black dress lingering at the foot of the mountain for a long time, and he couldn't help sticking his head out. Miss, are you here to pay respects to someone? Don't remember the way. Yen Lu took off her sunglasses, tilting her head back slightly and smiling at the old man. No. The old man glanced at Yen Lu, feeling she looked somewhat familiar. Then hurry up and leave, this place has heavy energy. Sure. Yen Lu lifted her chin, the warm sunshine illuminating her exceptionally bright face. Grandpa, how much is a grave here? Here? 12,000 a spot. The old man switched channels, he didn't have many people to chat with, so he talked a bit more with Yen Lu. Are you preparing it for an elder? Then you should hurry, the price is going up next month. 12,000, not expensive. Yen Lu thanked him. I will buy one before then. As she turned to leave, the old man suddenly remembered who she was. I remember now, aren't you that celebrity Yen? Yen Lu paused. As a minor 18th tier celebrity, she almost never needed to wear a mask when going out. She didn't expect to be recognized. Yen Lu. Right, Yen Lu? The old man became somewhat excited. My granddaughter really likes you. She has many of your photos in her room. Could you give her an autograph? He took out paper and pen. Yen Lu stared at the paper and pen for a long moment, signed her name and murmured softly, please thank her for her fondness for me. Evening. Ji Heng, who had been providing companionship at the hospital all day, was worriedly designing robes for Lance at home. Bai Lian intended to take the bus to the hospital. She hadn't yet reached the bus stop when she saw a car parked by the roadside. She opened the passenger door and sat down. In the back seat, Jianghu, who was twisting a Rubik's Cube, looked up at Bai Lian silently, then sighed dejectedly and continued with the cube. Jiang Fulai was in the driver's seat, his left hand lightly resting on the steering wheel, his presence notably chilly. He turned his head slightly to look at Bai Lian, his fingertips absently tapping on the black steering wheel. Bai Lian casually greeted him, seemingly no different from usual days. You seem thoughtful. Bai Lian felt that Jiang Fulai must have known she was going to the hospital. Otherwise he wouldn't have been waiting for her. However, once she got into the car, he didn't speak for a long time. He just rested his hand on the steering wheel, looking out the window, offering her only the very sharp profile of his face. Chapter 211, 078 Disdain for all things Jiang Fulai, how awesome was the Daong era. _3, what are you spacing out about? Bai Lian opened the app, checking the new questions while slowly repeating his own words back to him. Dressed in a casual white shirt and leaning against the car door, Jiang Fulai looked over when he heard her. I'm thinking about a problem. What problem? Bai Lian asked casually. Why do you always drink cherry-flavored fruit tea? Jiang Fulai stretched his body and started the car. Bai Lian studied the question carefully. Of course, because it's tasty. Oh. Jiang Fulai responded with an expressionless tone. Just when Bai Lian thought the topic had ended, someone suddenly chimed in. I thought it was because your ex-fiancé liked it, turns out it's not. His tone was as calm as ever, with an air of aloofness that was intimidating. But it sounded somewhat strange. Every time Bai Lian heard about Song Min, she felt cursed. She sat up straight and warned Jiang Fulai, don't contaminate my milk tea. Jiang Fulai drove onto the main road, glanced at Bai Lian and then quickly looked away, languidly saying, you think I want to mention him? I'd rather curse Jiang Xianxia. Jiang He from the back seat. When Jiang Fulai parked the car in the hospital parking lot, Chief Chen, carrying a basket of fruits, hummed a tune as he got out of the opposite car. He had barely taken a step when he felt a chilling gaze. He paused, slowly looking up. Seeing someone with one hand in his pocket, giving him a faint glance, Chief Chen quickly straightened up and shut his mouth. Chief Chen. Bai Lian greeted him in a friendly manner. Chief Chen was very cautious. Miss Bai. Xiaojiang Yongquan, you guys are here too. In the ward, Ji Xiaojun was wiping Xinqing's hands, then instructed Bai Lian, alien, pour them a glass of water. Bai Lian nodded, picked up the kettle to go outside to fetch water. Chief Chen's heart skipped a beat. hastily putting down the fruit basket. Miss Bai, he reached out to take the kettle from Bai Lian's hand. I'll do it, I'll do it. With Mao Kuan not there, no one competed with Chief Qin. Chief Qin took the kettle outside with a slight hint of pride. Jianghu glanced at Chief Qin, not understanding what there was to be proud of just for fetching water. Xianxia looked at Jianghu and Bai Lian, blinked her eyes, motioning to Ji Xiaojun that she wanted to remove the oxygen mask in the tube as she couldn't eat yet and was on an 4 drip. Bai Lian checked Xianxia's pulse as usual. Uncle, go find a doctor. I think Auntie doesn't need to wear these anymore. Jianghu looked at her. Bai Lian slowly withdrew her hand. Ji Xiaojun also felt Xianxia had lost a lot of weight from not eating, so he stood up to find a doctor. I'll ask the doctor. The doctor soon came to examine Xianxia. On regular days the chief physician talked a lot. Today, because of Jianghu's presence, he rarely even raised his head, only daring to say a few words when Ji Xiaojun asked. Finally, Xianxia's oxygen mask was removed. She blinked her eyes, finally able to speak. Cough, cough. Xianxia's voice was very hoarse. She looked triumphantly at Ji Xiaojun. The first thing she said was, 2 million, I didn't take it, I listened to you, right? Ji Xiaojun pursed his lips. He didn't speak after a long while. He then said, next time you can take it. Bai Lian sat on the edge of the bed, one hand lazily propped on it, listening to Ji Xian's words. She just looked at Xianxia, curved her lips and spoke leisurely. Right, Aunt, feel free to take it, leave the rest to me. Ji Xiaojun and Xianxia both smiled, taking it as a joke. Only Chief Qin sitting behind on the sofa. He glanced at Jianghu, who seemed as if he hadn't heard anything, still noble and contemptuous of everything, and thought, oh, now it's really over. The next day, Tuesday. As soon as Bai Lian arrived at class 15, she heard excited chatter. We've gone viral. This time it's really viral. After 1,000 years, as soon as we bring out the Bai family army, these people are still helpless. Everyone was discussing it, including Zhang Xiais, who was very excited. Even Yang Lin, who was normally an exception, held her phone and watched for a while. Bai Lian returned to her seat languidly with her backpack, pulling out one book after another. Lian, Zhang Xiais knew that Bai Lian seldom looked at her phone. Bai Lian rarely even replied to messages. Did you see the video Pu Xiaohan made? It's truly awesome. It topped the trending searches overnight. Bai Lian was quite calm today. She leisurely placed her backpack under her desk, her brows and eyes strikingly cool, her entire demeanor laid back with a touch of nonchalance. Oh, I haven't seen it. I told you. She definitely didn't watch. I win. A few people had been betting on it. After all, Bai Lian was different from them. She seldom looked at her phone and hardly ever played games. Pu Xiaohan struggled to turn around from the crowd and quickly sat down next to Bai Lian with her stool. The group from class 15 still wanted to linger around Pu Xiaohan. They looked at Pu Xiaohan, then at Bai Lian. Bai Lian lifted her head from the book, her eyes pitch black and bearing a trace of laziness. She didn't make any move, just quizzically lifted her eyebrows at the group, still looking every bit the good student. Whoosh, the crowd dispersed. Pu Xiaohan clutched Bai Lian's wrist. Wu Lian, you're so amazing. Get a grip, Bai Lian remarked. Your teacher Jiang is the amazing one. Pu Xiaohan? Ah, he shouldn't count as a person, right? Suddenly feeling her comment was inappropriate, Pu Xiaohan spit out a sound and quickly changed the subject. Oh right, Dean Jian came looking for you again. She opened her app. Because there were too many background messages, her phone froze for a moment before she found the direct message from a follower and handed it over for Bai Lian to see. Bai Lian glanced over. Jian Zhongyo, would she be willing to give me her contact information today? Bai Lian replied on behalf of Pu Xiaohan. 1. After replying, she handed the phone back to her. Pu Xiaohan watched silently by the side. When taking back her phone, she started typing to explain to Jian Zhongyo. The thing is, her 1 usually means got it, now leave it at that. After typing this, Pu Xiaohan then deleted it one by one. Hello, this 1 actually means she is unwilling. Bai Lian didn't concern herself with what she was typing. Rather, she rested her chin in her hand, squinting out the window. After so long, she had flipped through many books of this era. The only books she hadn't flipped through were history books. The only thing she hadn't looked up was the Great Yong Dynasty. She was afraid of seeing a brief description like, by Zhongyu year 4 to 32 of the Great Yong Dynasty. She was afraid that a brief sentence in a history book would mark the end of their lives. Bai Lian faced the morning sun outside the window, stretching out her hand to let the sunlight fall on her palm, then gently closed it. It was warm. She thought she was truly alive. Let me see it, she said. See what? Pu Xiaohan didn't understand. Bai Lian looked at her phone quietly saying, "The video you made." "Oh sure." Pu Xiaohan had been reluctant to bring up the video, feeling that whenever she mentioned these things, Bai Lian exuded an inexplicable sadness. But today the sadness about her seemed much less than yesterday. Pu Xiaohan opened the video she posted last night and handed her phone to Bai Lian. Bai Lian bowed her head and watched quietly. The black screen, following the music and the opera vocals swelling from soft to loud, gradually revealed hues of ink and brush boom, with a forceful drum beat. A line of bold white characters suddenly appeared. Just how formidable was the era of the Great Yong Dynasty. Chapter 212. The Unstoppable Bai Family's Young Miss returns. Second update, _1. The first image that followed was of a man in white wearing a ceremonial headdress, with the caption, "Brilliant strategies trampling over Jianghu with the Emperor Jianghu." The next image was of a kindly old man with the caption, "Teacher of the Universe, the greatest minister of all time, Liang Zuan, whose tax policy laid the foundation for the golden age of the Great Yong Dynasty. General Bai Li with iron cavalry to secure the 9 provinces. Abandoning the pen for the military, 1,000 white-clothed cavalry out of Zhejiang by Zhongyu. Alone she went for a diplomatic marriage, leaving behind the grand sights of Jianghu, Princess Huaiyan." The video wasn't long, just 30 seconds. Bai Lian quietly finished watching it before clicking on the comments section. Just overnight there were already 500,000 comments. This Bai family, they must be cheating, right? How impressive is the Great Yong Dynasty? Let me put it to you this way, you know Jianghu University, right? In its celebrity statue square, the front 2 rows are filled with their statues. Among these people, 2 surnames have been passed down to this day. You can figure out for yourselves just how impressive that is. Heart? Why did the Bai family not have any descendants? With such fantastic genes, brother Bai died at 28, why didn't he marry? Qinyi must have been in agony. General Bai took him out of the beggars' ranks, watched Bai Xiangjuan grow up with Bai Zhongyu, and in the end, could only watch the members of the Bai family die one by one before his eyes. He probably regretted not rebelling against Emperor Jianghu sooner. Perhaps then he might have managed to preserve the last seedling of the Bai family. Liang Zuan must have been in agony too. He knelt for 3 days and 3 nights in front of the imperial city, pleading with Jiang Wendi to send troops to save his disciple. Historical records show that before he died, his eyes were always fixed in the direction of Xianxia, never closing. Now I finally understand why the Chen family so venerates the Liang style. So why didn't Bai Xiangjuan retreat with General Qinyi when he went to Emperor Jianghu with the command tally to rebel? Only this comment had a strangely uniform response below, because she is a member of the Bai family, because she is a member of the Bai family, because she is a member of the Bai family, because she is a member of the Bai family. She could die standing, but she would never desert her troops. Can you imagine? In the last battle of Xianxia, Qinyi left with the elite troops to defect to Emperor Jianghu, while she led 800 elite soldiers to fend off 10,000 enemies. None of those 800 survived. 597,155 likes, and right at the top, a comment pinned by Jianghu University. Surely no one still doesn't know that Bai Xiangjuan is the universally recognized senior sister of all of us at Jianghu University, right? Yan, 999,752 likes. Bai Lian quietly looked at these comments. There was no judgment of right or wrong. Emperor Jianghu had died, which was within her expectations since she had sent Qinyi with the command tally to Jiangyi, aiming for Emperor Jiangwen's life. The sun crept higher, shining painfully in people's eyes. Bai Lian squinted as if feeling the heat, unzipping her school uniform jacket, and her long eyelashes gently lowered. "Alt. Teacher Liang, he knelt for 3 days and 3 nights?" Her voice seemed very soft. It took Xiaohan a moment to respond, realizing that Bai Lian was asking her. Yeah, he and a dozen civil officials knelt outside the palace, begging Emperor Jianghu to send troops, but Emperor Jianghu didn't see them. Later he helped Emperor Jianghu subvert the dynasty. It's all in the history books, Xiaohan explained, somewhat surprised. Bai Lian, aren't you a liberal arts student? Ah, Bai Lian came to her senses, seemingly with a laugh. There's too much to remember, I forgot that. Physics class. The physics teacher was still lecturing at the front, throwing a piece of chalk in frustration at Zhang Xi's, who looked sleepy. Zhang Xi's, are you planning to score 0 for me in tomorrow's joint exam? Zhang Xi's was startled awake. After class, the physics teacher asked Bai Lian and Ning Xiao to go to the office to get some exercise papers. When Bai Lian went to the office, a group of teachers were discussing the joint exam for the next day. The physics teacher began talking about Zhang Xi's. In this joint exam, Xianxia is definitely going to come last in physics, no doubt about it. This should be the last joint exam, Lu Lingxi said, sitting back down. Long before this conversation, Bai Lian had heard about the joint exam from Tang Ming. During every midterm and final joint exam, over 100 schools in Beijing would participate together. It wasn't only to measure each student's abilities, but more importantly, Beijing's exams were set by those involved in setting the national college entrance exams. Although the exams were tough, the test papers were extremely important for the students and teachers. Xianxia did not have as good educational resources as Beijing, hence they placed great importance on each joint exam. Why is that? The physics teacher quickly stood up, frowning. Lu Lingxi sighed. There are too many county-level cities participating in each exam, and the results vary greatly from ours in Beijing High School. They don't want to take the exams with us. In simpler terms, Beijing High School didn't want to join those from municipal cities and below in the game anymore. This time, students Ningxiao and Jianghu from our school have a good chance of making it into the top 50. The physics teacher settled back into his chair and slowly said, "Are they planning to knock out everyone with one blow?" "It's useless." Lu Lingxi was calmer than the physics teacher. "Unless someone from other schools outperforms them this time, nobody else stands a chance." "Isn't that a joke?" "That Song Min, he's being compared to those monsters from Jianghu," the physics teacher said, exasperated. He had seen Song Min's name in physics competitions. Who in Beijing could possibly surpass him? As the two of them were talking, they saw Bai Lian with Ningxiao. The physics teacher stopped talking about the topic at hand. He handed over the problems to the two students with a smile, his voice especially gentle. "These are from the head teacher of class 8 for you too. Study them well and give it your all in the test tomorrow." Bai Lian slowly took the problems with both hands. Her blue and white school uniform wasn't zipped up all the way, revealing the white shirt underneath, her eyes and eyebrows cast downward. "Thank you, teacher." Ningxiao followed with thanks. Seeing her and Ningxiao, the physics teacher felt a little better. "Hurry back to class," he said warmly. After the two left, the physics teacher watched their retreating figures and suddenly remembered something. "Teacher Yang mentioned that Bai Lian is very strong in physics. I wonder if she has a chance this time." He wasn't part of the training class, so he was unaware of the level there. Bai Lian and Ningxiao always scored full marks in physics, but that was on Xianxia High School's papers, which were not comparable to Beijing's. "Clear your head." A colleague came over, opening his cup and placing it in the physics teacher's hand. "That Song Min is a once-in-20 years genius in Beijing. Don't set unrealistic expectations for your students and put too much pressure on them." The physics teacher was taken aback. "I'm just thinking," he said, taking a sip of water helplessly. "I didn't say I expect Bai Lian and Ningxiao to be like Song Min, but it would be nice if Bai Lian could also do well in the other two subjects." It was clear to them that apart from physics, Bai Lian was rather lackadaisical with the rest. "Alas," the physics teacher sighed again, "in my lifetime I don't know if I will see Xianxia High School become a top 100 high school, so we won't have to live at the mercy of Beijing's mood." At these words, the other teachers in the office also fell silent. Class 15. Bai Lian took the problems back to her seat. For the first time, she didn't immediately work on physics problems. Instead, she took out her copied biology notes and, after thinking for a bit, pulled out her phone to send a message to Mr. Jiang. "Do you have biology and chemistry materials from Jianghu?" Mr. Jiang replied quickly, "Yes." "Bai Lian, suddenly I feel like everything is fine." "Mr. Jiang, congratulations." Bai Lian then borrowed a biology question bank from Yang Lin. "Sister Lian," Xianxia was quite surprised as he looked at the thick stack of problems Yang Lin pulled out. "What's gotten into you?" Bai Lian took the question bank. She casually flipped through the biology questions, her eyes subtly lifting as she playfully pursed her lips at Xianxia's. "I'm preparing to live and study seriously." "Xianxia's, you mean your study attitude hasn't been serious enough? What am I then?" "You're a joke," Wang Qi took the opportunity to tease. Ningxiao, sitting next to Zhang, also looked pensively at Bai Lian. "Was your previous effort not considered serious?" Bai Lian didn't respond to them and closed her eyes slightly. In fact, ever since she arrived here, she only saw herself as an onlooker, sometimes even doubting if this was a dream before she died. She avoided history. She was afraid to face history. She lived carelessly and perfunctorily, treating life in Xianxia as a mission etched into her very bones. But from today she would confront this life head-on. She too could live for herself. No one gave up on her, neither her soldiers nor Xianxia. She thought. The teachers knew why she had to die outside the city gates, to be the final straw that broke the back of Emperor Jianghu. The Bai family's troops would never be traitors, but as the last person of the Bai family to die for this muddled emperor, the armies would wash the imperial city in blood. Liang Zuan knew. But he forgave her grave disobedience. She thought. It was time to make a break with the past. Bai Lian slowly opened her eyes and turned the pages of her biology workbook. From this moment on, the eldest sister from Jianghu University, Liang Zuan's most outstanding student, the indomitable heiress of the Bai family from the great Yong dynasty who commanded armies, she was making her comeback. Chapter 213. 080 Lian Jie just wants to challenge the law, Beijing's top 10 schools. Underscore 1, Scholar God look at Sister Lian. Xianxia sitting behind Bai Lian felt it most acutely. For a second he seemed to sense a chilling sternness pouring out from Bai Lian. But Xianxia, with little ink in his belly, couldn't describe it and just gazed at Ning Xiao, finally squeezing out, "Has she changed a bit?" Ning Xiao glanced at him but didn't answer. He stared at Bai Lian, who was seriously grinding through problems in front of him, and reflected painfully on why he had just wasted a minute, then quickly pulled out a math question bank and began to work on the problems. The king of slack, Xianxia, reflected for a second. Forget it, the country has them. He could rest easy. He continued to sneak out his phone and made arrangements to play games with Wuxia and others. Why did he have to sneak to take out his phone? Because when Lu's mom saw Bai Lian and Ning Xiao with their phones, she turned a blind eye, something Xianxia couldn't believe, since those two would hold their phones for problem-solving, not playing games. But if she saw phone in hand with Xianxia and the others at school, that's it, 1,000-word self-criticism was a certainty. Bai Lian's phone lit up again, a message from Jianghu Lai. He probably guessed she was studying biology. Biology, memorize the textbook. Don't look at the book when doing problems. Broaden your horizons. He must be busy and took a moment to send 2 simple messages. Classmate Bai, 1 Bai Lian slowly replied with a number. In fact, over the past month she had roughly understood. Biology probably had the highest return on effort among these few subjects. She had memorized the biology textbook by heart and just hadn't done many practice problems. Biology wasn't as hard as physics, but some questions were tricky with words. The knowledge tested wasn't as broad as physics, it was detailed down to the wording, and could even extend from the footnotes to outside the textbook. Young Master Jiang had only this phrase to offer: broaden your horizons. Next to her, Yang Lin, with a sidelong glance at Bai Lian, pondered for about a minute before quietly telling Bai Lian, "You should organize a mind map for each chapter yourself, make frameworks so you can remember every little piece of information. After doing problems, we ultimately have to go back to the textbook. If you don't understand, you can ask me." Yang Lin was first in biology across the whole school. She almost represented the school in a provincial competition, but on the departure day she didn't show up. Bai Lian held her pen and tilted her head to look at Yang Lin, who was bathed in sunlight. Bai Lian narrowed her eyes slightly and gave a gentle smile to Yang Lin. "Okay, I will." 200 days remained until the college entrance examination. There was still time. Because Xin Qing had already awakened and was recovering well. Bai Lian made a phone call to Ji Xiaojun today and did not visit the hospital. In the evening she went to the milk tea shop to find Jianghu and ordered a cup of milk tea for both him and herself. Qi Yundai had already noticed Bai Lian and Jianghu from the kitchen, and after finishing today's cakes, he took off his chef's hat. He then tossed the remaining cake to Yang Lin. After that, he casually took the 2 cups of milk tea ordered by Bai Lian to find her. "Miss Bai, young Master Jianghu." Qi Yundai seated himself next to Jianghu. "Thank you," Bai Lian said as she spread out biology exercises on the table, a pen still between her middle and index fingers. She looked at Qi Yundai and suddenly remembered something. "You are a litigator, right?" Qi Yundai wiped off sweat with a paper. "Ah, yes. Litigator?" That was a new way had been addressed. "If it were this case," Bai Lian put down her pen and showed him a screenshot on her phone. "Could you litigate?" Qi Yundai set down the paper and glanced from afar. Seeing a few key words, he frowned. Domestic abuse? That's hard to define. After a brief contemplation, he explained to Bai Lian the intricacies of the matter, how the law finds it difficult to pass judgment because it counts as a family dispute, and he hadn't taken on such minor cases before. But he was willing to make an effort for Miss Bai. "He'll try my best." "I see." Bai Lian snapped her phone shut with a click and slowly started to speak to Qi Yundai. "Then you don't have to worry about this." Qi Yundai could even see Bai Lian narrowing her eyes slightly, nonchalant yet somewhat presumptuous. Without needing to speak, Qi Yundai roughly got what Bai Lian meant. "But who came up with the term domestic abuse?" Bai Lian frowned. as if she would take up arms against them if she knew who it was. Hyundai, no that's not. He started to sweat. Why did young Master Jiang and people around him, one by one, all enjoy challenging the law so much? Jianghu was busy today. Bai Lian took Jianghe home. Before leaving, she handed over the packaged milk tea to Ming Dongheng. Chapter 214. 080 Lian Jie just wants to challenge the law, Beijing's top 10 schools. _2 What is this? Ming Dongheng held the milk tea in the brown bag with both hands. He was very tall, standing outside the milk tea shop, looking utterly cold and indifferent, a stark contrast to the cutesy milk tea bag he was holding. He instantly noticed the note on the order. Note, add ice, double sugar, Jianghe's? Bai Lian got into the car slowly. It's for your young master. Ming Dongheng was surprised, but his expression remained unchanged. When Bai Lian arrived at Pura Street, he didn't drive but took out his phone and began furiously typing in the group chat with a poker face. Ming Dongheng, Jiang Xiao actually drinks double sugar. Ming Dongheng, image? He sent a photo of the fruit tea. A very cutesy design with the double sugar prominently visible. Su Nanjing, Jiang Shijue. Screenshot taken. Ming Dongheng retracted a message. Ming Dongheng retracted a message. Su Nanjing. At Jiang Shijue, you're so ruthless, Su Nanjing. At Ming Dongheng Xiaoming, now you see who truly loves you the most as a brother, Qin Beixian. At Su Nanjing, you just didn't think to use a screenshot to threaten Xiaoming. Alien, the owner of store number 112, has been doing killer business recently, and when he saw Bai Lian with Jiang He from afar, he greeted Bai Lian, get Xiaohe Wangzai milk. Bai Lian took some time to get a Wangzai milk for Jiang He. By the way, she made it Mao Kun's job to come and help the owner move goods whenever he was free. Alien seems to be in a really good mood today, the owner said after he moved down a box of beers, wiping his face with the towel hanging around his neck, his bronze face showing a smile. Young people should be lively and peppy, there's no need for all those troubles. The first time he saw Bai Lian, she was standing here looking at the ancient tree, and he thought she was burdened with worries. He figured she must have gone through a breakup. Of course, the owner couldn't fathom why someone would reject such a girl. But it was okay. The young are in their prime, and at her age she could afford the loss. It wasn't too late for anything. The owner chuckled to himself and went back to moving stock, genuinely happy for her. 10 minutes later, Mao Kun came reverently with a few followers to help the owner move stock. A new police officer hiding in the dark opened his mouth wide in surprise. Unbeknownst to Bai Lian, the store owner who watched TV every day had been secretly concocting all kinds of dramatic love and hate stories about her. She took Jiang He, who was sipping on his Wangzai milk, and went back. In Jiheng's courtyard. He was sitting in front of the embroidery frame, a piece of deep blue satin already stretched on it, with a paper on the fabric, outlining the pattern of a robe he had drawn for Dr. Lance. Dr. Lance, how do you like this one? Dr. Lance was curiously observing the well and banyan tree in the courtyard. He hadn't stopped exploring the ancient charm of the alley for a moment. On hearing the question, he pushed up his glasses to look closer at Jiheng's drawing. His eyes lit up as he saw it. Fine. Beautiful. What's this? He pointed to one of the patterns. Dragon. Jiheng narrowed his eyes and replied. Long? Dr. Lance seemed to have heard of it and brightened up. I like this. Jiheng nodded, then fetched a bunch of embroidery threads from the storeroom and started splitting them. Dr. Lance's eyesight wasn't great, but he could see Jiheng splitting a fine silk thread into 12 or so finer threads. The first time witnessing embroidery, he was amazed for a long time. With a squeak, Bai Lian pushed open the door and entered. Dr. Lance retracted his jaw and turned to look at Bai Lian. Today, treatment? Bai Lian greeted Jiheng and Dr. Lance and answered Dr. Lance. Yes. She took off her school uniform to reveal the white inner garment embroidered with green leaves and twining vines, then retrieved silver needles from the room. How long will it take? Dr. Lance asked about the treatment duration as he sat on the stone stool. Having been treated by Bai Lian with the needles for 2 days already, he didn't feel any change. Bai Lian raised the silver needle leisurely and after a conservative estimate replied, around a month. Really? Dr. Lance switched to English, eager for Bai Lian to proceed with the acupuncture. Hurry up, please. Dr. Lance was short-sighted. He had considered laser surgery, but laser treatments could cause regression, accelerated aging, thinned corneas, and worsened glare and night vision, so he never went through with it. Jianghe pulled up a stool in front of Jiheng and started to twist a fourth-order Rubik's Cube while watching Jiheng embroider. Jiheng took out the needles wrapped in oil paper and looked up to see Bai Lian holding a needle above Dr. Lance's head, gesturing. I asked other traditional Chinese medicine practitioners why they don't know this. Dr. Lance inquired while Bai Lian was inserting needles. It has been too long. Bai Lian bowed her head, finished inserting a needle seriously, and then explained to Dr. Lance thoughtfully, many things have been lost to time. There are still quite a few old masters who can perform this technique. You just haven't found them yet. Chapter 215. 080 Lian Jie just wants to challenge the law, Beijing's top 10 schools. _3 Perhaps they are like her without even a certificate. In the past, scholars read by the light of oil lamps, which was extremely harmful to the eyes, and there were no eyeglasses back then. The imperial physician compiled this set of acupuncture treatments. It saved the eyesight of the majority of scholars with poor vision. I see, Lance nodded without asking further. Just the thought of being able to stay here openly for another month excited him. Lance really liked the local customs here. After being needled, Lance, his head full of silver needles, replied to his assistant. For the next tasks in Xianxia, I will be staying here for the time being. Whoever wants to find him, come to Xianxia. On the other end of the phone, the assistant, looking at the message full of Chinese characters, silently found a translator. Started wondering whether they should also learn some Chinese. Little Xianxia has already begun to gather various big shots. The next day, Wednesday, Beijing University joint exam. This wasn't a monthly test but a large-scale joint examination, so the timing system was completely according to the college entrance exam. The exam started at 9 o'clock. Aside from Zhang Xiais and a few others, class 15 students still arrived at the classroom after 7. When Pu Xiaohan arrived, she saw Bai Lian and Ning Xiao already seated at their desks, doing practice questions, and she quietly took out her phone to show Bai Lian. He messaged again. Jian Zhongyo, what about today? What did she say? Bai Lian slightly lifted her eyes, black pupils, calm and composed. That was a steadfastness of needing to study hard. Pu Xiaohan immediately understood and replied to Jian Zhongyo with a heavy heart. Hello, she has declined. Jian Zhongyo wasn't too surprised, replying promptly, then he'll come again tomorrow. Someday he would touch this classmate's heart. Right? Lu Lingxi came to the class before the exam. This exam will be rather difficult. Everyone relax a little. If you encounter a question you don't know, skip it. Don't get stuck on one question. Beijing's exam papers were always tough. To avoid students having a breakdown after the exam, teachers of each class would give a heads up in advance. Is it that difficult? Right after Lu Lingxi finished speaking, the whole class began to wail. Lu Mama, I might not even pass this time. Lu Lingxi looked at the group with amusement. Alright, after the exam, I'll treat everyone to hot pot to unwind. This is probably your last time participating in the joint exams? The last part of her sentence was somewhat softer. Of course, most of the class didn't hear that, they only heard Lu Lingxi's, I'll treat everyone to hot pot. Lu Mama, I love you. Ah, Lu Mama, I will do well on the exam. Behind Bai Lian, Zhang Xiais was the most enthusiastic in his shouting. Only Bai Lian silently looked up at Lu Lingxi, beginning to calculate the cost of treating the whole class to hot pot. How much would Lu Lingxi have to spend? The examination was strict, and the school had already posted the exam numbers the previous night. 8:40. Everyone entered their respective examination rooms, and Bai Lian picked up her pen to find her own room. The first subject was Chinese. Bai Lian took her seat, the bell rang, and after the teacher finished the introduction, the Chinese exam papers were distributed. Bai Lian took the paper into her hands and looked down at the name of the test. Beijing 10 Schools Joint Examination Paper. She glanced at the names of these 10 schools. At the top of the list, unsurprisingly, was Beijing High School, followed by Beijing No. 4 Middle School, and then Beijing No. 7 Middle School. As for schools similar to Xianxia No. 1 Middle School, naturally, they had no chance to appear behind these 10 schools of Beijing. The fact that schools like Xianxia were allowed to participate in the joint exam was already the greatest regard from these 10 schools. Bai Lian scanned the names of these 10 schools of Beijing. She just knitted her brows slightly. Chapter 216. 081 That is the limit of the test paper, not the limit of Bai Lian. Second update, _1 The Chinese language exam was challenging, but Bai Lian wrote quickly, her handwriting clear and well-ordered. This unique and stylish calligraphy drew the exam proctor's attention to the characters she penned on her answer sheet, so much that she didn't want to leave. The proctor stood by her side for a full 5 minutes. When she realized what she was doing, she hurried away, fearing she might be putting too much pressure on the student. After returning to her desk, she then looked towards Bai Lian. The student remained seated upright, unhurriedly flipping over the answer card. Even the proctor's long presence by her side hadn't affected her pace. Admiring Bai Lian's composure, the proctor internally exclaimed with admiration. Although Lu Lingxi had already given Class 15 a heads-up, they still gathered at lunch to complain about the joint exam's difficulty. I didn't understand the poetry analysis at all, Xianxia complained over a mouthful of food, and the essay, what was that even about? Was it just telling us to study hard? The essay was several lines of classical Chinese, meant to guide the theme, which Xianxia hadn't understood. Idiot, Wang Qi scoffed the moment he finished, it was telling you to behave yourself. Zhang Xi's thought Wang Qi was just teasing him until Ning Xiao nodded at him, leaving Zhang Xi's speechless. I heard, Hu Xiaohan said with furrowed brows, sharing news she overheard from the teachers during the exam, that we won't have joint exams at the end of the semester. That's great news, Zhang Xi's eyes lit up, but why? Ning Xiao spoke calmly, Beijing's top 10 schools don't want us to join them anymore. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhang Xi's was taken aback, frowning, I admit I'm not smart, but you guys are. Even Wang Qi, who had wanted to tease Zhang Xi's again, fell silent, scratching his head. Are we dragging them down? They all knew about the school's special training class. Everyone in there was outstanding. It has nothing to do with you, Ning Xiao shook his head. At noon, a guilty Zhang Xi's was unusually vested in his math book. Of course he couldn't understand a thing. Smiling, in the afternoon it was time for math. Even the likes of Lian Ningxiao and Chen Zhu couldn't help but groan upon receiving the test. Beijing's idea of setting questions was, if it doesn't kill you, make it brutally hard. The level of difficulty was about this. Please state how many stars there are in the galaxy and calculate their numbers and positions. Many students were brought to tears by the difficulty. The last problem was an unusual function question with a couple of simple parts, asking for the range of values for under different conditions of the function. The question was short. And the shorter the question, the harder it was. Of course, more people didn't even get a chance to glance at the last 3 big questions. Bai Lian finished the math exam with 10 minutes to spare. She reviewed the test from beginning to end before submitting it. The proctor, sitting with his legs crossed on the podium, was surprised to see Bai Lian turn in her test, thinking she couldn't do it. He lifted his chin towards her, motioning her to place her answer card on the pile. After Bai Lian left, he glanced at the test paper. When he turned to the second page, he was somewhat stunned. This student had actually completed it all. But being a history teacher, even if Bai Lian had finished, he couldn't understand it. After Bai Lian submitted her test, no other students had come out of the school yet. She took her pen and paper to the milk tea shop. Through the glass, she saw Jianghu and Jianghu sitting face to face. Jianghu still had a laptop in front of him, his eyelashes drooping as he browsed through files on the screen, the cold profile of his face visible through the window. His pale fingertips tapped on the laptop keyboard, exuding an air of casual aloofness. Possibly sensing someone's gaze, he glanced outside for a moment, raising his eyebrows. You haven't been too busy the last couple of days, Bai Lian said as she pushed open the beaded curtain and entered, the sound of the wind chimes echoing softly. She casually took a seat beside Jianghu and leaned back. Jianghu pushed the 4 books near his hand toward Bai Lian, his tone indifferent. I wanted to congratulate you in person. Bai Lian then remembered the congratulations he had sent her the day before. She nodded her head and looked down at the 4 books. 2 were Jiangjing University textbooks on chemistry and biology, the other 2 were question banks from Jiangjing High. I've worked through the 2 question banks before, Jianghu said, his fingertips thoughtlessly tapping the table. They're decent. If he described them as decent, the question banks must be quite good. How did the exams go? He asked casually about the joint test. Bai Lian propped one hand on the books and grabbed an unopened milk tea from the table with the other. Her response was nonchalant, easy. She made the most arrogant statement with the laziest poise. Chapter 217, 081. That is the limit of the test paper, not the limit of Bai Lian. Second update, _2. The last question in math finally reached the difficulty level of the Jiangjing University app. Jianghu was well aware of her recent success in acing the math and physics questions on the app. Otherwise, why would someone come knocking on her door? Is your app blocking messages? Right. Bai Lian replied as she inserted a straw and took a sip, her voice steady and unrushed. There's a quantum mechanics teacher who wants to find you, Jianghu guessed with a reluctant expression, but he knew where Bai Lian's interests lay. His physics and quantum mechanics are very good. Bai Lian's eyes shone brightly. Compared to you? Xianxia listened from the side, her forehead twitching, knowing only she would dare use young Master Jiang as a unit of measure. Second only to me, Young Master Jiang smiled. After getting Bai Lian's approval, Jiang opened his phone and tapped open a chat. The conversation still showed the other person's messages. She's ignoring me? She's still ignoring me? Damn, she didn't even read it? Jiang looked at it several times, then replied to him leisurely. Young Master Jiang, really? Dean Ma? Yeah, you have no idea, she's colder than you, crying. Young Master Jiang, can't be Young Master Jiang. Image, Young Master Jiang, look, she's following me, Dean Ma. After enjoying the moment, Young Master Jiang arrogantly slid Bai Lian's business card over. At the other end of the phone, Dean Ma, Jiangjing High School. The principal thought about it all night and still couldn't figure it out. At this moment, he summoned the biology and chemistry teachers for a meeting. Did you not set the questions correctly? Is there a mistake? The teachers all had looks that said, are you talking nonsense? We reviewed the questions ourselves, how could there be a mistake? Those who teach here all have their capabilities. Naturally, they wouldn't allow such defamation from the principal. They answered with complete confidence. I thought the same. The principal placed his hand on the table and silently looked up. But last night, the Jiang family butler came to me for the chemistry and biology question banks. It was young Master Jiang who specifically asked for them. The teacher who had just spoken's cup trembled as he adjusted his glasses with some effort. Hold on, there might really be a mistake, let's go back and check. Beijing High School. The students here didn't have it easy after the math exam either. Bai Xiaoqi scored 3 places behind Song Min, sitting 3 seats behind him. After the bell rang, she just finished the penultimate major question. The teacher was collecting the papers and seeing her still writing, passed her by to collect the others first, then gently reminded, it's time to hand in your papers. Bai Xiaoqi handed her paper to the teacher. Then she began packing her things. Song Min was waiting for her at the door. Bai Xiaoqi sighed, did you do the last question? No. Song Min shook his head, the calculations in the previous ones took too much time, I only just read the last question. If he had enough time he probably could have done the last question. The questions for every joint exam of the top 10 schools were very difficult, created by a team of teachers from the National College Entrance Examination and Competitions, hired by Beijing for a hefty fee. Although difficult, the questions covered a broad range of knowledge points. Each question was a classic. You two are really something else, someone aside muttered. I didn't even get a clear look at the second to last question. But now that it's all over, how many points do you think you got? Let's be clear, this time I'm betting on you, Song Min, for first place. I'm betting on Xiaoqi. Anyway, it's either him or me, Bai Xiaoqi said amusedly. Do you guys want to bet every time? It's the fun of it. Song Min accompanied Bai Xiaoqi to the Bai family to retrieve the jade pendant. Bai Qiming was offering incense in the clan hall. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoqi coming back, he hurriedly came out. Xiaoqi, I'll accompany you to Jiangjing tomorrow. No need, Bai Xiaoqi refused. At the side, a clan elder objected. No way, Xiaoqi, this is a big matter for our Bai family. That's Dean Jian and you've passed his first interview. Qiming must go with you. Bai Xiaoqi wasn't surprised by their attitude. The butler returned Song Min's jade pendant to him, 1/2 of the white jade dragon and phoenix ring pendant. Seeing the familiar pendant, Song Min breathed a sigh of relief. On the side, Bai Qiming and the clan elder knew what the pendant was. They sat down on the couch, picked up their teacups, pretending they hadn't seen it. Compared to Bai Lian, they preferred Bai Xiaoqi to take over the marriage affairs. Only the butler hesitantly spoke up. I heard the eldest young miss plays the guzheng quite well, and it seems she's also switched to science. Chapter 218. 081 That is the limit of the test paper, not the limit of Bai Lian. Second update. _3 This was when he saw Ji Mulan's friend circle. Switch to the liberal arts stream? Bai Xiaoqi, who had been silent all along, said with a sly smile. Song Min was also very silent. Bai Qiming thought of the incident when Bai Lian was kicked out of the top class and frowned. His granduncle was chuckling as he tried to smooth things over. Oh? Does she play better than Xiaoqi? The butler chuckled awkwardly. How could they even compare? All right, Bai Xiaoqi turned to go upstairs. Don't compare me with just anyone. Of course, miss, you've already passed the first round of interviews with Dean Jian. How can anyone compare with that? Knowing he'd said too much, the butler hastily changed the subject. Nobody present was interested in Bai Lian's current life. Behind them, Bai Qiming watched Bai Xiaoqi's departing back with increasing satisfaction and said to Song Min, aren't you two having a joint exam in the next few days? Last year Xiaoqi's older brother was Beijing's top scholar, this year it's all up to you. Thursday. Science in the morning. Bai Lian stared at the large science exam paper before her, first skipping over chemistry and biology to finish physics. Physics was as difficult as math. But she completed it quite swiftly. Only after finishing physics did she leisurely start to look for biology questions. She was best at genetics, and having spent the entire day practicing, she even managed to solve some particularly tricky ones. After finishing all the questions she knew how to do, only chemistry remained. She fell silent for a moment, then looked at the first question. Polycarbonate bisphenol A, with excellent optical properties, is prepared by the following reaction. Bai Lian, what is this? Goodbye. It was still early and she couldn't hand in her paper this much ahead of time. She decisively set the science exam paper aside and took out some draft paper to begin writing down the chemical equations she had reviewed the night before. Jianghu had said there was no need to rush through practice questions for chemistry. First, memorize all the equations. She wrote down all the chemical elements, then wrote everything from the reaction between sodium chloride and sodium hydroxide to the passivation phenomenon. Only after finishing writing, when it was time to hand in the paper, did she go up and submit her answer sheet. In the afternoon, after the English exam was over, nobody from class 15 had left. They were all in the classroom, waiting for Lu Lingxi to come back and take them out for hot pot. Meanwhile, in the principal's office. When Lu Lingxi arrived, the principal was meeting with someone from the Board of Education. Miss Lu, your timing is perfect, the principal said with a headache as he saw Lu Lingxi and immediately got up. Please tell Director Pan, how is Ning Xiao expected to score in this exam? Director Pan also looked at Lu Lingxi with hope. After pondering for a moment, for she had asked Ning Xiao, she said, he didn't finish the last question in math, it's probably only about 122 points, and he's average in the other subjects. Director Pan was the head of the Office of the Ministry of Education in charge of education in Xianxia. He had also received reports about Biqing's big move. It would be the final joint exam. Hearing that Ning Xiao scored only 122 in math, he was quite worried. That's a big gap, it's doubtful he'll make it into the top 20 of Beijing. There was no way around it, the disparity in educational resources did exist. It was harder for them to get a spot at Jianghu University's app than it was to reach heaven, even though Beijing High School got 10 spots without having to do anything. What about Jianghu? Director Pan remembered him. The principal shook his head. No good, he scored lower than Ning Xiao in this monthly exam. For a while, the atmosphere in the office turned silent once again. The principal picked up his teacup and took a sip, the cold tea sliding down his throat calming him. It seems we can only withdraw from the joint exam. Lu Lingxi looked out the window. We just do our best. She said goodbye and left the office. For a moment, Director Pan's energy deflated and he stood up. I should also... Wait. The principal suddenly thought of something. There's actually another person. Who? Student Bai Lian. In the last 2 monthly exams she was first in both math and physics, full marks, the principal said as he put down his teacup with a clack. 150? Director Pan's eyes lit up. But student Bai Lian, the principal paused, her chemistry isn't very good. Director Pan's mood suddenly sank, his hesitation palpable. How much did she score in chemistry? 0, the principal said somberly. Ah, that... Director Pan's heart felt as if it had been swept away by the chill of an autumn breeze. Then that's no use. Can she even score higher than those students at Beijing High School in math and physics? You have a point, the principal sighed. The two fell into silence again. Of course. They both thought the monthly exam questions from Xianxia were much easier than the 10 schools joint exam. It wasn't very special for Bai Lian to score full marks in math and physics alone. After all, Ning Xiao and Jianghu had also achieved full marks before. But when it came to the 10 schools joint exam, the gap between Ning Xiao, Jianghu, and the students from Beijing High School became quite clear. Naturally, they didn't know the 10 schools joint exam questions were indeed very difficult, but could they be harder than the Jianghu Preparatory Camps app? Bai Lian got 150 in math, 110 in physics for the monthly exam. That was only the limit of the paper, not the limit of her, by someone. Chapter 219. Elder Bai is an authority wherever he goes. The Bai family mistook the fake for a real gem. _1A Firepot restaurant next to the school. Lu Lingxi had reserved 3 private rooms in advance. Bai Lian, Xiaohan, and others were all in the first private room, sitting around a large round table where a waitress was holding a menu for people to order. The menu and pen quickly reached Bai Lian. She glanced at the price of the half portion of beef rolls for 38 yuan, her brow twitched. Then she calmly marked a green vegetable and plain noodles before passing the menu to the next person. Xianxia asked in a low voice, how many pitchers of beer shall we order? No sneaking beer. Lu Lingxi's voice conveniently came from outside the door as she carried in a big bottle of milk and Sprite and placed them on the table. Xianxia's, Lu Mom, we are adults now. Lu Lingxi sneered, so you think you've grown wings? Yes, I've grown wings. Xianxia stood up, slammed the table and defied Lu Lingxi. We real men don't drink such childish stuff like milk and Sprite. Then turning to the waitress he said, Beauty, bring us a bottle, no, 2 bottles of cola. Ha ha ha. Who is like you? Wang Qi turned his head away, at least order a pitcher of beer. These noticeable packages, said Pu Xiaohan very speechlessly to Bai Lian, really undermine Lu Mom's sophistication. The waitress, amused by such a group of handsome men and beautiful women in one private room, giggled, all right, I'll bring you 3 bottles and 1 on the house from our boss plus a big plate of fruit. That's too much, your boss will scold you, Pu Xiaohan worried. The waitress blinked, shouldn't be a problem, right? If he scolds me, he'll just tell my grandma. She had her grandma to cover her back. Pu Xiaohan exclaimed, ah, as she realized that the beauty was working at her family's firepot restaurant. My apologies, my apologies. Lu Lingxi went to remind the other private rooms as well. Since there were many people and a large volume of dishes and it was a restaurant, the place was very busy. While waiting for the hot pot at Bai Lian's table, they started playing a game of werewolf kill. It was Ning Xiao and Bai Lian's first time taking part in a class entertainment activity, and everyone was quite excited. Bai Lian had never heard of the game, but after Xiaohan explained it to her and searched it up on her phone for her, Bai Lian more or less understood it. In the first round, Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, Zhang Xiai's, and the sports committee member each received a werewolf card. Discounting the other 2, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao exchanged looks. They knew the outcome of the game was already decided. Xiaohan was the first to speak. Good person card, no information the first night, waiting for the prophet to come out. The prophet card was held by the cultural committee member. She spoke clearly and logically, but since there were not many others speaking yet, she just called for votes and affirmed Xiaohan's good person identity. Then it was the turn of those who stood out. Zhang Xiai's as the first werewolf to speak, was very righteous. I am a good person, I believe the cultural committee member is the prophet. Everyone vote with me for the cultural committee member. Bai Lian, Ning Xiao and the sitting good people. 6. As a werewolf card holder, Ning Xiao sacrificed a teammate. Prophet card, the cultural committee member is a werewolf who jumped out aggressively with me. Zhang Xiai's is the charge wolf. Let's vote out the aggressive jumper today and go for the charge wolf tomorrow morning. I'll verify Bai Lian tonight. If she has high intelligence and is a werewolf, she needs to be voted out sooner, and if she is a good person, all the better. Even if I am killed tonight, I believe she can lead the team. Ning Xiao neatly killed himself off that night, giving the sheriff badge to Bai Lian. The god cards and villager cards doubted each other and dragged each other down. Bai Lian wasn't suspected by anyone from start to finish, struck whoever she pointed at, and the werewolf team was invincible. Until the game ended, Yang Lin, who was the witch card, still couldn't believe it, lifting her head to look at Bai Lian, hesitating. Because she trusted Bai Lian's judgment, she poisoned the hunter card. Even after the results were out, she still couldn't believe that the hunter card was a good person. No way, shouted Wang Qi, the hunter card, protesting the injustice, completely bamboozled by Bai Lian's logic. Bai sister, you and student god are on the same team. How are we, the good people, supposed to play? There's no way around it. I was practically offering myself to be voted out, and you still lost. Zhang Xiai's was excessively smug, not considering it shameful but rather a badge of honor. That's your own problem. Pu Xiaohan said somberly. Yeah, you, such a good person. Wang Qi immorally shared this joke with the class group. The people of class 15 were about to die laughing at this good person. Others even tagged Zhang Xiai's in the group chat, asking him to change his group nickname to a good person. Chapter 220. Elder Bai is an authority wherever he goes. The Bai family mistook the fake for a real gem. _2 Bai Lian didn't really move her chopsticks much, only blanched a few greens she had ordered and leisurely twirled her legs as she ate noodles. Later, it turned out she did the right thing because Pu Xiaohan was flipping the beef rolls in the pot with public chopsticks, scanning the group. Whose meat is this? Not me. This person's eyes darted away. Zhang Xiai's, stroking his stomach, spoke up warily, neither is it mine. Your intestines, you eat them. Someone was accusing another. Don't talk nonsense, this damn thing is clearly your intestines. The group jostled and shoved each other, full of suspicion and blame. Oh, not a single person dared to admit that the meat in the pot was theirs. In the end, Bai Lian and Yang Lin cleared up after everyone, and there was practically no food left in their private room. Lu Lingxi was surprised when she came to check on them. School was still in session on Friday, so after the meal the group of high school seniors dispersed. As the evening drew in, Xianxia arranged for the students to go home. Remember to report in the group chat once you're home. Bai Lian and Yang Lin walked at the back. Bai Lian hadn't brought her backpack that day. The hot pot restaurant was warm and she hadn't put on her school uniform, just casually carrying it. Do you know where your family's household registration book is? Yang Lin was slightly startled. She tilted her head, her thick bangs nearly covering her eyes, revealing only her pallid face. She opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately didn't speak, simply following Bai Lian and continuing to walk slowly forward. Bai Lian seemed to have brought it up casually. There were no further questions after that. Yang Lin let out a sigh of relief. Xianxia's house was near the school and he walked home. Opening the door he saw Yan Lu and his mother sitting at a table eating. Xianxia's dad had been away on a business trip for several days, and he had grown accustomed to his dad being gone for a month at a time. Taking advantage of my absence, the two of you sneakily enjoyed so much delicious food. Xianxia's looked incredulously at the full table of dishes. Mom. His mother rarely cooked, to the point that he had to buy breakfast for her every morning even though he got up early. Zhang's mom rolled her eyes and then looked at Yan Lu with a smiling face. Xiaolu, go ahead and eat, don't mind this fool. She picked up a peeled shrimp for Yan Lu with her own chopsticks. Yan Lu nodded and ate without hesitation, and the two didn't use public chopsticks as they dined. Zhang's mom would ask about her work. The two families had known each other since they were young, and Zhang's mom had always been fond of girls, treating the girl next door, Yan Lu, as her own daughter. After Yan Lu saved 5-year-old Zhang Xiai's when she was 9, her treatment was more than 3 times better than his. However, when Yan Lu was 12 and her parents died, Zhang's mom really wanted to adopt her, but she was taken away by distant relatives and rarely returned to Xianxia after that. The relatives were quite wealthy, and Zhang's mom didn't want to hold back Yan Lu's future, so the family sent her away. But they kept in touch over the years. Zhang's mom really wanted Yan Lu to stay now that she had finally returned. However, Yan Lu was now a somewhat famous star, so she had to reluctantly give up on that idea. After dinner, Yan Lu received a phone call from her agent, Sister XN. Why didn't you come to tonight's charity dinner? Sister XN was very surprised and also troubled. Why do I feel like you have such a grudge against President Lu? He's a shareholder of Time Entertainment and your big boss, an upright and kind-hearted man. Yan Lu, even if you're a germaphobe, you should at least make an appearance for appearance's sake. Yan Lu stood in a garden full of flowers, not knowing which words touched a nerve. Her left hand hanging by her side clenched fiercely into her palm, her eyes filled with intense hatred. I won't go again, sorry Sister XN, please find another artist. She abruptly ended the call. Ah, Zhang Xiai's was startled when Yan Lu turned around suddenly. He touched his head and then handed her the flower he was holding. Here, Yin sister, these iris flowers just came in today, I picked the prettiest one for you. Beneath the moonlight. The iris flower was as white and pure as snow. Yan Lu looked down at the white iris flower for a long time. Thank you. She gently accepted the flower. After Bai Lian returned, the lights in Jianghu's yard were bright. Director Chen had made sure to switch out for super bright lights for Jianghu, so he could work on his embroidery in the yard even at night. It wouldn't strain the eyes. Lance visited every day to check on the progress of the clothes Jianghu was making for him and incidentally, to wait for Bai Lian to perform acupuncture on him. The clothes he wanted were extremely complex in their craftsmanship. Jianghu had already embroidered 2 golden dragons, and during the daytime, a neighboring aunt who knew embroidery would come to help out, so he was making swift progress. Bai Lian, as usual, finished giving Lance his acupuncture before heading back to her room. She turned on her phone and began searching for traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, practitioner qualification certificates. Getting certified wasn't easy, the first requirement being a diploma from a school of Chinese medicine and having internship experience. The hot pot was served quickly. With over a dozen people at the table, they split into 2 pots. Chapter 221. Elder Bai is an authority wherever he goes. The Bai family mistook the fake for a real gem. _3 She continued to look down, noticing that the Chinese medicine exam consisted of 4 subjects. The first one was the foundational theory of Chinese medicine along with herbal medicine, which wasn't a problem, but then she saw internal medicine of Western medicine. Bai Lian looked up, pondering that this certificate was not absolutely necessary to pursue. She wasn't really a formal practitioner of Chinese medicine. She had only been taught a few sets of acupuncture by the imperial physician. When she was in the military, she had frequently practiced by giving acupuncture to the soldiers. She searched for acupuncture therapy certification. Not bad, this was a certificate she could accept. Back to WeChat. She noticed an addition to her friend requests, a new person's card. Matong Feng by classmate, image by classmate. Jianghu replied quickly, it's him. Bai Lian went back and clicked to accept the friend request. Matong Feng's online name was his real name. Bai Lian, smile? He must have been busy because it took him 5 minutes to see that Bai Lian had accepted. He hastily replied to her message, your mathematical and physical logical reasoning are very good, are you interested in physics? Bai Lian indeed had an exceptional talent in mathematics and logic. In the past, when Bai Zhongyu and Qinyi were studying at the Imperial College, 16-year-old Bai Zhongyu would coerce 8-year-old Bai Lian to help him with his Imperial College homework. Bai Lian's clerical script was forcibly practiced from that time. When Qinyi was 15, he skipped school to go horseback riding, and her 2 brothers forcibly dressed her up as a boy and made her go to the Imperial College in place of Qinyi. Over time, the teachers at the Imperial College all knew she was being tormented by her 2 brothers. They basically turned a blind eye to it. That day's lesson happened to be on Zhou by Xuan Jing, a required course of the Imperial College. She answered the questions fluently. It was the first time Liang Zuan noticed her. That was Bai Lian's first encounter with mathematics, and later on she also became familiar with the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, the Pythagorean theorem, trigonometry, circle cutting. She knew them all. Even in this world, after she rounded out her knowledge in integral calculus and differential calculus, mathematics and physics were still her strong suits. In her era, mathematics was leading the world, and Bai Lian was always very confident in her culture and in what she learned from Zhou by Xuan Jing. Only chemistry. She was really starting from scratch. Bai Lian, right? Matong Feng, link? He sent Bai Lian 3 links in a row. These are quite interesting, classmate. Dark matter is not at all fun. Quantum mechanics is the real essence. Smile? Bai Lian, okay, smile. The 2 exchanged information amicably, both very satisfied with each other's smiles. All the citywide joint exam papers were scanned into computers and uploaded to the Beijing education system. Finally, the grading was done uniformly on machines. The rules and regulations were nearly identical to the Gaokao. Everyone would log into the education system to check their scores and rankings. This was also a big event for the Beijing education system. Grading exams would take 3 to 4 days, and the results would be tabulated and ranked by the system. By Monday, everyone could log into the system to check their scores. In most cases, each school would compile and re-rank the scores of their own students. Saturday. Jianghu Music Academy. Bai Qiming and Song Min both accompanied Bai Xiaoqi to attend the audition for Master Jian's disciples. Among the many candidates were not a few of Jianghu's nobility. Bai Xiaoqi picked up her performance number, and although the 3 of them could move heaven and earth in Beijing here, they were no different from ordinary people. Only by jumping out of the fishbowl can one realize how big the world is. Inside sources say that Master Jian's disciples will shrink from 2 to just 1 this year, whispered a beautifully dressed woman ahead, talking with the young man beside her. The young man was shocked. Just 1? Spots were already tight, how come it suddenly changed to only 1? I heard that 1 spot has already been decided. A group of people were discussing the latest news. Bai Qiming quickly turned to Song Min. Do you know about this? It was no secret that Song Min's mother was from Jianghu, and the Song family's information network was always ahead of any in Beijing. I had no idea. Song Min shook his head. The Song family was not all-powerful. In this circle, the information disparity was controlled by a few. The Song family from Beijing just took advantage of the fact that Song Min's mother was from Jianghu. She would know many policies in advance, as well as news about education and economics. However, compared to those who were truly in the upper echelons of Jianghu, the Song family's informational advantage was insignificant. Only 1 spot. Bai Qiming looked at Bai Xiaoqi, knowing the chances were slim but still offering encouragement. Perform well. Even if Master Jian doesn't notice you, there will be other teachers who will value you. Bai Xiaoqi went in carrying her instrument. She played a perfect rendition of Master Jian's signature piece, The White Robe Journey. She was very skillful and her emotion was exactly right. Several teachers around nodded. Very good, has the makings of a concert master. Master Jian, sitting in the center, also nodded slightly after listening, uttering a hum, and gave her 80 points. Bai Xiaoqi had always been composed. Hearing this high score, she was overjoyed, showing happiness for the first time. Thank you, teachers. She bowed. Exiting the hall, the looks in Bai Qiming and Song Min's eyes were full of anticipation. She nodded slightly, her demeanor modest yet calm. Master Jian gave me 80 points, he said I have the makings of a concertmaster. It wasn't the highest score of the day, but it was definitely within the top 5 of Master Jian's scores. Many students and parents nearby couldn't help but come over to chat and make friends upon hearing this. 80 points, you're quite impressive, you're sure to get into Master Jian's academy. If she couldn't become his personal disciple, entering his academy was more than sufficient. Suddenly, the previously ignored trio of Bai Xiaoqi were surrounded by many wanting to befriend them and add them as friends. Bai Qiming finally puffed up his chest. He smiled as he added quite a few Jiangjing business parents as friends, then he shared the great news with the Bai family clan. The Bai family clan immediately lit incense and set off firecrackers in the ancestral hall. The clan's great-uncle even offered incense to the ancestors, murmuring a prayer. These two siblings are truly dragons and phoenixes among men, bringing great honor to our Bai family. Having their names recorded in the city's history is just around the corner. It was fortunate that you visited them 3 times that day to bring these siblings back, commented the clan leader admiringly. At that time, he had not favored the illegitimate children, but now he had to admit, the great-uncle's vision was extraordinary. You indeed have foresight. The Bai family boasts a top scholar and will soon have an artist as well. You shouldn't have gotten involved when Qiming and Ji Mulan divorced, the great-uncle lectured him. Luckily Xiaoqi didn't bear a grudge or else we would have lost out much more. As for Bai Lian and Ji Mulan, they had long been forgotten. Jiangjing Music Academy. Bai Xiaoqi received a flood of congratulatory calls and messages from the Bai family. Bai Qiming also sent red packets in the group chats and boasted on his social media. Meanwhile, in the concert hall, Master Jian Zhongyo, waiting for the next performer, couldn't help but take out his phone and sent a private message to a blogger. Hello, did she agree today? Chapter 222, 083 Tremor, Lianlian's ranking, second update, _1 Nowadays, very few men learn to play the guzheng. Most people seem to equate the guzheng with femininity. But Jian Zhongyo is one of the men who study guzheng, and despite being called effeminate as a child for it, he never allowed others' words to define him. Throughout history there have always been male figures among the guzheng masters. He rose to fame because of the white robe journey, and from skepticism to the present, his journey has been arduous and long. He understands the piece very well. Today many students performed the white robe journey, but compared to what he had seen in the video, something was always missing. The video where one eats a big bowl of noodles, the girl playing in it might not be fluent, and her technique could even be considered rusty. But only Jian Zhongyo knew the emotion she poured into this piece. Dazzling, splendid, yet ultimately fading to silence. To make friends through music. If guided properly, Jian Zhongyo believed she could play this piece to perfection. Valuing and loving talent, he was unwilling to give up on such a promising young plant. He would rather inquire daily. One day he would move this future music academy's prime student. The next student to perform was ready, and Jian Zhongyo put down his phone to listen seriously to the performance. When Pu Xiaohan sent Bai Lian a screenshot of Jian Zongyi's message. Bai Lian had just finished a meeting with the Calligraphy Association. Jianghu Lai was discussing financial issues with Qiu Xuezhing, who had specially interviewed someone to take charge of the association's finances. Bai Lian sat to the side, not quite understanding, so she turned on her phone and worked on practice problems. While replying to Pu Xiaohan, understood. Jianghu Lai sat by the octagon table while Jianghe did not wish to stay with him, learning calligraphy outside with a group of children instead. Qiu Xuezhing flipped through his notes, then suddenly looked up, somewhat excited. They've drawn up a new bus route across the street, and it's going to start service next week. This matter had not been fully announced yet, and many businessmen had bought up a bunch of properties in advance, waiting to sell them after the new bus line opened. Qiu Xuezhing was also privy to this news. Jianghu Lai was not surprised by this information. Xianxia Culture and Tourism Bureau had good planning. He rested his left hand on the table, casually leaning against the chair back, appearing languid yet erect, while flipping through the financial report of the association with his distinctively jointed hand, closing the report. It's almost there, and in the future there will be high-speed rail too. Ah, really? This news was genuinely new to Qiu Xuezhing. He sat up with a jolt. The thought of Xianxia being connected by high-speed rail was beyond his wildest dreams. Emichim, Jianghu Lai responded indifferently. He had seen the plan and the document wasn't issued yet. It was held up in Jiangjing and very few people knew about it. Jianghu Lai, curious about Xianxia, had asked someone to check it out. He handed the notebook back to Qiu Xuezhing casually. Qiu Shuezheng wanted to ask whether Jiang Fulai had actually read through all those pages of notes. But he truly didn't dare to ask. Jiang Fulai flipped through his phone, which showed several unread messages from Ma Tongfeng. Dean Ma. She is very polite and even sends me smiles. But he had sent Bai Lian several messages about quantum mechanics research, and she had not expressed her views on it. Dean Ma was really anxious. Even Jiang Fulai would occasionally indulge him, painting a pie in the sky, saying he would find him after finishing research on dark matter. Bai Lian, not drawing any pie at all, seemed even more like an old man than he did. Dean Ma, polite and aloof, not much of a talker. Dean Ma, can you ask her what she thinks for me? Jiang Fulai took a casual glance and replied leisurely, how do you know she bought me milk tea today? Image? There was no helping it, young Master Jiang couldn't find anyone else to show off to. Jiang Xianxia would bring out an even bigger cup of fruit tea. Ming Dongheng simply couldn't understand. Director Qin? He would go fishing with Ji Heng every day and even fraternized with Ji Xiaojun as brothers. Young Master Jiang felt irritated just looking at him. After going through the list, only Dean Ma was left. Dean Ma. On the other end of the phone, Dean Ma was speechless. Is there something wrong with young Master Jiang? After downing a large glass of water to calm himself, Dean Ma, not daring to curse, decided to ask about something else. Did you do something to the affiliated middle school? Jiang Fulai, Dean Ma, they came to me today asking if there's something wrong with the chemistry and biology question banks that they missed. With one glance, Jiang Fulai knew what was going on. No, I borrowed them to do practice problems. Dean Ma. Great, even when not in Jiangjing, Jiang Fulai could still randomly scare some people to death. Chapter 223, 083 Tremor, Lianlian's ranking, second update. _2 The people from the affiliated high school hadn't slept well for 2 days, checking all the problems one by one. Be a person. Thank you. Jiang Fulai put away his phone after replying and glanced at Bai Lian. Shall we take a look next door? Next door was the closed Xingyi martial arts school. It was exactly what Bai Lian wanted. When the two reached the door next door, a dark-skinned middle-aged man was shooing away 2 men in suits. Scram, I'm not selling. It was nearing November and the weather had turned cool. Most people were wearing coats. The middle-aged man was still in a t-shirt, and when he lifted his arm, the well-defined muscles were visible, his eyes were sharp, and at a glance, one could tell he was a powerful martial artist. He glanced at Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. Are you here to buy the property too? I'm not selling. No, Hallmaster Jean, Bai Lian just smiled. We just want to see what the old martial arts school looked like. Today was Saturday, and Bai Lian was wearing a light brown pleated skirt with a loose jacket of the same color series, lazy and relaxed, only embroidered with delicate white auspicious cloud patterns at the cuffs and neckline. Her long hair was still casually tied up behind her head. Her appearance was always deceptive, polite and modest, winning the affection of elders. Even Hall Master Jean was no exception. I haven't been the Hall Master for a long time. Hall Master Jean opened the door, letting them in. Feel free to look around. The Xingyi Martial Arts School was much larger than the Calligraphy Association. Upon entering the school there was a huge practice ground. To the right of the practice ground were 8 rows of wooden posts, 10 in each row, spaced 1 meter apart, with 3 stone tables behind them and stone stools stacked next to them. A large space was left open. In the middle was a 1 meter wide flagstone path, with grass growing in the cracks between the stones. To the left was a practice ground enclosed by stone bricks, with 2 rows of weapon racks near the surrounding wall where weapons used to be placed, but now they were empty. Following the flagstone path straight ahead, one could see a porch, and walking through it revealed many rooms on both sides. There were changing rooms, meditation rooms, sandbag rooms. Passing this long corridor, one could see the accommodations in the back with a well. Hall Master Jean lived in the corner and was drawing water, with huge dormitories on both sides. This indicated how prosperous the martial arts school once was. After looking around, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai politely said their goodbyes. What do you think? Jiang Fulai opened the gate, slightly bowed his head and asked. Bai Lian shook her head, stretching out her hand to shade the sunlight in front of her eyes, and spoke softly, He'll ask around some more. She still didn't know how the martial arts school had gone under. Monday. All the high schools in Beijing were tallying student scores. Xianxia High School was no exception. The principal had arrived at the school early and convened a meeting with the homeroom teachers. Teacher Lu. As soon as Lu Lingxi arrived, the principal and head of education urged her, Quick, see how many points Ning Xiao from your class got. Lu Lingxi knew they were anxious. Sitting in front of the computer, she logged in with her homeroom teacher ID, retrieved the class student scores and directly searched for Ning Xiao in the search bar. The page kept spinning. Today all the high schools in Beijing were pulling up scores, and the Beijing Education Network was clearly overwhelmed. It took nearly a minute to display. Name, Ning Xiao. Subject, score ranking Chinese 122, 74 math, 121, 5 English, 131, 109 science comprehensive, 248, 25 total score. 632, rank, 31. The principal was startled by the ranking and couldn't help exclaiming. This ranking showed the overall ranking for the entire Beijing. Last time during the joint exams, Ning Xiao was still ranked outside the top 100, and now he suddenly soared to 31. Could this match up with that international class of Beijing? The director of studies also couldn't help but speak up. They all knew about the international class of Beijing High School, with a total of 40 students, the most competitive school in Beijing, with several students getting into Jianghu University each year. Hearing this, other teachers looked over. How did his grades improve so quickly? Jianghu is only ranked 80, right? There had never been a student from Xianxia in the top 50, and today was the first time. A bunch of teachers were extremely excited. Look at his math top 5. And the natural sciences comprehensive also in the top 30. 121 points, said the head of the math department while adjusting his glasses. I heard that Song Min got 130 in math. Ning Xiao isn't much behind him. Right, top 5. Not many from the international class of Beijing High School can match Ning Xiao, the director of studies said, looking at the principal with excitement. You asked Director Pan, is this score decent enough? In the next joint exams, will Beijing still provide us with resources? Never had there been a student in Xianxia who ranked in the top 10 in any subject. Ning Xiao was the first. Top 5 in math, what did that mean? Even in Beijing High School, this was 1 in 10,000. The principal knew this, of course, as he stared at the page and called Director Pan, feeling that this time they might truly have a chance. Lu Lingxi was also startled by Ning Xiao's results. People were congratulating Lu Lingxi with looks of particular envy. Being able to mentor a student who ranked in the top 31 of the whole Beijing, it wasn't just an honor for the school but also for Xianxia. Only the homeroom teacher of class 8, looking at Lu Lingxi, suddenly spoke up, search for student Bai Lian. Oh. Lu Lingxi snapped back to her senses and started to search for Bai Lian's name. She pressed the enter key. The web page was still loading. The other teachers were much more relaxed than before. Student Bai, her chemistry is a bit weak, not sure how she did in math. Last time she scored 5 points more than Ning Xiao in math. Ning Xiao missed a multiple choice question. Could she also be in the top 10 in math? One teacher boldly speculated. Most teachers didn't know much about Bai Lian, but they knew she was a girl. I doubt that. I feel Bai is good at Chinese, and this time math was so hard she can't have scored higher than Ning Xiao. Everyone was guessing casually when Lu Lingxi chuckled. She knew Bai Lian very well. Don't underestimate girls, okay? Just watch, student Bai Lian might even have a score of 120 in math. After all, it was rumored that Song Min only had 130. Lu Lingxi knew her students well but didn't think about competing with someone like Song Min. As they spoke, swoosh, Bai Lian's results came up. Name, Bai Lian. Subject, score, rank Chinese 150, 1 math 150, 1 English 126, 137 natural sciences comprehensive, 182, 966 total score. 608 rank. 97 beneath the computer screen. These few lines of scores were so clear. The several teachers who were still joking, including Lu Lingxi, were motionless. They just silently looked at the first 2 lines. Chinese 150, 1 math 151. The principal, who was on the phone with Director Pan, naturally saw it too and went silent in an instant. The whole classroom was as quiet as could be. For about a minute. The usually refined homeroom teacher of class 8 quietly uttered a word, damn. Chapter 224. 084 Dimensional Reduction Strike _1 With his call, a small number of people also came to their senses. Is she that good at math? No, which school did she transfer from? So freakish. Now Beijing High School is going to be interesting. Not to mention the homeroom teacher of class 8, even Lu Lingxi was particularly shocked. Just Bai Lian's overall ranking in the top 97 was enough to shock people, let alone her Chinese and mathematics scores. First place, perfect score, either one would be enough to dominate the field. Lu Lingxi had always known that Bai Lian was very good at Chinese. This time the classical Chinese reading was obscure, and the essay was even more bizarre. Many students in the school misunderstood the meaning of their essay, seriously deviating from the topic. Bai Lian's 150 in Chinese was beyond her expectation, but not too surprising, for Bai Lian's palace-style calligraphy was a significant bonus. But a 150 in the joint exam for mathematics. In Xianxia, that was simply a science fiction event. She had always thought that Bai Lian's math was on par with Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao's rapid progress in math this time, reaching the top 5 in Beijing, had already blown away all the teachers in the office. And there was Bai Lian silently dealing everyone a crushing blow. Hello. The principal stopped midway through speaking, and on the other end of the phone, Director Pan, unable to wait for him to finish, couldn't help but speak up. Why have you stopped talking? That question brought the principal back to reality. Director Pan, the principal began solemnly, I think not just possibly but we really have won this time. I think so too. Director Pan was also excited. Ning Xiao has improved too fast. Math in the top 5, such a talent is in high demand at Beijing High School, right? If Ning Xiao were a senior, he would definitely make it into the provincial team. No, the principal said after hearing him out, there's more news now. Student Bai Lian scored perfect in both Chinese and math, first place. As the principal had anticipated, the voice on the other end of the phone instantly vanished. Director Pan could be heard breathing hurriedly. She scored higher than Song Min? Yes, Song Min got around 130 in math. At this moment, not just Xianxia High School, but also the people in the Education Bureau office were extraordinarily excited. Director Pan hung up the phone, his eyes sparkling. Contact Beijing Education Bureau, and I remember Jianghu University has a liberal arts-focused recruitment program, right? Since the top scholar from Beijing was admitted to Jianghu University last year, it was all over the news. This year, all major colleges had heard of Song Min, and if there were no dark horses from Beijing next year, he was the certain top scorer, especially in math. Before today, no one thought that anyone could surpass him in math. Yet, Bai Lian rose unexpectedly in this joint exam. As for poor performance in science, not a big issue. Jianghu University's liberal arts-focused recruitment program is designed for candidates with uneven academic strengths. Xianxia had never seen anyone admitted to Jianghu University before, so if they had the first one, they couldn't even begin to imagine how sensational it would be. Lu Lingxi printed the results and returned to class 15. The answer sheets were handed in to be scanned by the school, which had not yet been distributed, but their exam papers had not been handed in. The first period was Lu Lingxi's Chinese class. Most of the students did not do well on the Chinese exam, so she did not announce the grades but instead analyzed the papers. After finishing a period, her mood had finally eased. She called Bai Lian and Ning Xiao to the office to discuss their scores with them. This was the principal's request to prevent them from getting too excited. The principal, unable to stop smiling, said, Students, do you know how much you scored? Ning Xiao, you are 5th in Beijing for math and in the overall top 30. And you, Bai Lian, are even more impressive, 1st in Beijing for math. He rattled off everything. But he found the two in front of him unresponsive. Oh, Ning Xiao looked up, his tone quite calm. Always somber, Ning Xiao raised his eyebrows, emanating an air of melancholy, his voice devoid of any excitement or joy. Wearing a simple school uniform, Bai Lian with her clear and shallow eyes was more composed than Ning Xiao. I understand, thank you, Principal. Principal? He couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Lingxi. What's going on here? Look, did you two not hear what I said? The principal tried to explain. Ning Xiao, you are 5th in math in Beijing, and Bai Lian, you scored perfect in both Chinese and math, 1st in Beijing. Ning Xiao turned aloof. He nodded slightly, showing he understood. Yes, perfect in Chinese and math, I heard it, thanks, Principal. Bai Lian recalled chemical formulas, then replied unhurriedly. Principal. Chapter 225. 084 Reduction Strike _2 Lu Lingxi looked at the two children and couldn't help but smile, telling them to go back to class. Once they had left, the principal finally turned to Lu Lingxi looking particularly disheveled. It's just, Teacher Lu, those two students. What's going on? They don't look happy at all. Aren't they excited? Didn't they know what these results meant? Of course, the principal didn't understand. Ning Xiao had the apps exercises, and every weekend Jianghu Lai would go to the library to teach them the more challenging problems, and then there was Bai Lian, whose explanations were even more meticulous than Jianghu Lai's. Ranked 5th in Beijing, these results were impressive in Xianxia and Beijing. But Ning Xiao knew that if young Master Jiang discovered he scored only around 120 on the joint exam, even failing to answer a major question entirely, he would definitely be scolded. This wasn't an exaggeration. Apart from Tang Ming, he was the worst student young Master Jiang had ever taught. Happy, excited? Right now, Ning Xiao was only worried about whether he'd be scolded tonight. He was in no mood for joy or excitement. As for Bai Lian, she had initially stood out among the many talents of the great Yong dynasty, accepted as a disciple by Liang Zuan and a special exception. Even today people say of her, the great Yong dynasty owes her a position as the top scholar. Would she care about this? The two left with ease. The principal truly couldn't understand it, and turning to Lu Lingxi he said, I didn't even get to tell them about the Wenchong plan. The Wenchong plan was specifically designed by Jianghu University for students with special talents. It involved interviews and written exams between October and November each year, and those who passed could be admitted to Jianghu University with a 50-point deduction from their college entrance exam scores. If they performed exceptionally well, the reduction could be even greater. The principal had come specifically for this Wenchong plan. But the reaction of these two students baffled him, and he let them go without saying a word about it. They're about to have class, said Lu Lingxi, more composed than the principal. After a moment's thought, she added, he'll have a good talk with them at noon. That works. The principal was dizzy with confusion. Suddenly he felt, even if he had mentioned the Wenchong plan to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao just now, their reactions would probably have been the same. Oh. Thank you, principal, I understand. Thinking about this, the principal couldn't help but wipe his face. After all, it was best to leave such matters to Lu Lingxi. Beijing High School. International class. This class consisted of all top students. Competition created pressure, so when the results were released, the homeroom teacher immediately posted the printed score sheet on the left side of the blackboard. As soon as the scores came out, it wasn't Song Min and the others who were concerned, but rather a group who had privately placed bets. A bunch of them crowded to the left side of the blackboard to see the latest development in the math competition. From top to bottom, the homeroom teacher posted everyone's scores and overall rankings according to their positions. The first one was Song Min name. Song Min subject, score ranking Chinese 131, 5 math, 130, 2 English, 142, 3 science composite, 275, 1 total score, 678, 1 Song Min's desk mate wasn't surprised by Song Min's overall ranking. He just looked at Song Min's math score, turned around and let out a tragic cry. Brother Min, I admire you for scoring 130 on this kind of paper, but you've really disappointed me. The first place is actually Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, you couldn't have gotten 135 in math, could you? Most were startled to see that Song Min was second in math and began to exclaim. Aside from the major joint exams, Beijing High School had a monthly exam for the 10 schools in Beijing. In mathematics, Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi consistently ranked second and first respectively, a tradition at Beijing High School. Only a very few instinctively looked for Bai Xiaoqi's ranking. Name, Bai Xiaoqi subject, score ranking Chinese 133, 4 math, 126, 3 English, 137, 20 science composite, 259, 9 total score, 655, 3 hey, he blurted out subconsciously, it's not Xiaoqi who's first either, her math is third. At this exclamation, not to mention those grouped on the left side of the blackboard, even the normally focused Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi turned to look in that direction. Song Min stood up, frowning. She's third? Yes, who in our class had an exceptional performance, even surpassing Brother Min? Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi exchanged glances. They both pushed back their chairs and walked to the left side of the podium to check the scores. The crowd whooshed aside, making way for Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi to view their math scores, then continued looking downward. The class had a 4th place, a 6th place, but no 1st place. Others were also wondering where the 1st place might be, because no one in international class had ever considered that this math 1st place could belong to someone else. Yet it was nowhere to be found. Aside from the two of them, the highest was 4th place with 123 points. So, where was the 1st place? Without mention of 1st, where was 5th place? Beijing High's international class was the most competitive in all of Beijing and had the strongest teaching staff, especially since the international class homeroom teacher, a math teacher, had previously coached several IMO potential candidates. Chapter 226. 084 Reduction Strike _3 The class had nearly swept the top 10 in the province for math. Who exactly is in 1st place? Song Min's desk mate touched his head, incredulous. Min bro, your 130 is already freakish, but someone's even more freakish? How many points did they have to score? I'm going to find the homeroom teacher, Song Min decided on the spot. The homeroom teacher of the international class was in the office. He had applied to review the answer sheet of that top student as soon as the scores were released. Soon the staff called him, saying the test paper had been retrieved. The answer sheet was retrieved from the machine, and to ensure fairness and justice, it did not display the school or the name. The homeroom teacher of the international class only saw a clean, neatly arranged test paper. All the multiple-choice questions were correct. All the fill-in-the-blank questions were correct. He paused for a moment, took the mouse and clicked through to the major questions the student had answered. There were a total of 5 major math questions, and the first 3 were still fine. He had spent an entire weekend figuring out the last 2 questions and had even cross-referenced the answers. These 2 questions were beyond the syllabus of the international class, so he even prepared detailed explanations against the answers, to make sure the students would understand. But seeing the students' answers, he even felt a sense of, so that's another way to solve it. The approach was different from the answers, and this student's method was even clearer and easier to understand. Pristine standard, every step of the reasoning was clearly written. 150, perfect score. At first, he didn't know what the top score was and thought the other person was only a point or 2 above Song Min. He wondered who this dark horse was, but he never imagined it would be 150, a perfect score. Where on earth did this guy come from? Cheating? The homeroom teacher of the international class hadn't even considered it, not to mention the answer was different from the standard answer. The clarity of the logical process alone let him see the student's potential value. Principal, the homeroom teacher of the international class directly called the school principal. The Education Bureau can pull up information on the person who came first in math, right? Send me that guy's data. By the time Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi arrived, the homeroom teacher had just hung up the phone. I knew you two would come. The homeroom teacher took a deep breath. That first place, 150, Song student by student, I can only say that you two didn't lose unfairly this time. 150? Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi exclaimed simultaneously. The homeroom teacher nodded. Yes, with a score that terrifying, I think. This guy's math might even match those from Jianghu Affiliated Middle School. The name, Jianghu Affiliated Middle School, might be very foreign to others. But the people from number 1 high school were well aware. Are you talking about Liang Wuyu and them? Song Min asked, almost in astonishment. Even with his confidence, he had never thought about comparing himself with Liang Wuyu and his peers. That was a natural gap. After all, the Liang family were top educational aristocrats, and the resources they had access to were different from the outset. But Song Min had also never imagined that this person with a 150 score would be so highly regarded in the eyes of the homeroom teacher. To be mentioned in the same breath as Liang Wuyu? Teacher, who is he exactly? Song Min couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Still checking. Bai Xiaoqi recovered her composure, her demeanor always elegant and her appearance lovely, finding it strange. If his math is that good, why didn't he make it into the top 10 overall scores? After all, the top 10 overall were from their class. He might be lopsided in his studies, the homeroom teacher explained. That was plausible, but for the time being, neither Song Min nor Bai Xiaoqi had the mind to worry about how this person was lopsided in their studies. Because that score of 150 had both of them utterly disconcerted. When they returned to report to the class and everyone heard the score of the first place, most of them exchanged looks. First place 150. Second place 130. Third place 126. Some thoughts they dared not voice out loud. Isn't this a dimensionality reduction assault? Since when did such an incredible person appear? The homeroom teacher of the international class was also pondering this question until he finally received a phone call from the staff. The information and scores of the first-place student had been found. Teacher, it has been sent to your email. The homeroom teacher quickly ended the call and logged into his email, indeed finding a new message. He clicked it open right away. The score of the student who had executed the dimensionality reduction assault sprang into his view. Chapter 227, 085 Can't Afford to Provoke. Second update, _1 The information provided by the Education Bureau was precise, from the school to the homeroom teacher. Name, Bai Lian Class, Xianxia Number 1 High School, Senior Year Class 35 Homeroom Teacher. Lu Lingxi Student ID, 20145. Subject, Score, Rank Chinese, 150, 1 Mathematics, 150, 1 The homeroom teacher of the international class spotted the 2 Rank 1 students in the first 2 rows at a glance. He refocused on the name column. Bai Lian. This name, he frowned, is identical to that Bai family member. The Bai family had previously used their connections to send Bai Lian into his class, where she became the laughing stock on the first day of school. In high school already she knew nothing when asked, hindering the progress of the international class. He couldn't stand it for a day and immediately transferred her to the liberal arts class. It must be a coincidence in names. It was unexpected that she was also a girl. Her mathematics was genuinely good. Only 182 in science comprehensive. The homeroom teacher glanced at the score, feeling less threatened. That was nearly 100 points lower than Song Mint's. The international class homeroom teacher never believed this could be the Bai Lian he knew. He was aware that the Bai Lian he knew had been expelled for cheating, and as for where she went afterwards, how could he possibly care about that? Xianxia No. 1 High School. The principal was almost ready to hold a banner celebration for the two students. Good, let's continue with the joint exams. I will announce this good news to everyone, the principal said in his office after hanging up the phone from the education bureau. He saw Lu Lingxi finish speaking and then hung up. Teacher Lu, the principal's smile did not fade. The joint examination for the top 10 schools is not cancelled. This was no surprise to the principal or Lu Lingxi. Bai Lian's sudden emergence was likely unforeseen by the schools in Beijing. They thought that the other schools had almost no impact on the top 10 rankings and were dragging the progress of the joint exams, which is why they decided to cancel. Now talk about dragging progress? No impact on the rankings? Upon seeing that 150 score, the heads of the top 10 schools dared not speak another word. I asked, Bai Lian does not want to participate in the Wenchong plan. Lu Lingxi sat across from the principal, slightly contemplating. Lu Lingxi remained calm. Bai Lian said she doesn't like any of the 10 majors offered by the Wenchong plan. Principal, I mean to actually pick and choose among Jianghu University's offerings? Since getting to know Bai Lian, the principal felt he had gained much insight. Class 15. Bai Lian pulled out 2 practice books to start solving problems. She was mainly working on biology, leaving chemistry to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming while she finished with biology before swapping with them. Making the most of everything. After school in the afternoon, Tang Ming, mingling with a group from class 15, was also very anxious. Got a fortune, don't you think you scored a bit too high? Bai Lian raised her eyebrows, her eyes exceptionally clear and cold. Could it be that you scored too low? Tang Ming. Pu Xiaohan was taking photos on her phone for materials, and Zhang Xiai's looped his arm around Tang Ming's shoulder, taller than him like brothers. You hang out with our class every day, why don't you transfer to class 15? Tang Ming was in no mood to joke with Zhang Xiai's, just making a bitter face. Don't ask me first. When they arrived at Mother Zhang's flower shop, Zhang Xiai's went his separate way from Bai Lian's group. He stroked his chin watching Tang Ming and Ning Xiao's retreating figures. What's up with these two? They look like they're preparing for a heroic sacrifice? Before he could figure it out, his mother, holding a watering can, knocked him on the head. What are you dazing about? Hurry up and deliver the prawns I made to Xiaolu. Library. 2nd floor. Bai Lian sat with her legs crossed, spreading out her books, then took out her error notebook, flipped open the tip of the pen with one hand, appearing lazy and casual. Across from her, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were not so relaxed. Jianghu sat beside Bai Lian, his left hand resting on the table, leaning slightly forward with his right hand holding the math and science papers Bai Lian had given him. He scanned them from beginning to end. After spending 3 minutes scanning, he laid the papers on the dark brown tabletop, his fingers clearly defined pressing down on the paper, looked up, his face pale yet sharp. 121.95? His tone was unhurried. Those were Ning Xiao's math and physics scores. Ning Xiao straightened up. Yes. Did you take a nap during the exam? Master Jiang genuinely inquired. Ning Xiao, I didn't. Then I truly don't understand. Master Jiang glanced at the paper, sneered, how you could lose 30 points on such an exam. Remember, the human brain is meant to be used. Ning Xiao, just curse his slow thinking and not being quick enough in calculations. Jianghu gaze turned to Tang Ming. Tang Ming quickly sat up straight, nervously awaiting Master Jiang's critique. Chapter 228, 085 Can't Afford to Provoke, 2nd update. _2 However, when Jianghu looked at him upon reaching Tang Ming, he just sneered and said nothing more. Mr. Jiang, Tang Ming started to speak timidly. Jianghu raised his hand. Since I've taught you, don't call me Mr. Jiang. Tang Ming, cack, whimper, he's not John von Neumann, possessing a mighty brain, studying mathematics at 3, mastering calculus at 8, finishing undergraduate studies by 10, he's just an average top student. There is indeed a barrier between geniuses. All day today, Tang Ming had been showered with praise from the homeroom teacher and other subject teachers. After all, his progress had been remarkable. Chen Zhu only scored 110 in math. In the past, Tang Ming wouldn't have dared to dream of such a day. Yet here young Master Jiang didn't even bother to scold him. Of course the people Jianghu Lai often criticized were all of the same type as he Wen, the distinguished alumnus of Jiangjing University. When it came to Tang Ming, young Master Jiang truly didn't know where to begin with his criticism. After all, most of the questions in the papers were as easy as 1 plus 1 to him. With Tang Ming's score of 111, Jianghu Lai only wanted him to disappear from his sight right now, immediately. If President Ma found out that someone he had taught scored like this in mathematics. Thinking of this, his gaze turned coldly towards Tang Ming once again. Mr. Jiang, Bai Lian twisted open a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Jianghu Lai. His math is now ranked 3rd in the school. Jianghu Lai took the water, subconsciously. Are there only 3 people who took the test? Bai Lian, Jianghu Lai. He glanced at Bai Lian, silently took a sip of the mineral water. Don't you have to go to the hospital to visit your aunt? Young Master Jiang changed the subject. Bai Lian unhurriedly retracted her gaze, started to pack her things and spoke with a nonchalant tone. Just 3 people taking the exam? She countered. Jianghu Lai. On the other side, he looked up solemnly at Jianghu Lai. Sister is first, he said. After the 3 left, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao finally came back to their senses. Tang Ming was acutely aware of the long road ahead. Across from him, Ning Xiao also lowered his head in reflection, knowing ever since he found out that Bai Lian only slept 5 hours a day, he had been far too relaxed. With Jianghu Lai and Bai Lian around, yet being unable to outperform Song Min in math was truly unacceptable. Xianxia Central Hotel. Zhang Xiai's brought a lunchbox to Yen Lu. Yen Lu was staying in room 1205 of the hotel. When Zhang Xiai's arrived, Yen Lu hadn't come back yet. He sent a message to Yen Lu, and Yen Lu told him to leave the lunchbox at the door. She would be back later. Zhang Xiai set down the lunchbox, but saw a letter half-stuffed through the door crack, with what appeared to be blood stains on the envelope. Knowing that Yen Lu had many cyberbullies, he frowned. He took out the envelope and left the lunchbox as he went out. After returning to the flower shop, Zhang's mom learned about his exam results, and almost hit him with a kettle. Zhang Xiai's agilely retreated to his room and shut the door. He opened his phone to find someone to play games with in the class group chat. In the wait to group up for the game, he thought of the cyberbully and pulled out the envelope from his pocket. Snap, 4 photographs fell to the ground. Zhang Xiai stared at the photos that had landed on the tiled floor, stunned. Clearly the photos had been captured from some videos. Even though he was alone in the room, he swiftly picked up the photos and clamped them down on the table. Each photo had a line of words written on the back. You think you can escape me? Come here at 11 tonight. You wouldn't want these videos to appear online, would you? There was an address left. Zhang Xiai felt his head buzz, everything crashing down. Good guy, why aren't you hitting ready? From the phone, the voices of Wuxia and the others came through. Zhang Xiai lifted his head, his normally sunny handsome face now covered with a layer of gloom, like a clear sky obscured by dark clouds, oppressive and suffocating. The blood-stained white envelope was crumpled in his grip. Veins on his forehead and arms stood out. He abruptly raised his hand and wiped his eyes. After a while he pulled open the door and left. I wonder if Xiaolu ate well? Zhang's mom was pruning a pot of flowers, hearing the door open but not looking back. 15 in physics, just wait until your dad comes back and see how he scolds you, she murmured. Normally, Zhang Xiai's would come over to help her trim the flowers and ask her not to tell his dad. Today, however, Zhang Xiai's was very silent. He put on a black baseball cap and also took out a pot full of white iris flowers from the bucket. The snow-colored iris flowers in bunches were very elegant. Zhang Xiai's wrapped up an entire large bunch. Chapter 229, 085 Can't Afford to Provoke, Second Update, _3 Xianxia Hotel Room 1205. Knocking. Inside, Yen Lu was taking a shower in the bathroom. Knowing her propensity for cleanliness, her sister knew it would be a long one. She opened the door to find a tall, handsome young man standing outside. Ah, are you, little brother Zhang? Zhang Xiai's did, after all, represent the face of the male students at Xianxia No. 1 Middle School. Her sister recognized Zhang Xiai's and called out to the bathroom. Yen Lu, little brother Zhang has come to see you. Bathroom. Yen Lu's hand shook and the razor blade slipped from her wrist. She quickly stood up from the water, dried herself off and got dressed before coming out. With her tall stature and long legs, she wore the hotel's slippers as she came out, drying her hair along the way. What are you doing here instead of doing homework at home? Just received a bouquet of flowers, Zhang Xiai's chuckled. taking out a large bunch of iris flowers from behind him and handing them to Yen Lu. I brought them to you. The motion of Yen Lu drying her hair came to a halt. She looked down at the bunch of pure white irises, glistening with water droplets. It took her a while to hesitate before she reached out and took them. Thank you. Xianxia reached out and gave Yen Lu a very light hug for the first time, speaking softly, Yen Lu, it's going to be all right. After speaking, he pulled his cap down. He turned and walked out the door. The door closed behind him. Only then did Yen Lu's sister turn around with a stunned expression, looking at Yen Lu holding the flowers, and she couldn't help but doubt, you're faking your germophobia, aren't you? Yen Lu ignored her, put the flowers away, and went back to the bathroom to throw the razor blade in the trash can. The next day, Bai Lian arrived at school, and Pu Xiaohan asked her usual daily question. After receiving a negative response, she relayed the message to Dean Jian. Looks like this good person is going to be late again today. Just before class started, Xianxia still hadn't arrived, prompting Pu Xiaohan to glance at his empty desk with a raised eyebrow. Him being late was the norm for class 15. Bai Lian opened her book, not surprised by this either. However, today was out of the ordinary for everyone, as Xianxia didn't come to school at all. Even Lu Lingxi had no idea what the specific situation was. In the evening after school, Bai Lian and a few others, including Pu Xiaohan, decided to inquire at his mother's flower shop. Zhang's family lived above the flower shop, but the shop had not opened that day either. There was a backyard. Pu Xiaohan glanced at Bai Lian. Bai Lian, holding a phone in one hand and a question bank in the other, gestured with a nod of her chin. Pu Xiaohan understood the signal and began to knock on the backyard door. Aunt Zhang, are you home? And Pu Xiaohan, Zhang's classmate. Zhang's family living room. Yen Lu sat on the couch in a daze. Next to her, Zhang's mother's head was buried in her knees, her expression obscured. Of the three women, only her sister was somewhat composed, pacing the living room. Yen Lu, she initially wanted to ask Yen Lu about Zhang's connection with Mr. Lu. But seeing Yen Lu's expression of total despair, she couldn't bear to press the question. I'm going to look for the Lu family. Yen Lu suddenly stood up, a cigarette unlit in her hand and her eyes cast downward, and see what they want to do about this. You're just going to go like that? Don't you know what kind of people are in the Lu family? Her sister shook her head, like scolding Yen Lu back to reality. What's most important right now is to seek the other party's letter of forgiveness as soon as possible, and then find a lawyer to sue. Knocks at the backyard door interrupted her. She looked towards Zhang's mother. Those people outside. Zhang's mother's gaze was vacant as she looked up, as if coming back to her senses only now. Yes, they're classmates of Aze, their class has good relationships. Zhang Xi's had missed a day of school, and Bai Lian and the others must have come to inquire about his situation. Her sister opened the door and saw several people in Xianxia No. 1 middle school uniforms. Classmates, little brother Zhang has some issues and needs to take some time off, her sister said with a smile. Something's happened? Bai Lian, holding her phone, squinted at Yen Lu's sister with a casual smirk. Yen Lu's sister met Bai Lian's gaze, and under any other circumstances she would certainly have asked Bai Lian if she wanted to enter the entertainment industry, but now wasn't the time. She nodded. Yes, I'm helping them look after the shop, so you all better go home and do your homework. She closed the door and let out a sigh of relief. The girl just now was good-looking with a seemingly casual expression, but those dark eyes made one feel completely exposed. I sent them away. Yen Lu's sister returned to the living room and her phone finally rang. The other two looked at her anxiously. She answered, and it was Thai Media calling. She had contacted them first thing in the morning, and all three had been waiting for a reply. Little XN, I can't handle this matter. Forget about getting a lawyer, you should also find a chance to extricate yourself as soon as possible. You know what the Shiming family is like. Lu XN had even managed to arrange a meeting with that person from the Su family. How bold you must be to mess with the Lu family. The other party hung up after speaking. Calls back went unanswered. Yen Lu's sister looked at the nervous Yen Lu and Zhang's mother and sadly chuckled. Lu Xin's father has already arrived in Xianxia, and the Lu family's background is not that clean to begin with. His son is now in the ICU. Not to mention Mr. Su is also in Xianxia. Mr. Su? Zhang's mother lifted her head, her voice hoarse, hearing the name Mr. Su for the first time. Mr. Su, even the Lu family has to curry favor with him. He's from Jianghu, those people have enormous power, even our boss might not dare to intervene, we and them. Being in the entertainment industry, Yen Lu's sister was the clearest about these things as she shook her head. You have to be prepared, little brother Zhang's case, we might all be unable to extricate ourselves. Her sister had sent those students away moments ago without saying much. Firstly, there were already enough people involved, and the few decent ones left in her circle were distancing themselves from them. She feared involving the students as well. Secondly, this matter was complicated and not a single person from Thai media dared to touch it, so it was futile to talk to those students. Chapter 230, 086 The Grandpa with Secrets, Top-Notch Legal Team _1 Alien. Outside, Pu Xiaohan watched Xinming close the back door and couldn't help but look at Bai Lian. Something feels weird. Bai Lian looked up at the doorframe, her phone idly twirling in her hand. Not sure. She gripped her phone tightly, pausing to think. You go home first, ask around. When the students from Class 15 left, they did not have the same ease as when they arrived. But no one from Class 15 could have imagined. What sort of thing could the usually sunny Xianxias have done? At worst it might be a family emergency, the most serious being Xianxia's falling ill, or perhaps a car accident. Pu Xiaohan slapped herself in the face. Such a jinx. That was what most people in Class 15 thought. Bai Lian took the opportunity to visit her aunt in the hospital. Jianghu had only come by during the afternoon to bring Xinqing chicken soup. It was ill-timed as Su En and Ji Mulan were there, and the room was filled with the health supplements they had brought. Seeing Bai Lian arrive, Su En greeted her with a smile. Alien is off school. It was all very typical. He always knew how to keep a proper distance in his dealings with others. He never crossed the line. Bai Lian didn't have much animosity toward him, but that was about it. With Ji Mulan standing beside her, Bai Lian just hummed in response, the most courtesy she was willing to show. Mr. Su, what brings you here tonight? Ji Xiaojun had just finished teaching not long ago and poured water for Ji Mulan and Su En. Today they hadn't made use of Bai Lian. Mainly because Ji Xiaojun felt Bai Lian had animosity toward Ji Mulan, and he was afraid Bai Lian would splash water on Ji Mulan's face. Su En smiled. After exchanging routine greetings with Xinqing, he reflected a moment. One of my business partners is in ICU, I'm going to see him later. I see, Ji Xiaojun nodded, not prying further. Then you should go quickly. Su En also knew that Ji Mulan and Bai Lian, mother and daughter, didn't get along well. He wasn't clear about the past between the two, but he could feel that Ji Mulan's attitude toward Bai Lian had been problematic for some time. After he left with Ji Mulan, Ji Xiaojun turned to Bai Lian, gesturing for her to help herself to some water. You and your mother? He wondered if there was any possibility of reconciliation between them. After all, they were mother and daughter. Now, Ji Mulan's relationship with Jianghu was somewhat mended. Stop. Bai Lian couldn't stand hearing about Ji Mulan, placing her workbook on the table. Uncle, I came to see my aunt. To others, it seemed there wasn't much of an issue between Bai Lian and Ji Mulan. But only Bai Lian knew the original Bai Lian was already dead. Dead in the icy cold lake. Ji Xiaojun silently watched Bai Lian sit by Xinqing's bedside, instinctively checking Xinqing's pulse. Xinqing even gave him a white-eyed look, annoyed at his meddling. Ji Xiaojun then turned to make Bai Lian a cup of tea. His familial bonds were thin, Ji Mulan was his sister, and he couldn't let go. Alien, your grandfather said you've been going to bed past midnight and getting up before 6? Xinqing could now sit up and lean against the headboard, her head swathed in bandages. Her voice was becoming stronger as well. In short, she was recovering very well. Jianghu had woken up in the night to use the bathroom and saw that Bai Lian's window was still open. That day he came over worriedly to discuss this matter. So, on behalf of Jianghu, Xinqing spoke, your health is important. We can take our time, there's no rush this year. Bai Lian withdrew her hand, looked up still in her school uniform with an unzipped jacket revealing her white shirt underneath, and said to Xinqing with a voice both soft and slow, but I need to study, Aunt. Xinqing. Right, studying is most important, but try to go to bed by midnight if you can. Ji Xiaojun placed the tea to one side, listening and utterly speechless. Is this how you persuade someone? After seeing Xinqing, Bai Lian went back home as she still had Lance waiting for her at home. After she had left, Ji Xiaojun glanced at Xinqing. Dad asked you to persuade her, not to indulge her. Why don't you say it then? Xinqing leaned against the headboard. Ji Xiaojun was even less helpful than Jianghu. Before Bai Lian could speak, he likely would be the one to start saying, It's okay, Alien, whatever time you study until it's fine, your uncle will stay up with you. Ji Xiaojun opened his mouth. He wanted to retort. But he didn't know where to start. Illogical. He could only bury his head and go to the bathroom to fetch water for Xinqing. Outside the ICU at the hospital. At the age of 60, Liu's father looked into the glass room at Lu Ximing with a fierce gaze. No matter who it is, I want them dead. Get me Zhao Jingzhou even if it costs 10 times more. Chapter 231, 086 The Grandpa with Secrets, Top-Notch Legal Team _2 Zhao Jingzhou, the top legal team of Thai media. Originated from Red Circle Firm. Always unbeaten. He was extremely popular online and had never lost a case. The least successful outcome was a settlement between both parties. Director Liu, we are already in contact, a person beside whispered. President Su has arrived. As they were speaking, the elevator door opened, and Su, followed by Ji Mulan, walked over from the end of the corridor. Director Liu put on a mournful expression. President Su, thank you for remembering my son at this critical time. Rest assured, I will handle his affairs on his behalf, and it will definitely not delay your important matters. Director Liu, company affairs can be put aside. After shaking hands, Su-en looked at the familiar ICU. What exactly happened to Director Liu? Is he still in danger? While they were talking, the deputy director came for the rounds. He was carrying the medical record, and looking at Director Liu, he said, Mr. Liu, we have tried our best. The perpetrator was very cruel, and the success rate is less than 10%. You need to transfer to another hospital quickly. Director Liu had already sent the medical information to Beijing Hospital. Beijing Hospital gave the same response. As for why they were still at Xianxia Hospital, didn't your hospital have a similar case before that was successfully operated on? Director Liu stared at the doctor. Beijing Hospital said it's better to stay here than to transfer. Hearing this, the deputy director was taken aback. He subconsciously looked towards Su-en. Su-en had also been present during Xinqing's case. Director Liu noticed the deputy director's glance and quickly looked at Su-en. President Su-yu? This matter? Su-en also felt troubled. I don't know that doctor. Ji Mulan looked at Director Liu and tugged on Su-en's sleeve. Just ask Alien for me, she's still having tea with my dad every day. Director Liu gratefully looked at Ji Mulan, then made as if to kneel down. President Su, I beg you please save my son. He has done so much charity work and to be harmed by a thug. Hey Director Liu, please don't be like this. Su-en knew Liu Ximing was a well-known philanthropist online, having donated a lot to orphanages. I will do my best, and if there's a chance I will help you make contact. The deputy director said on the side. However, even if that gentleman comes now, the success rate is still very low. The person who beat up Director Liu was clearly aiming for his life. It was also because the Liu family was wealthy and lucky that just before, Jianghu had shipped in a batch of medical equipment. All sorts of devices were keeping him alive, otherwise he would have died that very night in any other place. Jianghu's courtyard. When Bai Lian returned, it was almost dark. Lance still had not left. Jianghu had stayed here last night, and at the moment he was squatting beside Jianghu, watching Jianghu sew clothes. In just over a week's time, Jianghu and the neighbor lady took turns tirelessly, and finally completed all the embroidery patterns. This was also because of Jianghu's exquisite craftsmanship. There was almost no need to unpick and redo the stitching. If it were someone else, it would take at least half a month to finish the embroidery. This is really amazing. Bai Lian returned to see Lance praising the nearly finished garment. Amazing! Bai Lian looked at that robe. With a deep blue satin base, it reflected light under the large lamp. The garment was about 130 centimeters long, and the hem of the robe was embroidered with layers of wave patterns, one layer blue, one layer yellow, another red, then blue again. This continued for more than a dozen layers. Above the wave patterns were embroidered auspicious clouds. The first 3 colors of the auspicious cloud patterns were very small, and the crepe myrtle pattern spread out at the hem, matching the sleeve cuff in color and pattern. From the collar to the middle of the robe, however, there were numerous dragons embroidered on a gold and red base, with gaps filled with different colored patterns, the flowers that Lance liked. Although it looked gaudy, yet it possessed a unique style. Upon seeing it, Lance couldn't take his eyes off it. Let me try it on. He took off his flamboyant jacket and couldn't wait to try on the robe. Bai Lian came out of the room with the silver needle and saw Lance wearing the robe. He wasn't very adept with the button loops, so Jianghu helped him fasten them. Lance was used to being out of tune on a regular day. Floral pants, floral shirts. Today's robe still featured his favorite colors, but the deep blue satin and the exquisite embroidery made the otherwise gaudy flowers appear like a piece of fine craftsmanship. Jianghu sat on the side, watching Lance transformed and marveling. He was astonished at how Lance had gone from a disco old man to a handsome old man with a change of style. Not bad. Bai Lian slowly pulled out a silver needle and gave her assessment. With her discerning eye, she could naturally see that Jianghu was not only a master of embroidery, but the materials he had chosen for Lance's garment were also top-notch. Chapter 232, 086 The Grandpa with Secrets, Top-Notch Legal Team _3 It's just. Bai Lian glanced at the warehouse. The fabrics in Jianghu's warehouse were almost all very precious. Where did he get them from? Yeah. Lance put on the robe and didn't want to take it off anymore. He sat down on the chair, signaling to Bai Lian to just sew for him like that. Wash. He was not willing to take it off to wash for the time being. Do you want one too? Jianghu wrapped the embroidery needle in oil paper, and when he looked up, he saw that Jianghu was full of amazement. Jianghu usually didn't talk. But after Jianghu spoke, his eyes clearly lit up significantly. Jianghu opened the oil paper again. What pattern do you like? Before asking, Jianghu hadn't thought he would get an especially absurd answer. After all, aside from Lance, everyone else he knew, including Bai Lian, had quite normal aesthetic preferences. Until he heard Jianghu's response, he had never imagined he would hear this kind of answer: cabbage. Jianghu, what? Jianghu looked up, worried that Jianghu hadn't heard him, and gestured with his hand. I want a big cabbage. In Jianghu's mind flashed 1, 2, 3 big cabbages. Really? He was very relieved that his granddaughter had a very normal aesthetic preference. Otherwise, surrounded by the tastes of people like Jianghu and Lance, he would one day doubt this world. Xianxia Police Station. Yen Lu was supporting Zhang's mother, suppressing her emotions and asking the police in a clear and organized manner, "Can't we visit? We want to see if he's all right." The police knew that this young man had brutally beaten a philanthropist to such a state and was very indifferent towards the two of them. Sorry, before the sentence takes effect, family members are not allowed to visit, except for the defense lawyer. Having said that, he didn't bother with the two people anymore. He simply left. This wasn't their first visit. Zhang's mother was sobbing. Xiaoza wouldn't do such a thing. Let's leave first. Sister Xan pulled the two of them away forcefully. With a criminal case, even if the Lu family is willing to settle privately, the sentence won't be short. Right now there are two very important things. First is to find a lawyer, and second is to try to get a letter of forgiveness from the Lu family. The problem was, how did Zhang Xiais get involved with Lu Xinming? Sister Xian couldn't figure it out. On the desolate roadside, Zhang's mother shook her head. I don't know, he usually just plays basketball and video games, has no other hobbies, the most is that kid from the Chen family. She knew Zhang Xiais very well and couldn't find a trace of connection between Zhang Xiais and Lu Xinming. This is strange, Sister Xan frowned. Yen Lu, however, seemed to have remembered something, and she went back to the hotel to check the surveillance footage from the day before. Sister Xan knew Yen Lu had unusual feelings for the Zhang family and accompanied her to watch the surveillance. Why are you looking at yesterday's surveillance? She sped up the video to 16x. At 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, a stranger left a letter in front of Yen Lu's door. Is this a hate mail? Sister Xian was startled. Yen Lu pursed her lips and didn't speak, sliding further down the timeline. At about 6 o'clock, Zhang Xiais came over, casual and carefree, holding a lunchbox. He checked his phone at Yen Lu's door, then put down the lunchbox. He picked up that letter. I know, Sister Xen, it's all me. Yen Lu covered her face. I've caused him harm. Sister Xen supported her. Wait, don't panic yet, what exactly happened? Yen Lu bit her lip and didn't speak, only asking the hotel staff to copy that segment of the video. Back in the room, Yen Lu began to sort through all of her assets from the time she debuted. As a minor 18th-tier celebrity who had only been briefly popular in the beginning, most of the time she had been cold and she didn't have much in terms of assets. She opened WeChat and transferred back the money for buying a graveyard plot. Next to her, Sister Xn was making a call to Man Shi. Hey, yes, it's me, Man Shi. Can you contact Secretary Lu for me? On the other end of the phone, Man Shi had just finished work and taken a call when she glanced at her agent. Agent Yen Lu contacted me to get in touch with President Liu's people. Yen Lu. Man Zai's agent had extensive connections in the industry. Ever since Man Zai's rise to fame, he had been guiding her career. He racked his brain for a moment before he remembered who Yen Lu was. The person Wang Xian manages, the one who introduced you to Xianming Mountain? Man Shi had become famous because of the fantasy drama, Xianming Mountain, a connection made by Yen Lu. Sister Xian also knew about this, which is why she reached out to Man Shi. He made a phone call and came back with a not-so-good look on his face. Man Shi, delete all contact information you have for Yen Lu, the agent sneered. He had been arch-enemies with Wang Xian, but now with Wang Xian managing the lukewarm Yen Lu, they were not even comparable. I was wondering why Wang Xian came to you. She offended the Lu family and still wants to drag you down with her. You'd better stay out of this and not stick your neck out. Despite Man Zai's current rise to list status, she still had a 10-year contract with Time Media. If she offended the higher-ups over this incident and got put on ice, her career would be over. Man, she had not expected the situation to be so serious. But she never questioned her agent's judgment. She took out her smartphone and unfollowed Yen Lu's Weibo, blocked the phone number and deleted WeChat contacts. The next day, Jianghu woke up early to find Bai Lian crouching and waiting for him. Jianghu recited with no emotion, "Isoamylene undergoes ozonolysis, followed by hydrolysis in the presence of zinc. Perfect." Jianghu went to the bathroom like a wandering soul. In the outside bathroom, Jianghu had already prepared his toothpaste and handed him the toothbrush, staring at Jianghu with shiny black eyes without saying a word. "Jianghu," he took the toothbrush expressionlessly, "I didn't say I wouldn't make clothes for you." Jianghu blinked, "Cabbage? Got it?" Jianghu lowered his head, brushing his teeth very dispassionately. If it had to be cabbage, then let it be cabbage. Jianghu had learned to resign himself to his fate and to comfort himself. Compared to the floral pattern Lance insisted on adding, cabbage at least had a bit of charm. Bai Lian went to school as usual, and in the morning most of the class still had no clue about Xianxia's whereabouts. "I climbed over the wall into his yard last night." Wuxia sat on Xianxia's desk seriously analyzing. "No one was in the yard, I don't know where they went. That day, while playing games with me he suddenly disappeared." Wuxia remembered this incident. Suddenly disappeared? Bai Lian stopped writing, turned her head slightly and squinted her eyes. "Be more specific." Wuxia recounted everything about Xianxia's return home and then tagging him in the group chat. "Oh, before that, he went to deliver food to his sister Yan." Wuxia shrugged. Bai Lian's fingers tapped unconsciously on the desk, pondering. Not very familiar with the internet, she asked Pu Xiaohan to check Yen Lu's recent activities. Pu Xiaohan investigated while suggesting, "Ask Aunt Lu as well." That's what everyone else thought too. But Aunt Lu didn't come today, she had one class and had taken leave for it. Class 15 people went to Zhang's flower shop again at noon, still no one. After school in the afternoon, Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan went together with others. Jiang Fulai had freed up some time today and waited at the milk tea shop entrance with Jianghe. Bai Lian saw them from a distance and was just about to go over when the window of a nearby car lowered. "Alien." It was Suen. Seeing this, Pu Xiaohan beside her said, "Alien, well, go check at the Zhang family first." The few from class 15 didn't interrupt and left first. Bai Lian paused and glanced inside the car. Ji Mulan wasn't in the passenger seat. She didn't leave but politely asked, "Do you need something?" "It's like this." Suen got out of the car from the other side. Knowing Bai Lian was busy with studies, he didn't waste his words. "I have a business partner with a condition similar to your aunt's, and now hospitals in Beijing and Xianxia are afraid to perform the surgery. Could you help me contact the doctor from last time?" Chapter 233, Chapter 087, Jiangjing University, Alien makes a move, second update, _1 Bai Lian sized up Su-En. Her gaze was indifferent, her face showing little emotion. But Su-En felt inexplicably nervous. "He's a philanthropist named Lu Xinming," Su-En explained to her, "my business partner for this deal, but he was attacked by an enemy for some unknown reason, and now he's in the ICU." Lu Xinming? Bai Lian remembered the banner that had been hanging in the cafeteria before. She had some impression of him. Wuxia had also mentioned before that this person was indeed a philanthropist. With her excellent memory, she recalled that Lu Xinming was not just a philanthropist, but also a shareholder of Time Media, as mentioned by Wuxia. He was also Yen Lu's boss. "Are you too close?" she asked. Suen shook his head, "Not really, just business partners." "Okay, I'll ask Dr. Lance for you." Bai Lian withdrew her gaze, thinking for a moment. "You ask Yen Lu about her recent whereabouts and news for me, and it's best if you can give me her phone number too." Yen Lu. Suen found the name somewhat familiar. In just a second he remembered that she was the new artist he had recruited to promote Xianxia. "I know her. I'll look it up for you right away." Suen had recruited her casually. Nobody knew that this public welfare activity was initiated by the Su family. Very few artists would take on such public welfare activities. Yen Lu was from Xianxia and was the first one to accept this public welfare activity. Suen had a good impression of her. Later, when his assistant told him that Yen Lu had been blacklisted online for being obsessive-compulsive, he still didn't replace her. This was the first time Bai Lian had asked him for a favor. Suen took it very seriously. Without saying much more, he got back into the car and had his assistant start investigating what Yen Lu had been up to recently. Bai Lian had asked casually, but Suen could tell, so he added, "When you're checking, be polite to people." "Be polite to her?" The assistant was somewhat confused. The chairman of Time Entertainment had to be respectful towards Su En, but did they need to be polite to Yen Lu, a small 18-tier artist under Time Media? The assistant had to be clear about her status to know what level of politeness was appropriate. It's Alien who asked me to check. She's very interested in this artist. Su En drove into the crowd. With that said, the assistant understood immediately. Outside the milk tea shop, Jianghu Lai stood with a stern face, his left hand tucked into his coat pocket, his right hand disdainfully holding a large cabbage plush pillow with 2 fingers. The frost on his face was almost visible to the naked eye. The sunlight reflecting off his face had the cold gleam of ice and snow. Haughty, unapproachable, and threatening to grind anyone who came close. Jianghu hugged his own cabbage backpack, standing 2 meters away from him. Passers-by dared not look directly at Jianghu Lai, but couldn't help glancing at the cabbage in the cool guy's hand. Without looking, Bai Lian knew how much Jianghu Lai disdained Jianghu's pillow. You brought the pillow for him? Bai Lian walked over and couldn't help but take a couple more glances at the pillow and then at his expression, while stroking her chin. Jianghu Lai glanced coldly at Jianghu, his light eyes throwing daggers. Not too pleased. Hey, he brought it back to mine, Bai Lian walked on, explaining for Jianghu. My grandfather is making clothes for him and he wants them to be like this. She pointed to the cabbage pillow in Jianghu Lai's hand. Jianghu had his own ideas. He wanted Ji Hung to embroider the cabbage he was holding. Since Jianghu went home with Bai Lian, Jianghu Lai had lately been staying in the lab. This morning, Jianghu had specifically sent several voice messages to Jianghu Lai, asking him to bring his cabbage pillow when he came to school in the evening. Jianghu Lai brought it to him with a cold face despite his disdain. Jianghu didn't dare make a sound. But once Bai Lian arrived, he cautiously began inching toward her step by step. Finally, he took hold of the hem of Bai Lian's school uniform. Your grandfather is making clothes for him? Jianghu Lai flicked the wind chime, its crisp sound mixing with his icy voice. Cabbage clothes? He glanced at Jianghu dismissively. With a merciless sneer. Jianghu tilted his head, refusing to look at Jianghu Lai at all. Don't worry about it, Bai Lian told Jianghu Lai to get in line. Since you're so chatty, you go stand in line. Jianghu Lai glanced at the long queue and walked over coldly. Then, suddenly, the line in front of him became crowded. The people lining up behind him kept a distance of 1 meter from him. Bai Lian glanced over and suddenly felt Jianghu Lai was well suited for queuing. Because no matter where he queued, there would definitely be no one daring to cut in front of him, unlike Pu Xiaohan who often had people cut in line before her. She dared not speak up, at most mumbling softly about the lack of manners. Chapter 234. Chapter 087. Jiangjing University, Alien makes a move, second update, _2 not far away. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao's admiration for Bai Lian had increased 100-fold as they had been waiting obediently for the two. Such bravery. It was actually someone who dared to make young Master Jianghu queue up. Did you guys solve that question last night? Bai Lian sat across from them and tapped her fingers on the table. Both were silent. Understood. Bai Lian found it difficult to comprehend for a moment and feeling helpless said, Then you two are done for. When Jianghu Lai returned with the sheet to check the work of the two opposite him, Ning Xiao was somewhat okay. He hadn't solved it but his process and general direction were right, just didn't know how to use the last formula. Tang Ming was more difficult to evaluate. Because halfway into solving the problem, due to one wrong number he veered completely off course. Ever since finding out that both of them had managed to score 110 on a joint exam, Jianghu Lai had now managed to face the two calmly. He glanced at the question. With a snap, he put it down. Which university do you two want to attend? Jianghu Lai only asked. Ning Xiao thought seriously for a moment. Beijing University? Jianghu Lai didn't speak, just looked at him coldly with an expression that said, Try continuing that sentence. Ning Xiao paused, then suddenly found his courage. People, yet another sharp rebuke. This was already a university ranked within the top 3 in the nation. Ning Xiao was very hesitant. He looked at Jianghu Lai and suddenly got it. Do I have to apply for Jiangjing University? Is it me asking you or you asking me? Jianghu Lai laughed at his exasperation. Ning Xiao quickly said, I want to apply for Jiangjing University. Jianghu Lai glanced toward Tang Ming beside him. Tang Ming pointed to himself, a confused expression on his face. Can I even apply? No, listen to my explanation. I also want to apply. Yes, I want to apply too. Bai Lian looked down at her problems, not wanting to watch the spectacle unfolding before her. Right in the middle of it, her phone lit up. It was a message from Su En, who had found some information about Yen Lu. Bai Lian directly opened it. Meanwhile, in the hotel where Yen Lu was staying, Zhang Ma had already taken out a bank card. This was the money their family had saved up over the years, and Yen Lu also gave her his card. On the side, Sister Xian received a phone call. Then she looked at Yen Lu in surprise. Xiaolu, are you very close to Director Zu's assistant? Director Zu's assistant? Yen Lu furrowed her brows, unable to recall this person. That was strange. However, there was no time for Sister Xian to think further. She directly said, yes, he gave me the phone number of Director Liu's executive assistant. In the hospital ICU. Director Liu had just finished a call with Su En. Okay, thank you, Director Su. Director Liu's hand was trembling as he ended the call, looking into the ICU at his son. Xinming, don't worry, Dad will avenge you. Chairman, the executive assistant by his side handed over a document and a photo to Director Liu. This is the photo from the scene not found by the police, and there are several dozen videos on young Director Liu's phone. We suspect that person came for these. Director Liu glanced at the photo. He sneered, delete them all. Also, is there any news about Zhao Jingzhou? The assistant already knew how to handle these matters, but it involved several artists. We made contact. He has been dealing with an economic dispute case recently and mentioned that you don't need him for this case, his apprentice can handle it. It has to be him, Director Liu said, looking at the assistant, his gaze icy. I want him to be sentenced to death. The executive assistant nodded. All right, I'll contact lawyer Zhao again. As he spoke, the assistant's phone rang. It was a call from Sister Xian. She said that Xianxia's mother and Yen Lu came to visit Lu Ximing and to apologize. The assistant didn't know how they had found his phone number, and without answering he looked questioningly at Director Liu. Director Liu's gaze was fixed on the ICU, his face showing a crazed and bloodthirsty expression. You let them come over. After hearing the news, Yen Lu didn't tell Zhang's mother about this and came over by herself. She couldn't guarantee the state of these two women. At this time she should be like Man Shi, looking out for her own safety, but she still gritted her teeth and followed. Outside the cold ICU doors, Yen Lu, accompanied by Zhang's mother, faced the old man who stood with his back to them in front of the glass door. Director Liu. Yen Lu's face was somewhat pale, her hairstyle extremely disheveled as she bowed and offered 2 bank cards. We are here to apologize to Mr. Liu on behalf of Zhang Xiai's. Zhang's mother kept apologizing to Director Liu, mouthing, I'm sorry. On the dimly lit corridor, the cigarette in Director Liu's hand flickered on and off. The pungent smell of tobacco drifted away as Director Liu turned around. He snatched the 2 bank cards from Yen Lu's hands, threw them onto the ground and fiercely grasped Yen Lu's neck. Apology? You all can go to hell and apologize to my son. Director Liu. Yen Lu tugged at the corner of her mouth, attempting a smile, hatred evident in her eyes. You should know why Lu Xen was beaten, don't you? You think, do I have evidence? Zhang's mother and Miss Xen hurried over to help support Yen Lu's arm. Xiaolu. Director Liu suddenly let go. He just stood there looking down at Yen Lu, who was bent over, coughing hard. And he laughed. Fine. Director Liu took a drag of his cigarette, flicked the ash and eyed the few people before him. You want to settle this privately, eh? It's not impossible. If you kneel for my son all night and apologize, he'll consider a private settlement with you. It wasn't easy for Yen Lu and the others to find Director Liu. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, no matter the condition, both she and Zhang's mother did not hesitate. It was just a matter of kneeling down. The two of them did not hesitate at all. Ding, the elevator doors opened. Bai Lian had asked Lu Lingxi about the news she received from Su En, and Lu Lingxi told her about Zhang Xiai's being at the police station. She also found out that Yen Lu and Zhang's mother were at the ICU. The moment the elevator doors opened, she overheard Director Liu's words. Kneel to him? Bai Lian stretched out her hand, irritably opening her uniform, slowly walking closer. Her voice was very cold. Everyone in the corridor turned to look in their direction. Zhang's mother's face changed. She had learned these past 2 days that Zhang Xiai's had hit an important figure, and Miss Xen had also instructed them not to involve any students. This has nothing to do with you, hurry along. She didn't call out Bai Lian by name. Hey student. Miss Xen also recognized Bai Lian. She was startled, then caught Bai Lian's sleeve, shaking her head at her. You're just a student, this matter is complicated. The Lu family is among the top 100 enterprises in the country, a major taxpayer. Bai Lian took off her uniform and handed it to Miss Xen, methodically saying, hold this. She slowly walked towards Zhang's mother and Yen Lu, grabbing Zhang's mother's hand with one hand and clutching Yen Lu's wrist with the other. How did you find this place? Zhang's mother came back to her senses, her voice lowered, much more rational. Don't concern yourself with this matter. Director Lu was their last straw. Bai Lian let go and she straightened Zhang's mother's disheveled clothes, her tone casual and light. Auntie, if you don't have faith in me, you should at least have faith in Zhang Xiai's. Do you think Zhang Xiai's would have done what he did? She tilted her head slightly, looking at the person on the ICU bed. The corners of her mouth lifted in a smile, like a blood flower blooming in the depths of hell. Just to have you kneel before him here? Zhang Xiai's wasn't here, but she was still present. She was right here and no one was going to break his bones without getting past her. Zhang's mother and Yen Lu were stunned. Especially Yen Lu. Let's go. Bai Lian held Zhang's mother again, leading her away. Zhang's mother took heavy steps, looking back frequently, her voice choked. Xiaoza he. Director Lu watched Bai Lian appear and glanced toward Yen Lu and Zhang's mother with a sinister look. You two better think this through. After today, if you want a private settlement, there won't be another chance. Zhang's mother paused her steps. She turned around. Auntie, Bai Lian pressed the elevator button, soothing her. Do you really think he would settle privately with you just because you kneel? It's fine, we'll find a lawyer and sue him above board. Find a lawyer? Director Lu watched their retreating figures and sneered coldly. Did you really think you could still find any lawyer? Chapter 235. 088 Dominant Alien _1 Zhang's mother didn't want to leave. But Bai Lian was right, she should trust her son. She wiped her tears away. Grasping Yen Lu's hand, she looked up again with a resolute expression. Xiaolu, let's go. Ding, the elevator stopped on their floor. Doors slowly opened. Zhang's mother entered first with Yen Lu, while Bai Lian was the last to get in, only glancing back at the elevator's entrance. She gazed faintly at the sign for the ICU Psycho. Surgical Intensive Care Unit. The same ICU where Xinqing had been admitted the previous time. Chairman Lu watched the elevator doors close and turned his head. What did the court and Zhao Jingzhou say? Zhao Lu is already preparing to come to Xianxia. The court has commenced the trial, and the subpoenas will be in their hands by tomorrow. The administrative assistant had arranged everything properly, that Zhang Xiai's is shrewd, reporting himself to the police immediately, but for intentional assault cases, he's looking at least 7 years of imprisonment. Thinking he could escape by turning himself in at the police station. But Chairman Lu wasn't a pushover. Even if Zhang Xiai's engaged Zhao Jingzhou, he was still looking at a minimum of 7 years imprisonment. Beep, the ICU machine suddenly flashed wildly. The doctor on duty and nurses quickly ran over. Take him to the emergency room first. What about President Su? Chairman Liu's complexion changed, not worried about Zhang Shi's case, but now concerned only for Lu Xinming's life. The administrative assistant immediately made a call to Su En. Please wait a moment. At Su En's end. The assistant helped look into Yen Lu's affairs and heard some rumors. He was completely flustered, and as he traced the matter between Yen Lu and Zhang Xiai's, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Despite Su En being in the middle of an online meeting, the assistant knocked on the door. President Su, this is urgent, I must speak with you right away. Su En raised his hand, pausing the meeting and muted the microphone. He gestured for the assistant to speak. This matter involving Chairman Lu has a lot to do with Yen Lu and Miss Bai. Yen Lu's agent asked me for Chairman Liu's number. The entertainment circle is shunning Yen Lu, and the exact details are still unknown. The assistant knew the seriousness of the situation. The assault on Chairman Lu is no small matter, and Miss Bai is definitely investigating. I think you should be cautious in how you handle this. The assistant started looking into Yen Lu's current situation as soon as he learned that Bai Lian was looking into her whereabouts. News from the entertainment circle always spreads quickly, and word of Chairman Liu's intent to blacklist her had traveled fast. Su En's mind was in disarray, and within a few seconds he made a decision. First, sever cooperation with the Lu family. As for Alien, I will ask around. Also, there's no rush to contact Dr. Lance. Around 8 in the evening. Zhang's mother and Yen Lu supported each other as they walked ahead, the streetlights elongating their shadows. Bai Lian looked down slightly, observing the two silhouettes. Manager Xian carefully extended her hand, offering Bai Lian her school uniform jacket. Thank you. Bai Lian reached out to take it but didn't put it on, simply walking slowly down the stairs, her brows and eyes drawn together, her tone calm. So why did Zhang Xiai's hit him? I don't know yet. Manager Xian was somewhat coming to her senses, replying from behind Bai Lian, her gaze fixed on Yen Lu. It was related to Yen Lu, but Yen Lu had been silent all this while. Bai Lian followed her gaze, nodded her head, her tone even. Okay. Manager XN was more than a decade older than Bai Lian and should have seen her as just a child, yet standing next to Bai Lian she felt an inexplicable pressure. But the other party was polite in her speech and actions. Not far from the hospital, a black business van parked steadily by the roadside. The passenger window was half open. Having been in the entertainment industry for so long, Manager XN had no trouble recognizing that this not too luxurious business van was somewhat different from those she was familiar with. She was quite surprised. This girl was Zhang's younger brother's classmate? This kind of vehicle wouldn't attract much attention in Beijing, but it was conspicuous in Xianxia. She hadn't expected Zhang Xiai's to have such well-to-do classmates, and it seemed that she got along quite well with Zhang Xiai's. The rear car door opened. A chill poured out. A kid resembling a jade ice sculpture sat in the back, cradling a Chinese cabbage and raised his head belatedly at the sound, then rested his chin on a pillow. Get in the car first. Bai Lian instructed Zhang's mother Yen Lu and the others to get into the vehicle. After Manager Xang got in, she sat down somewhat awkwardly. She just couldn't ignore the cold air coming from the driver's seat, and couldn't help but look over. All she could see was the back of a head, and the outline of a chiseled profile, with pale slender fingers resting on the steering wheel, and a Bluetooth earpiece in his right ear, speaking to someone. Chapter 236. 088 Dominant Alien _2 The tone was casual and lazy, yet laced with ice, such a unique voice that it would stand out even in the entertainment industry, spouting words that left people clueless. Words like recoil nucleus, spectroscopic measurement, annual modulation effects. Sister Yen Luxin couldn't make out a single word. Where to? Jianghu finally greeted the person on the other end of the Bluetooth only after he saw Bai Lian get into the car. He pressed the Bluetooth button and spoke to her in a low voice. Bai Lian's expression wasn't great either. To the flower shop. First sending Mother Zhang and the others back. So you guys still haven't seen Zhang Xiai's? Bai Lian tilted her head as she asked the person sitting behind her. By now Yen Lu had caught on, her gaze fixated out the window that had almost lost its luster. Before the trial, we can't see him unless we find a lawyer to go meet him. Both she and sister said they checked, and Zhang Xiai's was in criminal detention, family couldn't visit. So no one knew what exactly Zhang Xi's current situation was. She and sister were already doing their best to find a lawyer. Bai Lian nodded, indicating she understood. She took out her phone, opened the dial pad, and directly punched in a string of numbers. Chief Chin on the other end. He had just finished his work for the day and was about to take a quick shower when a specially set ringtone for his phone went off. He hurriedly put down his clothes and answered the phone with the speed of a sprinter. The one making this call could only be either Bai Lian or Jianghu. Miss Bai. He answered the call before the third ring with lightning speed. Bai Lian, phone in hand, her other arm resting on a half-open car window, was invigorated by the cold wind, and she concisely stated her concern. I want to know how he's doing inside now. Zhang Xiai's? Chief Chin hadn't heard the name before. But that didn't stop him from looking it up at the police station. He no longer cared about his shower and put his hat back on. Don't worry, I'm heading to the police station to check for you. Lu Xinming, who is that? Chief Chin hadn't heard of this person either. Bai Lian pondered, philanthropist? Seems like a shareholder of Time Entertainment too. She only ever heard Wang Qi mention him briefly. Don't look at me. Jianghu hadn't said a word while she was talking, but upon seeing her look his way, he raised an eyebrow. I don't know either. If you're talking about Lu Sun, I might recognize him a bit. Backseat. Sister looked at Yen Lu, then at Bai Lian and the others, utterly baffled. Lu Ximing wasn't just a major shareholder of Time Entertainment, he was also well known online for his frequent charity work, especially with good marketing. It was sister's first time seeing someone who hadn't heard of Lu Ximing. And it wasn't just one or two people. And then, Lu Sun, who is that? Which Sun? Sister was somewhat muddled for a moment. Zhang family. Mother Zhang hadn't rested in 2 days. Bai Lian took her back to the Zhang family home, comforting her to get some rest. Auntie, take care of yourself first. She didn't urge Mother Zhang to eat but bought her a bowl of soup on the way for her to drink. Under Bai Lian's comforting, Mother Zhang closed her eyes and fell asleep, though it was not a restful sleep. Her brow furrowed even in her light slumber. After ensuring Mother Zhang was asleep, Bai Lian quietly closed the bedroom door behind her and left. Jianghu was leaning on the Zhang family's couch, dozing off as she came out. Jianghu stood alone in the yard, the desolate moonlight behind him casting a large shadow over the house and potted flowers in the yard. He deliberately avoided the people in the main hall. Sister Yen Luxin was sitting on the other end of the couch, and due to Jianghu's presence in the entire environment, it was very quiet. At this moment, sister's phone ringtone suddenly broke out. She was startled, subconsciously covering her phone, cautiously answering it while discreetly glancing at the yard. The call was from the publicity department of the Su family. What? Okay, thank you. Sister blinked away her daze after hanging up the phone, then turned to Yenlu. Xiaolu, you can't be late for the publicity event tomorrow morning at 8. Yenlu looked up, her lips dry as she spoke. They haven't replaced me? Everyone must know about the ban Lu Dong ordered, right? Never mind, Yenlu forced a smile, her hands trembling as she fished out a packet of cigarettes from her pocket. Can you help me? Be there on time tomorrow? Bai Lian sat next to Jianghu, picked up a cup of cool boiled water from the table, took a sip to quench her restlessness and then looked up. You must go. Yenlu was stunned. But now, Yenlu, right? Bai Lian set down her cup, her posture casual as she sat on the couch, her arm resting lightly on the armrest. Under the light, she looked towards Yenlu, her voice calm and rational. You don't need to worry about Xianxia's situation. Since the Su family hasn't replaced you, even if it's in a swamp, you have to stand up. I don't want him to come out and see you fallen midway. Chapter 237. 088 Dominant Alien _3 She didn't need Yenlu to explain anything to her. But she believed that the Zhang family, who would leave the most beautiful lily for Yang Lin every week, were trustworthy. Yenlu's fingers trembled violently, and the cigarette box instantly dropped to the ground. She looked into the eyes of the girl in front of her, dark pupils like the vast night sky, seemingly able to accommodate everything, resolute and calm, with no questioning, no doubts, and not even an accusation. Yenlu felt like crying. Bai Lian seemed to see through them all, and yet after that she said something so light yet so incredibly heavy. I believe in you and I believe in him as well, stand up. She was firmly choosing her side with Xianxia's eyes. Trembling, Yenlu covered her eyes with both hands, silently tilting her head back, and after a long while she lowered her hands and spoke in a hoarse voice. There's a video, I don't know who to give it to, I want to send it to you. She didn't trust anyone, including the police. After saying that, she paused for a long time. She stood up, fished out sunglasses from her pocket and put them on, covering her reddened eyes. Sister XN, arrange for the shooting tomorrow morning, she said as she walked out, her voice strong. Hand me the script and also contact whoever can still be reached, inquire about news from Lu Xinming's side. After the two had left, Jianghu came in from outside. Bai Lian picked up the cigarette box that Yenlu had left on the sofa, playing with it in one hand, her gaze lowered, in no rush, as she drew out a long, thin cigarette from the box. With the cigarette loosely held between her fingertips, she bit it casually, and as she turned her head, she saw Jianghu coming out of the courtyard. The two exchanged glances for a moment. Bai Lian, Tui. She spat out the cigarette. Police station. Chief Chen came to check on Xianxia's case, and the station chief was very surprised to know that he was looking into Xianxia's, quickly leading him to the detention area. He's right here. Chief Chen peered through the small window in the iron door at Xianxia's inside. Xianxia's lay on the only bed, motionless. Chief Chen frowned. Open the door. The door was opened. Looking at Xianxia's back, Chief Chen said, Xianxia's Miss Bai asked me to come to see you. The other party still didn't move. There was no basic reaction whatsoever. Chief Chen, he's been in this position for the past 2 days, hasn't touched his meals, the station chief quickly explained. We didn't do anything. This kid got beaten up by the victim himself. You didn't see the bloody scene. It was a vicious attack, aiming to take a life. The methods were extremely cruel. If it were someone else, they would almost certainly believe this was PTSD. But he didn't think Xianxia's would have it. After all, when they received this report, they felt that this man was mentally abnormal, and a person with abnormal mentality torturing a victim wouldn't have any aftermath effects. Chief Chen's brows were furrowed as he looked at Xianxia's. I understand, bring me the file to look at. His tone was somber. He walked out, pulling out his mobile phone from his pocket, and sent this message to Bai Lian. The person responsible for this case had already gone to fetch Xianxia's file. Back in his office, Chief Chen opened the file that was brought to him, read it from beginning to end, his frown deepening. Is this all? Yes, the station chief replied cautiously. In fact, the officers responsible for the courtroom and case investigation were all very puzzled. Xianxia's and Lu Xinming were completely parallel lines. Today they had brought in Xianxia's homeroom teacher and neighbors, and according to the investigation, Xianxia's was a sunny, helpful big boy. But Lu Xinming was also a kind, philanthropic businessman. It remained a mystery why Xianxia's had beaten the man to such a state, and he still refused to cooperate with the investigation. The phone outside rang and an officer answered it, his expression serious. 2 minutes later he came in to report, "Chief Chen, our brothers at the hospital said that Lu Xinming's resuscitation failed, and he died at 21:42. After this incident, they had specially set up a team, putting a part of their police force at the hospital. This is going to be troublesome." Director Chen put down the file, pressing on his forehead, he murmured softly. Xianxia Hospital. Director Lu looked at Lu Xinming, who was covered by a white cloth. The veins on his face angrily trembled under the harsh, pale light. Suddenly he looked up, his eyes bloodshot, Xianxia eyes. The cold hospital corridor seemed to be swept by a chill eerie and spine-chilling. When Bai Lian waited at the Zhang family until 3 o'clock, Wang Qi and a few of Xianxia's brothers hurried over. She briefly told them what had happened before she went back. By the time she returned home, she had received a message from Yen Lu. Was a video. Yen Lu, they added drugs to the drinks. Yen Lu, I'm not the only victim. He had many videos that should have been destroyed by Director Lu. If they can be found, mine can be made public. Yen Lu, he saw the letter in which Lu Xinming threatened me, it's all because of me. Bai Lian looked down, staring intently at the video, her fingers clutching the phone turning white. The next day, Wednesday. Zhang family. At 11 in the morning, Yen Lu finished shooting a video and went to the police station with Zhang's mother, bringing some daily necessities for Xianxia's. Today the police treated them much better. It surprised Sister Xian. "Auntie, Wang Qi had taken a half-day off today to accompany Zhang's mother. My mom wants you to stay at our place for a couple of days. Don't worry, they are looking for a lawyer in Beijing." Finally, he gave Yen Lu a complicated look and took Zhang's mother back to his own home. Zhang's father was on a business trip, and no one could contact him when he was away. Wang Qi used to joke that Xianxia's father was like a secret agent, but now, no matter what, they definitely couldn't let Zhang's mother stay at home alone. Wang Qi went home. Yen Lu and Sister Xian went to find Bai Lian. Zhang family's living room. As soon as Yen Lu and Sister Xian opened the door, they smelt a faint scent of smoke. Bai Lian stood by the window with 3 photos pinched in one hand and a slim cigarette loosely held in the other, her brows lightly furrowed, making it difficult to see her expression. Hearing someone enter, she stuffed the photos back into her pocket. The other hand casually pushed the window open, dispelling the smell of smoke. The midday sunlight was fierce, passing through the thin smoke, casting its light on the girl's face, mysterious and dangerous. Both Yen Lu and Sister Xian paused for a moment. "Sit," Bai Lian directed them towards the sofa, gesturing for the two to sit first. Sister Xian quickly found a seat to sit down, while Yen Lu didn't know what to say. She had thought that today Bai Lian would say something to her, but she hadn't expected her to remain silent. Even her gaze remained as it always had been. Yen Lu softly sat down next to Sister Xian. The living room became quiet. Just as Sister Xian couldn't help but want to say something. The door was knocked on 3 times, polite and respectful. Sister Xian wondered who could be visiting at this time and so politely knocking. While she thought this, she went to open the living room door, only to see a somewhat familiar figure. As an agent, Sister Xian naturally remembered all the investors. She was startled and couldn't believe the person would appear here. She opened her mouth in surprise. Suen? How did you come here?" On the sofa, Yen Lu, who was deep in thought, also looked up and was very surprised to see Suen. Suen glanced at Sister Xian. He was busy with work and had not brought his assistant. So he did not recognize that this was Yen Lu's agent. He just cracked a hasty smile, nodded a slight acknowledgement to her and walked inside. When he saw Bai Lian standing by the window, Suen finally sighed in relief. "Ah. Suen, I'm just going to ask you one question." Bai Lian extinguished the cigarette and looked aside indifferently. She looked at Suen without even addressing him as Mr. Su, and simply asked, "Who were you trying to save by seeking me out yesterday?" Lu Xinming? Chapter 238, 089 Qi Lu. This kind of case is seeking me out? Second update. _1 This one sentence nearly made Suen's heart leap into his throat. He hastily said, "Alien, I had no idea that Lu Xinming was related to your classmate." The tenser Suen got, the clearer his mind became. He laid out his thoughts systematically. "Give me Dr. Lance's contact information. I didn't send anyone to the Lu family. Last night, I already terminated my cooperation with the Lu family." He spoke methodically. "Last night after 9 o'clock, Lu Xinming's resuscitation was unsuccessful and he died." Bai Lian was aware of this. Director Chen had already reported it to her. But Yen Lu and Sister Xian did not know, and their voices almost broke as they exclaimed, What? There is a complete difference between intentional assault and intentional homicide. What's the panic? Bai Lian flicked her cigarette butt into the trash bin. She looked at them, her eyebrows and eyes shaded with a layer of gold, her tone indifferent. He deserved to die. Even without asking, she knew that Xianxia was out for his life. Bai Lian's voice was calm, but Suan felt his heart pounding. He made a prompt decision and quickly added, "Alien, just tell me what you need help with right now. Have you found a lawyer? I know a few lawyers from the Red Circle firm." Bai Lian said nothing, her dark eyes like dense ink, revealing no emotion. "You know the lawyers of the Red Circle firm?" Yen Lu heard the key point and stood up subconsciously. Ordinary people are actually unfamiliar with this term, but Yen Lu and Sister Xian had recently consulted many lawyers, and only then did they realize that there was such a top-tier team of lawyers in the country. Each lawyer within it is a top-notch attorney in the industry. But to book them not only requires an appointment, but also powerful connections. This is the reality of the legal profession, so hearing that Suan knew people from the Red Circle firm, Yen Lu was excited. Bai Lian watched Yen Lu and the others, not interrupting Suan. Suan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took out his phone, deliberately added Yen Lu's WeChat, recommended 2 lawyers to her, and even personally greeted the lawyers, stating that they were his friends. There was no need to doubt Suan's networking skills. Once he had finished, he let Yen Lu communicate with them, then he said to Bai Lian, "Alien, then he'll go back and take care of the remaining problems with the Lu family." "All right." Bai Lian nodded. She said nothing else. Suan knew this meant the matter was settled and he breathed a sigh of relief, then he looked warmly at Yen Lu and Sister Xian. "If you have any issues in the future, feel free to contact my assistant." "Thank you very much." Yen Lu bowed deeply to him. "Don't mention it." Suan smiled, and after speaking he went back to deal with the Lu family's affairs. Yen Lu added the 2 lawyers recommended by Suan. She conveyed Xianxia's case details to them. Sister Xian sat on the couch. She was not as concerned about Xianxia's case as Yen Lu was. As an agent, the only reason she stayed with Yen Lu until now was because she believed Yen Lu had a certain drive. She held back for a long time but could not resist. "Miss Bai, you know President Su?" She heard it. Bai Lian directly called President Su by his name. She actually didn't know which N it was at the moment. But she didn't dare to call her classmate by either. She stuck to what she felt was a very formal title. "Yes." Bai Lian was propping herself up on the windowsill. She was holding her phone, replying to Director Chen with an address, and when she looked up and saw Sister Xian staring at her, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "What's up?" "Ah," Sister Xian snapped back to reality, hiding her inner shock. "No, nothing. President Su, he was someone that even Lu Ximing treated with great respect." She couldn't help but question at the bottom of her heart. What kind of classmate was Xiangshi's in the end? Director Chen hurriedly came to find Bai Lian. After being busy all night and the morning, he finally cleared up the matter with Xiangshi's. "Xiao Zhang still doesn't want to talk this morning." Director Chen plopped down at the table in the Zhang family's main hall and poured himself a cup of water and drank it down in one breath. Then he handed the materials he found to Bai Lian for her to see. "This is the information I gathered." "You are..." Sister Xian noticed Director Chen. Bai Lian sat opposite, her head lowered, slowly flipping through the materials Director Chen had gathered. After placing down his teacup, Director Chen smiled and greeted Sister Xian. "Hello, hello, I'm an undercover officer currently investigating the case involving young Mr. Zhang. If you have any information or evidence, make sure to let me know in time." "An undercover officer, huh?" Sister Xian nodded, her head bobbing eagerly. "Thank you, officer." Director Chen waved his hand, indicating it was no problem. "So your point is..." Bai Lian read through the entire case process at a glance. He acted heinously. Director Chen sat up straight, his fingers tapping on the table rhythmically yet casually. He showed a rare seriousness. "There's surveillance footage, and although his confession might mitigate the charges, since the plaintiff has passed away under such circumstances, he won't get away with less than 3 years. A society ruled by law. Normally, cases with a confirmed suspect like this do not require a trial and are directly handed over to the presiding judge. It wouldn't even pass through Director Chen's hands typically. It was rare for him to handle a case personally, and the seriousness of his team meant that even the Lu family could not interfere." By the window. After hearing the case during the phone call with Yen Lu, the attorney fell silent for a moment. "Madam, I would really like to take on this case, but according to what I know, the plaintiff has hired lawyer Zhao." "Lawyer Zhao?" Yen Lu gripped her cell phone tightly, her voice betraying her shock. "Which lawyer Zhao?" "You should have guessed, Zhao Jingzhou, The other party really wanted to help Su-en, and owing Su-en a favor wasn't something easily done, but since the plaintiff's defense attorney was Zhao Jingzhou, he dared not take the case, fearing he might mess things up and leave a bad impression on Su-en, or even worse, displease Su-en. With him involved, there are not many lawyers from our firm who dare to take on the case. Yen Lu had just caught a lifeline, but hearing these words, her face turned pale. Is it Lawyer Zhao? Xan's sister heard Yen Lu's voice from the table. That Zhao Jingzhou? Yen Lu pursed her lips and nodded. What do we do now? Xan's sister murmured. Who else would dare to take it on? Bai Lian was messaging Jianghu Lai. Xianxia isn't seeing anyone or talking. Is he also in self-isolation? Jianghu Lai looked at her message and raised an eyebrow at a name that kept appearing frequently. Then he took the time to open up an investigation report sent by Director Chen. Bai Lian didn't know Lawyer Zhao. She let her phone screen go dark and placed it on the table, looking up. Which Lawyer Zhao? Zhao Jingzhou. Xan's sister looked at Bai Lian with a wry smile. The lead attorney of Time Law Firm, fought and won over a dozen cases, big and small, without a single loss. His most classic case was that 300 million economic lawsuit. He's quite popular online and rarely takes cases now. He could argue that the dead are still alive. It's unexpected that the Lu family managed to invite him to Xianxia. Zhao Jingzhou's 2 classic cases were even made into short videos which garnered over 1 million views online. Almost everyone on the internet knows him. The fact that he's almost never lost a case is already terrifying, and the internet has almost mythologized him. So when Xan's sister and Yen Lu heard his name, they both felt a chill. Miss Yen, you should look for someone else. The lawyer on the other end of Yen Lu's phone call spoke up helplessly. I really dare not take it. The person on the other line hung up. Yen Lu and Xan's sister exchanged glances. Even the lawyer recommended by CEO Su dared not take the case. Bai Lian snapped back to reality and resting her arm lightly on the table, she looked up at Director Chen. Do you know this Zhao Jingzhou? She frowned slightly, judging from Yen Lu and Xan's sister's descriptions, he must be a formidable litigator. Miss Bai, hold on, I'll go and drag Qi Yundai back here. Director Chen pondered for a moment, then picked up his phone and walked out to call Qi Yundai. Last night he had messaged Qi Yundai, who had ignored him. The first call. Qi Yundai didn't answer. Nor did he answer the second. On the third attempt, Qi Yundai picked up just as he placed a cake in the oven, rattling off a tirade into the phone with a sneer. Qin Yongkuan, you'd better have a damn good reason for calling me. He had been at a battle of wits with the cake for a month. And he was in a foul mood. Director Chen walked slowly outside, shrugging his shoulders. It's not really about me, this concerns Miss Bai. Qi Yundai turned off the oven switch. What's going on with Miss Bai? He paused as he set the timer, demanding further detail. Explain. His voice became serious. About a case, you can see the details later. Director Chen didn't beat around the bush with Qi Yundai. We're at the flower shop by the school. I'll wait for you at the intersection, don't dawdle. As he spoke, he was stepping towards the street, waiting for Qi Yundai. A case. Qi Yundai stripped off his gloves, shed his coat, and made sure to remind the shop assistant to watch the oven, puzzled. What kind of case? Did something happen again? Normally, Director Chen's team wouldn't come looking for him. In the Zhang family hall. Yen Lu, let's not panic. Xan's sister steadied Yen Lu, her mind racing. There's still a chance, let's ask if there's anyone willing to take it on, we can offer 3 for times the fee. That's true. Yen Lu exhaled deeply, but with Zhao Jingzhou on the case, who from Red Circle firm would dare to take it? Yen Lu forced herself to stay calm. What to do? As they spoke, Director Chen entered with a man. The man was slightly stooped, in his 30s or 40s, with a tall and upright figure, dressed in simple and clean white casual wear. Slightly taller than Director Chen, with deep-set and stern features. He even wore a white chef's hat on his head. Miss Bai, Qi Yundai greeted Bai Lian politely, then turned to Xan's sister and Yen Lu, introducing himself. Hello, I'm Qi Yundai. This is Lawyer Qi, I declare him to be our defense attorney for this case. Director Chen introduced Qi Yundai to Yen Lu and Xan's sister in a haphazard manner, then thrust the case file into his hands. Take a look first, court begins next week. He had spent the previous night and morning organizing the case, also to provide Qi Yundai with reference material. Qi Yundai skimmed the case file, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily as he cast a sidelong glance at Director Chen. Are you out of your mind? You needed to call me for this kind of case? Chapter 239. 090 Outlaw Madman Young Master Jiang _1 Qi Yundai scanned the case and instantly knew it was yet another commonplace criminal matter. He initially thought that since Director Chen was being so secretive, it must be some major incident or a big case. But this It wasn't even worth mentioning, any lawyer from young Master Jiang's team could handle it. Cases with such clear causes and effects rarely vary much in outcome. If even this kind of case requires me, then that group of lawyers might as well pack up. Qi Yundai placed the case file on the desk with a sneer. Upon hearing Qi Yundai's unabashed words, Director Chen's temple throbbed several times. He coughed, covering his mouth with his left hand, and said in a lowered voice, "Qi Lu, this person is Miss Bei's friend." "Fold me up." Qi Yundai immediately sat up straight, reaching out to pick up the file again. "Miss Bai, to be frank, what I am best at is criminal litigation." His expression was austere and solemn. If only he weren't wearing that chef hat. Bai Lian sat opposite him, slightly leaning against the back of her chair with a lazy posture, her slender, pale fingers tapping intermittently on the back of her phone, listening quietly to the conversation between the two. "All right, then I'll leave it to you." She paused her fingertip and gave thanks. Qi Yundai waved his hand and began flipping through Xianxia's file. 5 minutes later, he frowned slightly and asked, "What kind of sentence can you accept?" Bai Lian didn't speak, simply tilting her head to look at Yen Lu. Yen Lu had inquired about lawyers relevant to this on the first day. She had also consulted 2 lawyers from Red Circle firm introduced by Suen. This case had eyewitness testimony and video surveillance, a heinous and intentional murder. Cases like this normally resulted in imprisonment for no less than 10 years under normal circumstances, but the other party's lawyer was Zhao Jingzhou. Thus, the best possible verdict for Xianxia might still be 15 years of fixed-term imprisonment. They all suspected that with the methods of the Lu family, it was very possible to get a life sentence or even the death penalty. Yen Lu looked at Qi Yundai. Neither she nor Sister Xn had ever heard of Qi Yundai, especially with him wearing a neatly arranged chef hat. Before Director Chen spoke up, neither Yen Lu nor Sister Xn took him for a lawyer. 15. Yen Lu was watching Qi Yundai as she began to speak, but when she uttered the first syllable, she distinctly saw Qi Yundai's eyes narrow. "No, as long as it's not the death penalty." "Not the death penalty, that's all." "Not the death penalty, that's all?" Qi Yundai repeated expressionlessly. He looked at Yen Lu, biting back curses, then turned his head somewhat speechlessly towards Director Chen. "He wants me to get involved in a case where the verdict is anything but the death penalty? He might as well just use his toes to type." Director Chen, perhaps realizing Qi Yundai felt a lack of trust, "Lawyer Qi," Sister Xn jumped in to explain on behalf of Yen Lu, "the plaintiff in this case has some background and most importantly, they've engaged Zhao Jingzhou as their defense lawyer. No need to mention the Lu family. Zhao Jingzhou alone was enough to intimidate everyone. Red Circle's invincible general wasn't a nickname netizens had given him arbitrarily." Sister Xn thought that upon mentioning this name, Lawyer Qi would show signs of backing off, but he didn't even lift an eyelash. "Fine." Qi Yundai closed the file, emotionless. "I think I understand your requirements. If there's any other information, contact me promptly." Having said that, he stood up and took his leave from Bai Lian. "Miss Bai, he'll go get the cake out first, then head to the police station to follow up on the situation. Oh, and today's cake is a new product with less sugar, very suitable for the elderly. He'll have Yang Lin bring a piece to the school later. Timing it, the cake should be ready by now." Qi Yundai left after speaking. Director Chen wasn't surprised. After bidding Bai Lian farewell, he followed Qi Yundai to discuss the case details. "We have a problem now, the suspect is uncooperative, won't meet or talk." This was the real difficulty. If the suspect kept quiet, it didn't matter if Qi Yundai or the Daluo Golden Immortal himself took on the case. Getting a bit closer. Bai Lian still had to head to school. She comforted Yen Lu, "Don't worry, leave this matter to us for now." Director Chen and his team had never dropped the ball on important matters. Bai Lian walked toward the school. Behind her, Sister Xn said to Yen Lu, "I think Miss Bei's friend seems quite reliable. I believe they can negotiate a reduced sentence for little brother Zhang." "Let's hope so." Yen Lu took a deep breath, rallying her spirits. "If there are any activities coming up, count me in, just leave out the day of the trial. I'll take on the rest." No matter the outcome, she couldn't collapse now. If something really happened to Zhang Xiai's, his parents from the Zhang family would still be waiting for her. Chapter 240, 090 Outlaw Madman Young Master Jiang Unders? Let me think, Xianxia pondered in her mind. Ever since the news broke that Yen Lu was blacklisted, no partner sought her out. "I have a classmate who is a producer for the Great Eternal Prosperity. He'll ask if he can give you an audition opportunity." "Thank you," Yen Lu said, looking at Xianxia earnestly. "Xianxia?" Xianxia waved her hand. Meanwhile, Bai Lian returned to school. At the entrance of the teaching building staircase, Wuxia had just returned as well and got into an argument with someone at the bottom of the stairs, surrounded by a 3-layer deep crowd of students. Say that again? The buzz-cut boy shouted at him. What if I say it again, huh? Everyone knows Xianxia is a murderer, spit, he even killed a great philanthropist. Wuxia was about to fight when he was held back by students from class 15. Wuxia, let it go. Let's try not to cause any trouble for Mother Lu. No wonder the school ranks so low, having a murderer isn't surprising, a social pariah, a disgrace. The buzz-cut boy spat. You say one more word? A voice rose from within the crowd. It was light and slow. The crowd subconsciously parted to make way, revealing Bai Lian behind them. She had taken off her school uniform jacket and was casually carrying it in her hand, revealing the snow-white shirt underneath. Her hair was arranged carelessly with a few strands blown messy by the wind, and she walked forward slowly, step by step, with the wind against her. Each step seemed to tread on bones, pressing on everyone's hearts. The noise of the crowd gradually disappeared. Quietness lingered, only the shallow sound of breathing remained. Bai Lian stopped in front of the buzz-cut boy. She was taller than the average girl. She reached out, her pale, snow-like fingers casually grabbing the boy's neck, forcing him to crouch down. She looked down at him, raised an eyebrow, and said with a light and indifferent tone, Go on, why aren't you talking anymore, The buzz-cut boy was very arrogant. He was jealous of Xianxia. But his arrogance did not mean he was foolish. Alarms screamed in his mind, and he had the feeling that this Bai Lian was even crazier than the lunatic Qinwei from the school. His neck restrained, he couldn't speak and could only look up at her with fright. The Dean of Discipline is coming, someone shouted from not too far away. Wuxia tugged at Bai Lian's sleeve. Sister Lian. Bai Lian gave buzz-cut boy one last glance. Without hurry, she let go of her hand, then shook her uniform jacket and methodically put it on. The boy gasped for air and stumbled several steps backward. What's all this crowd about? Are you fighting? The Dean of Discipline approached with a stern face. In the center of the crowd, Bai Lian was pulling up the zipper of her school uniform slowly, head bowed. When she looked up again, her face was back to its usual laziness. She looked at the Dean of Discipline and dropped her long lashes slightly. No, teacher, I was just discussing a question with Wuxia. They were gathered around to watch. Oh, it's Bai Lian. The Dean of Discipline's mood brightened immediately upon seeing her, smiling particularly warmly. His gaze then fell on the buzz-cut boy behind her. Bai Lian, no one's been bullying you, right? The Dean of Discipline eyed the troublemaker buzz-cut warily. Bai Lian was demure. No, Dean. The Dean of Discipline nodded, clearly disbelieving, but said, It's all right, Bai Lian. You go on up. I'll stand here and keep an eye on things. Buzz-cut. Other students, this is ridiculous. At the police station. When Jianghu finished up and came over, Chief Chen and Qi Yundai had already been waiting at the door. Chief Jiang, this kid hasn't said a word in 3 days. Director Chen frowned. The biggest fear in a case was an uncooperative suspect. Jianghu Lai's face was expressionless as he spoke succinctly, Take me to see him. Detention center room. Xianxia's curled up, lying on the bed. He hugged himself with both arms. His whole face was buried in his arms, the hair at the back of his head messy, and there were dried blood stains on his clothes, a strong rejection to communicate. Jianghu Lai entered and stood in the middle, looked around for a moment, then lowered his eyelids and said, You can't face yourself now? Afraid of the gaze of others? Zhang Shi's body stiffened. Director Chen respectfully carried in a chair. Jianghu Lai held his overcoat, coldness emanating from head to toe. He slowly sat down, then lifted his right hand slightly. Director Chen understood immediately. He left the small cabin, gently closing the door behind him. I've almost finished investigating the matter. Jianghu Lai relaxed back into the seat and raised an eyebrow after Director Chen left. Do you think you did wrong? But I don't think you made a mistake. Zhang Shi's dropped his hands, revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes. In this world no one can judge right from wrong. I don't think the law upholds justice. It's just a set of rules to restrain everyone's behavior. Jianghu Lai looked at Zhang Shi's back. Why not believe in yourself? Zhang Shi suddenly sat up and turned around to look at Jianghu Lai. Jianghu Lai just sat there looking indifferently at Zhang Shi, his tone unhurried. Yan Lu will have a bright future paved by your own hands. Lu Xian is nothing but a sacrifice on that road, and you are the key to that road. It's up to you whether to destroy the key or hand it over to her. Zhang Shi's voice was hoarse. He hadn't had water in a long time, His lips were cracked, and when he looked up again, his listless face finally showed some vigor. "Thank you." Xianxia was afraid. He feared facing his teacher, his classmates, his parents. But he never regretted it. If there were 10,000 possibilities, even if the chance was 1 in 10,000, he'd rather endure the possibility of never meeting her than have her face this. But there was no such possibility, so he felt even if Lu Xian died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to atone. "Have you come to realize?" Jianghu stood up, looking down at him from above. Xianxia sat up straight and nodded, "Yes." "That's good." Jianghu's demeanor remained cold, and the dim light in the room blurred his overly sharp profile. "The trial is next Wednesday. He'll let attorney Qian try to cooperate with him as much as possible." Jianghu left. 5 minutes later Qian came in. He looked at Zhang Shi's, who seemed to have become a different person, his eyes shining with a startling intensity. "Did you listen to young Master Jiang's nonsense? Don't listen to him, he's just an outlaw. Listen to me, I'm a lawyer, and whenever I wear this suit, I won't let any criminal escape." Zhang Shi's came back to his senses and looked at Qian. If Yan's sister's family filed a complaint, would he be sentenced to death? Every life has its meaning. What about Yan's sister? Does her life have no meaning? Zhang Shi stood up, grabbing his hair with both hands. Why should she endure all this? Qian had watched some videos before coming in. After listening, he remained silent. It had been a long time since he had heard such naive thinking. The cramped room was quiet for about 3 minutes before Qian's voice softly broke the silence. "I've been a lawyer for many years and have revised 5 laws." Qian looked at Zhang Shi's with a complex gaze. "If you find it unfair, I hope that one day, you too can put on this suit, stand in court, and exert your own sense of justice to amend the law." Zhang Shi's hadn't considered this possibility and was somewhat stunned. "Can I? Why not?" Qian took a cigarette from his pocket, nibbled on it and gave Zhang Shi some time to think. "In no more than 2 years, you can make it to Jianghu and it'll wait for you at the University of Political Science and Law. I wasn't keen on taking apprentices before, but I can reserve a spot for you." Smoking wasn't allowed in the detention center, so he didn't light it up. "In 2 years. Zhang Shi sat back on the bed and seriously said to Qian, "Shouldn't it be at least 10 years later? Would you still take me then? I will study hard." He was acutely aware of the crimes he had committed. Qian, 10 years later? He might as well pack up and leave the top position early. You're tuning in to the Phantom Sword Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.